I'm standing in the corner watching the punches fly as the tears keep rolling down my eyes. I keep on moving, holding my hands up high, fighting through the minutes, through my life. Your comments are mean, but I'll take it easy. You're talking to sheep, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor. Watch me, I'm a fighter. I'm following my path, I'm keeping this dream alive, never turning back, never run and hide. I keep on rising, reaching for the sky. You give me reason to survive. Your comments are mean, but I'll take it easy. You're talking to sheep, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor. Watch me, I'm a fighter. My enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see me progress. You can say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor. Watch me, I'm a fighter. You know I'm a lady, but sugar lately I'm getting naughty in my mind. Do you wanna play me a little crazy? You don't have to be so shy. How about tonight we switch it up? I want you to think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek. Boy, I wanna feel you and get to know you. I could be your fantasy. What if I let you do it the way you want it? We're getting lost in ecstasy. How about tonight we switch it up? I love it when you think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Can I get a sneak peek?
it's faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so down? At this point I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows it, I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hardly can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on this wrong. And what you doing to me? What you doing? Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know what you're thinking. You wanna get back into my life. You could've had me, boy, but you let me go. And now our story's over. Ain't it funny how I really don't mind? Don't wanna be with ya. Believe me, it's true. I've never been better since I left you. I don't wanna see ya. You know that it's true. This time I mean it. I'm done and we're through. Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. I don't want you back. I'm better than that. I'm moving on. So goodbye, so long.
Wherever you roam, there's no place to go. Nowhere feels like home. From a deadly kiss to this apocalypse, you feel so alone. Night will be I want to run to battlefields with loaded guns, fighting for a life to call my own. Suddenly I'm terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. What's behind you? The wolf is at your door. He will get you. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Tell me what's the goal? Do you have no soul? Why are you so cold? If I'm too proud to speak, will it make me weak? How will this unfold? Suddenly you're terrified, looking for somewhere to hide. The wolf is at your door. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Can you hear him roar? Maybe I'm the monster. Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number one, I ain't never number two. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. On your hips like that, got me thinking I might relapse. When you doing that bad, I guess let's face it.
Oh man, oh wait. A little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you
she wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say, babe? Let's run away. Ay, tell me where you stay. Ay, ay, move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse it. Why you doing that bad? I guess, let's face it.
is a feast for the lions. What does it feel like? Hold my hand, I can be your eyes. It's a fairy tale in disguise. He who starts the fight, starts the fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time, we'll steal the love, yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. The boiling point as we know it is close to frozen. What time it feel alive? We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. He who starts the fight, starts the fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time, we'll steal the love, yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. What a time to be alive. We've reached the boiling point, it's overflowing. We'll climb the gates, we'll tear them open. We'll fly the line, break the rush, turn the tide, 'cause we're big enough. We'll find a time, we'll steal the love, yeah, darling, forever give it up. 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 Yeah, darling, forever give it up.
흔들리는 나의 눈빛 모두 알고 있는 걸 아무리 숨겨보려 해도 가려지지 않는 걸 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 밝게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 아무리 어렵다고 해도 시작하면 되는 걸 처음이 어색하다 해도 이미 익숙해진 걸 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은 모두 가볍게 손 들고 태워 이 순간을 밝게 녹여진 분위기는 뜨겁게 우리 둘이 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 우리 둘이 두 눈을 마주보고 춤을 춰보자 I'll never miss this chance make you dance 해가 뜨는 것도 모르게 Dance time to dance 집에 가는 것도 까먹게 우거진 너의 하얀 불을 좋아해 움켜진 문제들은
teammate did before. Even when I said I quit, you always found a way back in. It's the last time you'll be walking out my door. So much for letting you close, just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Could stay be best if we don't. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. If your love ain't true, I'll find someone new. Yeah. Ooh, all you've been through, but I ain't your fool. Let me go. Could talk all night long, but what went wrong? But don't hurt me, let me go. Can't make this right, so don't tell me lies. So much for letting you close, just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Could stay be best if we don't. Just saying what we both know. Let's not lose control. Hold me, let me go. Could talk all night long, but what went wrong? But don't hold me, let me go. Can't make this right, so don't tell me lies. And don't hold me when you go. Da 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 da. So don't hold me when you go. Da 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 da. So don't hold me when you go.
Bordsteinkante, sieb den Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Yeah. Die Nacht, Limoncello Spritz, rauchen im Laternenlicht. Die M10 fährt die Legenden meiner Straßen durch den Kiez. Need for Speed, Tokyo Drift, CO2 hat uns gefickt. Ich schlaf bei dir, ich will nicht heim, da wartet nichts. Bordsteinkante, sieb den Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Durch die Nacht, bist die perfekte Rettung in einem schwarzen Vintage-Shirt. In der Nacht ist alles besser, ich weiß, wo ich hingehör. Trag die Retro-Jordan-Sneaker für das Feeling, dass ich flieh. Zieh Kapuze ins Gesicht, wir laufen rum wie Shaolin-Shit. Pesto, Schweiben fliegen tief, der Himmel reißt auf. Bordsteinkante, sieb den Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen. Durch die Nacht, Bordsteinkante, sieb den Limoncello Spritz. North Face, Jacke, Innentasche, feines Gift. Unser Glück ist nur geliehen. Ist mir egal, Baby, lass uns weiterziehen.
are kids. We are kids of the evolution. We are kids. We are kids. We are kids of the evolution. 'Cause we are kids. We are kids. We are kids of the evolution. We are kids. We are kids. We are kids of the evolution.
Dímelo claro de una vez, que no soy un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto. Parto la pista en busca de otra pa' llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto. Parto la pista en busca de otra pa' llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Tú lo malo me saca, si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo, también sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas, que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca, sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte, tenerte, tenerte por mí.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home.
Do you hear that? It sounds like a race setting off. Each realm has sent their mightiest heroes to travel through the high mountains of Freljord, the deserts of Shurima, and even the shores of Bilgewater. And here they are, almost at the end of the road. Welcome to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Yes, I'm getting there. At this 3-day event, our favorite 32 heroes will compete for the victory. But it is not all about the honor or the glory. Everyone will have a share of the prize. No, you cannot participate. The competition will forge the finest tacticians from every region. 2 from Oceania and Japan, 3 from LATAM, SEA and Brazil, 4 from Korea and EMEA. NA has 5 slots since they earned an additional slot after claiming the Golden Spatula at the Monsters Attack Championship. CN now has 6 slots and for the first time will qualify players through the Chinese exclusive licensed mobile version fight for the Golden Spatula. Once everyone is at the starting line, let's cross the portal, cause this is about to get tactic cool. Yeah, you're right, I'll see myself out. But first, the point system will once again be distributed in order of highest to lowest position in the game, being 8 points for the first and 1 for the 8th. The first 2 days, our contenders will be divided in 4 lobbies. They will be playing 6 games each day, and this time, the lobbies will be shuffled every 2 games instead of 3. Ample time to bond, share adventures, and exchange victory dance moves. After a tough race, the top 8 will be crowned finalists, while the rest of them will be dragged off the race. And on day 3, our finalists enter the final stage, sprinting for victory and the steamed 20-point benchmark. Once a player has reached 20 points, they put the rest of the lobby in check. And must win 1 more game to cross the finish line and be proclaimed our hero, the Runeterra Reforged Champion.
Replay claims the championship!
Tune in November 3rd to find out what dangers our heroes will face at the end of the road.
I'm standing in the corner watching the punches fly as the tears keep rolling down my eyes. I keep on moving, holding my hands up high, fighting through the minutes, through my life. Your comments are mean, but I take it easy. You're talking to sheep, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway. I'm a fighter. I'm keeping this dream alive, never turning back, never run and hide. I keep on rising, reaching for the sky. You give me reason to survive. Your comments are mean, but I take it easy. Your talking is cheap, you don't seem to know me. Say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor. Watch me, I'm a fighter. My enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see me progress. May my enemies live long, so they can see me progress. You can say what you wanna say, it's not gonna hurt. I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. I can be what I wanna be, and though I've been burnt, I'll make it anyway, I'm a fighter. Cause I'm a survivor. Watch me, I'm a fighter. You know I'm a lady, but sugar lately I'm getting naughty in my mind. Do you wanna play me a little crazy? You don't have to be so shy. How about tonight we switch it up? I want you to think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Can I get a sneak peek? Yeah, I need a sneak peek. Boy, I wanna feel you and get to know you. I could be your fantasy. What if I let you do it the way you want it? We're getting lost in ecstasy. How about tonight we switch it up? I love it when you think outside the box. Can I get a sneak peek? Show me what you got. When we're in the bed sheets, don't you ever stop. When you're underneath me, get a little freaky. Yeah, I need a sneak peek of your love. Sneak peek, show me what you got. Can I get a sneak peek?
Welcome to the TFT Runeterra Reforged World Championship. We traveled through Shurima and as well as Bilgewater yesterday, and now we made our way to the Shadow Isles. And I, for one, I'm here for it. I don't know if you can tell.
Are you here?
I can't grinning for the entire countdown, just staring at this amazing fog machine. But of course, I'm not alone. Piehat, Counterfeit, and Mordog are with me. Peter was with me on the post show yesterday, but Piehat, how are we feeling about day one?
First of all, I'm loving this. This is amazing. But the first day of the championship had a couple of unexpected things, especially on the leaderboards. It's similar to the World Championship of League of Legends, where we have both NA, China, and only Korea on the top 8. The other regions, they need to step a little bit more. But the one thing that was expected was a very Earth-centric meta.
Yeah, I think that was the big thing. Coming in, we all kind of expected Earth, and sure enough, there was a lot of Earth. A lot of it, for sure. And it seems like the people who deviated from that really didn't have a lot of success. But as much as we saw Earth kind of being the standard, it wasn't necessarily always the primary pick. You didn't always go Ancient Archives. And our players at the top right now have actually been the ones who have been willing to deviate from that norm. And so that, I think, is kind of the unexpected part. I think we would have seen a lot more maybe Demacia and stuff like that, but not as much. So
yeah, there's a few heroes that are truly playing flex all throughout. We're going to talk about them later. But first, let's catch you guys up and see how day one really went and what actually happened. We have a recap ready. Welcome to the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
All right, let's get the Runeterra Reforged Championship started.
Will the Silco's damage punch through? It's a little too slow, and here comes the Vel'Koz.
It
finds the Neela in the backline. That might be the difference overall. The Neela's down, now shredding through. It looks like it might be a win for the Neela. Ace, no, but the shot from Quinn, and it's just an Aatrox.
We're off to Bilgewater now, and I'm here
with
it. But really about whether or not the Arc has to ramp up, and that second cast was good enough. There's so much HP. Rek'Sai 3 is down. If Fiora drops, so will the rest of this composition, and that is going to do it for this fight. Because I don't have enough units surviving to be able to get the kill.
Oh,
that's a Shen 3! How did he hit Shen 3?
Oh, good at finding win conditions. He doesn't buy Azir, but he does buy the Sejuani.
How?
The Fury of the North.
And the Soul Eater.
Exact thing.
Mordecai just flanking. The Sion intercepts, able to charge in. Jason's going down, but now we're focusing on Nats 3. And if Nats 3 falls, our front line falls. Oh my goodness, this is Aphelios 3 trying to get it back.
Aphelios, please.
One more Chakram is going to be able to do it. And just like that, Voltariux is able to take the craziest lobby we've seen in the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been our absolute pleasure.
Yeah, I think, as you said, having Earth, I think having such a focus towards the late game right now. Everybody seemingly trying to put together the most absolutely ludicrous boards possible means that every single game ends up in complete carnage.
And I, for one, am here for it. If you know anything about me, it's a good reroll. I don't care if it's a 1 cost, a 2 cost, or a 4 cost, as some of those players are apparently running down these lines. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's have a look at our standings and fresh you up on how they actually look like and who's currently leading the pack. At the very bottom, we have Cass, still mathematically possible to claw his way back. Very important here. That's the minimum points you need day one to maybe make a comeback. If he gets first places all throughout, there is a chance, is what I'm saying. But Piehat, you were already talking about it top of show. We are seeing familiar regions in that very upper bracket.
Yeah, China, I think, is the most surprising one. A lot of us weren't really knowing what to expect about them, but they have 5 people in the top 10. Beta is absolutely destroying in the competition, and also Toronto and Wei from NA are doing really solid right now.
What I do like about those standings as well, though, is that there's so many other regions who've at least got one member in a good position coming into day 2, so we don't have the whole thing of being it's completely divided. Well, the top spaces, absolutely occupied right now. There's still a chance for a lot of other regions to punch through.
And speaking of those top spaces, the 3 players at the very top had a lot of wins. Mordog, why is that important?
Yeah, I think the big thing to know here is, like, in this meta, can you really seal the deal with a first place victory? You know, getting a bunch of top fours might get you to the final day, but the final day is going to be that checkmate format, and that checkmate format has to end on a first place. And we know players are going to be edging towards things like that, the 9 Demacia, or, you know, one of those other big verticals. But the reality is, if you have more ways to victory, right? We saw things like Gunner get played, for example. If you know more of those paths to victory, you're going to be much more of a threat when that checkmate format comes to pass on the third day. And so getting the practice in and getting ready for those first places, I think, is going to be key if you want to walk away with the title.
I agree. I'm very curious to see how it plays out. Of course, us EMEA casters, we have a little bit of experience with this format. We know that the final cutoff is going to be around the 60-point mark, right, Peter?
Oh, absolutely. You know, we've talked about it yesterday. You really wanted to be ending the first day with around 28 to 30, just so you don't have to make these big leaps. You know, you're talking about going for the top one, but that's always going to be risky. And if you have to be trying to do that in day 2, there's a very big chance you could flame out.
I also want to point out what happened in the previous set. Oh, I went, okay, you go for MA, you hype it up.
So this is Wet Jungler. I'm just saying, I was really, really looking forward to his performance thus far. He is on a decent trend, I want to say, not as safe just yet, but we have seen him come back much stronger before, so I'm hoping that he can absolutely do it.
No, absolutely. I mean, you know, this has been one of the big things about this event. So many new people coming in for their first time, for Wet Jungler and for the for the Dark region in general. You know, this is such a big opportunity to come and be on the big stage. Of course, you know, Dark Hydra, his counterpart from Germany as well, isn't doing so well, but it's really good to see Wet Jungler up there with a decent chance.
I agree. And, you know, while my heart beats for Germany, I actually was talking to some of the players and casters who are in Berlin at level. It's really lovely. They were very happy with everything. Only positive reports throughout. So that made my heart very, very happy. But something else that I'm always looking forward, and you know it, it has to be O's, it has to be Tamura. And we saw a tweet from Tamura actually coming overnight, so Australian morning, it's the one that you can read here at the bottom. And he said he was disappointed with his play at the end of the day after claiming 2 wins in the first games and then ending a 2nd place in the 3rd. He had a couple of 8s. And he's trying to claw his way back. He says his nerves got to him. I talked to him, and he's been saying he's very, very happy for all of the support he's been receiving. And of course, O's will not be silenced. Yeah,
well, absolutely. I mean, if you heard his post-regionals interview, he just basically said, O's is going to crush Worlds and beat everybody. So that's quite a high bar he's set for everyone.
I think one of the other things is, like, you know, you mentioned the 2 first places, but the reality is those 8th places can be really devastating to the mental. You know, really good players try to convert those into like a 7th or even a 6th, and that can be, you know, quite a few points difference. So coming off those 8ths, I can definitely, you know, understand why he's feeling that way, and so hopefully he can pick it up today and come in a little bit stronger.
I agree, but if any player in this tournament would have my vote for solid mental, it would have to be Tamura. He's very, very untiltable from most that I've seen, so the fact that he's saying the nerfs got to him, you can tell how hard it is to play at a World Championship, right? Those are the 32 best, and we have some more players we do want to highlight out of that group, notably Tidal and Bove Piehat, who came in as absolute favorites.
And 2 of the favorites, so actually we need all. They're still favorites, they're still doing quite well. I mean, Bove, I think the thing I want to point out about him is that he's actually playing Ionia. He has 4 games of Ionia, doing really, really solid. He just hasn't been able to actually win a game so far, mostly first places. Maybe the last game could have been first with a Shen free so early, but well, we all know what happened. Yes. And Title, on the other hand, I think he's showing the good what's a good way to stand out on this meta, because yeah, you have all the Demacias, all the Slayers and all that, but he's actually finding ways to go out of his way to not just have only Mordekaiser. I still remember the Azir Slayer game as a good way to just survive, basically, and those points will add up.
Yeah, I think so too, but talking about those consistent players that are already halfway across to that 60-point mark, we're actually seeing a surprise coming out of EMEA, and I don't think we were really expecting Volta to be the one that comes out on top of our roster, Peter, weren't we?
Yeah, I mean, that last game was absolutely incredible. And for Volta to manage to pull it off with his spirit animal is honestly amazing. As you're saying, Fahad, this is the game laden. I think there were 8 3-star forecasts across the entirety of day one, and I believe we have 4 of them in this single game. So I really like that that's a potential other win condition. It's just very, very rare.
I agree. And I mean, Volta is a character. We all love him very, very much. He's been here for the EMEA TFT region, but also the international stage for what feels like forever, right? Like, this guy has been here for it all, and he's also here with us now. Hello and welcome to the world stage to Berlin, Volta. How are you? Can you hear me? I think we might be having a little bit of a connection issue. We'll be seeing whether or not Volta can hear us soon. Gonna try to figure that out, but we'll get there.
He's deep in thought.
He is very deep in thought.
He's in the zone.
Preparing, that's very important. But as we are waiting for that interview to kind of come around, why don't we...
Hola chicos, ¿me oís?
Why don't we move on and talk a little bit about the pick'ems, because I have bad news for you guys on the pick'ems. Yesterday, a lobby was won with an amazing 88 points HP.
Yeah.
I don't think many people were expecting that, Payat. Talk to me about this run.
I mean, first of all, I'm sad for my pick'ems. I didn't put 88 at all. But actually, the thing that Beta did and why he's so strong right now is the way that he just handles very efficient and very cheap boards. He just handled 6 bruisers in the early game, just trying to power through. Yes, with 88 HP, you need a little bit of a high roll, but he actually made an 11 streak with something that you can do in every single game. Then he found a Kai'Sa, and then with the 6 bruiser and a Kai'Sa, he just went level 9, just stomped on the entire lobby. But that's just one way that you can actually snowball your entire game, just with just very small leads, and without actually needing to play something like Demacia, Shurima, or Noxus.
Yeah, I mean, I've been known to run a little bit of a bruiser frontline myself. I think they're very strong, especially in the early game, like you're alluding to. But I think the big kind of skill that was showing up there was being able to cap out and find the legendaries, make it there with so much HP, especially in the mid game. Would you agree, Mort?
Yeah, for sure. Like you said, Bruiser gives you that advantage in the early game, especially if you have 4 Bruiser. That's just so much health to go through, and there's just not enough damage to get through it all. But it can fall off, like you said, in Stage 4 and things like that. And so being able to convert that using the Kai'Sa of all champions, I think was really smart.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think we're going to give it another shot and see if our EMEA hero is here with us. Volta, can you hear me now?
He looks like he can hear us.
See, I'm not sure if he's
You're mute on Discord, I cannot hear you.
There you are.
We can hear you now.
Hello.
So we can hear him. But
Yeah, he cannot hear us.
Can someone unmute the Discord?
All right.
Yeah, we're piece by piece
We'll
building
just
this.
all nicely wave at him, be like, hello. Okay.
We rose his spirits a little bit.
Yeah, he's definitely here at least. We're trying.
I can only imagine the excitement Volta must have right now playing in Berlin, after having such a strong day one, now being there with the audience, celebrating with them each and every victory. I think it's going to be a hype day for him.
No, of course, we had our players playing in Berlin before, but they didn't have an audience with them.
Yeah.
I think that's the big difference maker here. I know that it's one of those big things going forward for TFT, to be able to get an audience in place and to get the crowds really roaring and cheering for players. It's such a unique thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's also people playing out of their comfort zone, right? We talk about nerves and things like this. This is the biggest event of each set, and you're coming in, you have the expectations of your region on your shoulders. Then to do that in a space you're not necessarily as comfortable in, like you said, you've got the audience there. For some players, it could be different time zones that you're not used to being awake to. So there's a lot of different conditions here that are going to kind of put people out of their comfort zone, and that might come into play a lot here as well.
Speaking of those comfort zones, we do want to talk a little bit about the Mordekaiser in the room, because Mordekaiser and Azir have been the 2 most preferable options every time those tomes are getting popped. But I've heard some sneaky players say that if you're not running Demacia, you're trolling right now at the World Championship. Would you agree, Mort?
Like you said, Mordekaiser and Azir have definitely been the two champions that if you're going to play Urf, you pop that tome. And there are a lot of options, right? We've seen Azir work with like the Bruiser line. You've got the Shurima line. Mordekaiser in particular can be played. We even saw Noxus get played, but also Demacia. We saw some Slayer Azir. So there's just so many combinations you can play with these champions. But if you over-index on that too hard, you can find yourself, being with a one-star Mordekaiser, lack of a front line. We saw that a lot yesterday where players would be triple, quadruple contested, and that would put them in a bad state. And right now, the players that are sitting at the top, those top 8 players, have been the ones who have been much more willing to deviate from that. And it's kind of funny because we see that in almost every championship we've seen so far, where it's like we come in expecting this thing to be the meta, and it is, but the people who kind of have that one tier down, those are the ones that usually end up coming out with a big success, whether it be like the old Nidalee or the old Teemo back from old sets. Those are the things that I think have been victorious. And so we mentioned that yesterday, that if you really want to win today, you've got to know those other lines, not just lean on the Mordekaiser and Azir.
And one of the things I want to point out is Jinx Gunners.
Yeah.
The Jinx reroll it was played only 3 times. It won 2 of the free ways, and the third one was like a top 3, I believe. So those are outs that you actually need to know, especially for some. And I want to point out someone like Toronto. Toronto, I think it's top 2 right now in the standings, and he actually has played 6 different comps. So 6 comps in 6 days.
Truly flex, right? Question is, can you keep it up and make that 12? I think that's going to be hard, but for everyone who's watching, who maybe wants to take something away here that is not only for this patch, for this matter, for this World Championship, but generally good information, we brought a very special analyst to this desk to take us through a segment on how to position correctly. Professor Bebe, talk to me.
What's up, guys? It's nice to see you. This is Bebe A72, and I will show you guys personally how to position at a world-class level. So here, if you look at our fine board, our finest state right at the moment, we're gonna focus on one aspect at a time. This time, I do wanna talk about our fine Fiora. You do not wanna position our fine Fiora in the middle side, because you see on the right side, there is actually a set who is actually a CC lock. So if you put Fiora in the middle location, there is the risk factor of the unit just getting CC'd and died off. Never forget, Fiora is an assassin, so you do want Fiora to actually travel to the back line. You want Fiora to walk towards here, or maybe to the right flank to assassinate the back line carries first. You do not want it to be stuck on a tank. And look what happens if you just put Fiora onto the set. Here's the first game. We're gonna go into it, and a bit more, and the fight's gonna start, and we can notice. Look at the Fiora, all right? It's gonna get stunned by Set, double stun, 2.5 seconds. It does get 1 ult off, but it barely does any damage because Crown Guard soaked the first Fiora, so the unit just gets deleted, the backline does damage freely, and voila, a very strong loss, okay? So if I were to give another example on the subject, let's see here. All right. So this is another example of a positioning for Fiora. So this time we are going to focus on the Fiora here, but we're also going to focus on Wasions like a Nasus, Wasions like a Swain, and Wasions like a Nautilus at the same time as well too. So Fiora ideally wants to walk into the back line, but if you put a unit on the second row right here specifically in this location, the Fiora always walks towards this specific location. It's the same thing for the right side. If Fiora here, then Fiora is always going to walk towards a Swain, so your back line is perfectly protected. This is what Wajan did. And then he just put the Nautilus in the middle to get the good CC value, and that's how he wins this fight right here. All right, so fight starts. Fiora just walks towards Nasus. All right, Nasus soaks the ultimate. It gets stunned by Nautilus as well too, so Nautilus is taking the damage. But Rise with the Shadow Isles is going to put the revive on Nasus. Actually, we actually didn't need to get the revive like part as well too. It just like got bursted down instantly. So that's how it goes. So this is another case example of positioning, but this is one where Wei Xin like countered it perfectly. And there is one more clip that I would show you guys that is actually quite important that I felt. Was this one?
It's okay, baby.
Okay.
You're a professor of positioning, not a professor of the display, but that was a very, very good showcase, and I'm sure we all learned a lot from that. One last question, though.
Oh, yeah, Professor Bebe. I was wondering, when you see good positioning, how does it make you feel?
Every time I see a player position perfect like Weijin did against this like Fiora, I feel this.
Perfect. Thank you so much, baby. I also took notes during this, and they read, get good. So hopefully...
I just wrote down the smiley face. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you might need to correct that.
Sad face.
Yeah.
It feels
so
like
we'll figure it out. But that was a really interesting segment, so shout out to Bebe for that. I think he held himself perfectly fine there. And I do want to hear more about our boards, though, because already mentioned, Demacia is not the only thing you can do to cap your boards going into this. Yes, Earth, the Manatee, we know he's here. We know that players are thinking 9 Demacia, 9 Ionia, maybe even 9 Shurima coming through are going to be boards that will win lobbies, but we've seen other options to cap out those boards counterfeit. Talk to me about them.
Oh, no, I mean, obviously we mentioned the 4, bringing in the 4 cost, bringing up to 3-star. We did also mention that he's very rare. I think one we want to bring to the front, though, for T-Light, for example, earlier on in day 1, he did have the 2 Noxus emblems that would have let him get to Noxus 9, but he couldn't actually get there. He ran out of money before that happened, and then he was just, he had to settle for just being, an 8, at level 8 was a lot less stronger board than he should have had.
Yeah, I think so too. And the big question is, are we going to see players go more for these kind of boards where you pick a 4 cost that's maybe not as contested as like the Mordekaiser or the Fiora, and instead you go for the full send, you go and try to 3-star that board?
Yeah, I think especially as we're in the final day and every point matters. If you're in a position where maybe you're up against a 7 Demacia board that's got that Mordekaiser, and you're playing something like the Kaisa, it feels like the 3 stars you're out. So I think a lot of times today, players aren't going to go to 9. They're going to do those roll downs, wait as long as possible, try to get as many 4 costs out of the pool, and then try to hit. And then that last game, we saw mostly tanks, right? It was Shen and Sejuani, and then Nasus were the 3 that were all happening in that game, and that all swung the fight really heavily. A lot of those can even stand up to some of like the 9 Noxus, the 9 Shurimas. And so if you can go that route, that is also another option. And again, I wonder as we head into the final bit, will people maybe switch a legend that might get them more of those, right? Do we see the desperation Tom Kenches or something like that?
What do you think, Paihan? That would have been my next question as well. That knowing that there now was a day of re-looking at the VODs, reconsidering what you've been running, and most of the players being in that Earth corner, if you are now looking at the standings and you find yourself in a position where maybe it hasn't worked out as well just yet, is there anything else you do?
I mean, there are 2 things to note. The first is that 5 of the 6 players that weren't playing Earth are right now, I think, on the bottom 8. So
where's the 6th one?
The 6th one is top 4, top 5. He's up there, so there's a chance, there's a light. But if you're only playing Earth, or you're just going towards that strategy, you need to find a different angle, like Mor was saying. There are a couple tanks, a couple lines that aren't really that contested. And if you really need to go for the top 1, for the top 2, you need to do that, because if not, you're going to play for the 4th or the 5th, maybe try to win the Mordekaiser roulette, and that's not going to give you enough points.
I think, for me, it's definitely going to be, if you're towards the bottom with the snake seeding, you're playing against the top players. I think they really need to, up the risk to reward ratio.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm really, really excited to see how players move through day number 2. We will be starting our games in just a little bit. Here's Beta one more time, who ruined all of your pick'ems. We talked about him before. Just putting a face to the name, really, at this point. Anything you guys have in your pick'ems that you're really excited about? I know the shortest and the longest game. I think, Mort, you came pretty close, no?
Yeah, for shortest I had 6-1, and I think right now it's sitting on 6-2, so pretty close, hoping for one more shorter game. For longest, I think I had 7-2, and we're at 7-1, so pretty close.
Oh, I just tried to gamble it. I just went to 7-5 because I knew maybe there was one game where there were 2 people like fully win streak, and maybe we could get to a carousel. That I think that
bold.
Yeah, I mean
bold.
you have to get ahead of the curve. You have to win it. You have to go for those things.
The two I'm pretty proud of are the 1 health win.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting that with like last stand or final reserve, but the fact we hit it without that was pretty fun. And then the other one was the 12 plus 3-star forecasts. We saw 8 yesterday, and that was one I think a lot of people were like, really that many? But yeah, because it's such a victory condition. I think especially even if we don't hit 12 today, tomorrow especially, I think we'll see a bunch of them.
You look a little skeptical.
No, I'm cooking. Do you guys think today we get a 3-star legendary?
Please.
Ooh.
For my pick'em.
I have 0 on my pick'ems. I'm gonna go no. Again, unless somebody does something crazy, like I said, like a Tom Kench, Urf isn't really one of the legends that leans into that a lot. So my vote is still no.
What about you guys? Give me some copium.
I'd like to,
for the sake of my pick'ems, please do it.
I want to see someone who's low on points shoot for that every single game to say, you know what, I've got very little to lose at this point. I'm against really good players. You've got to shoot the moon.
Maybe pick up that Tom Kench, go for the full econ strat, open for it in the early, try to rack up the money and see where that leads you. Hopefully, I think, I'd be ready for it after all of that glorious 3-star forecasting. Maybe it is time for that. Something else we also didn't see thus far is a full prismatic lobby, so I'd be down for that as well. But I do have one more thing for you guys that I'm sure you're down for at home, because we are broadcasting all of our lobbies here at the World Championship. If there is a lobby that you're looking for that is not covered by us here on the main desk, we have these amazing alternative lobbies here with different casters from different regions coming through. If you want to access it, as soon as game number 1 today starts, you can find it under the stream. It is going to be Command Center. If you have your Twitch in a different setting, then it's going to be called something else, but similar. And you can find them there and check that out. The guys have been putting in so much work. I know all of these casters and they're amazing.
I think it's just amazing to actually open the tab, have the 4 games going on at once. That's big TFT experience.
Yeah, and again, they are all amazing sets of casters across all there, so you will not be disappointed if you do check it out.
Yeah, and if you just want to stay with us, you can, of course, also do that, because we also have amazing casters here in the studio with us, looking over there. They're already grinning their faces off. We have Impatches Panda, Casanova, and Froden to take you through game number 1. Hi, guys.
All right. Well, hi, Mix. Thank you so much for sending it over to us to kick off day number 2 of the Runeterra Reforged Championship. I'm Casanova, joined by Impetuous Panda and Frodan, and I just want to kick things off immediately and talk a bit about the strategy coming into day 2, right? We've already played 6 games. We've got 6 more today before we make that top cut to 8 players.
That's right. It really comes down to the risk aversion that people have to kind of dial back. Before in day number 1, you might be taking a more conservative top 4 approach, but some players, they're aiming for top 8 or bust. No one's here to settle for top 16. So who is going to be taking the big risk? Is anybody going to switch legends? That's going to be something else to incorporate. And then finally, are there more comps that people are open to? I couldn't help but notice, but a lot of the top performers, as they were talking about the pre-show, are not playing the Demacia, Hard Force, Mordekaiser from every angle. They're actually making a lot of other different compositions work.
Talking about players that need to take big risks, I think EMEA in general had a slow start to day 1. Need to maybe start going for those top 1s, top 2s, playing Earth. All 4 players are on Earth, so they have the potential to go into those Demacia lines, into those Ionia lines even, which had fairly good performances on Ashe reroll especially.
Yeah, and we saw it. Dark Hydra was one of the players who was never able to find Demacia yesterday, playing a lot of Azir and having a rough go of it overall, sometimes not even being able to find his units, and he's got to have a big game here at the start of the day. We're looking at our portals. We got Slaughterdox, Unstable Rift, and Shifting Sands as the options, and it looks like heavily favoring getting out of here, finding anything but these 2 other portals.
Unstable Rift. We're taking a journey on the stage. We're also taking a journey in-game, potentially, as long as, yeah, it's going to be Dark Hydra with Unstable Rift.
Unstable Rift gives you that random item, so now you have to play around it and adapt to it. What is going to be on the menu? Personally, you try to pick hybrid compositions that can utilize both a mixture of ability power and attack damage-oriented items. But most compositions use that these days, not to mention there's some champions who are quite flexible that can use a myriad of different kinds of items. So let's go ahead and see what people's strategies are. Do we have all Earths in the lobby, or is there something else on the table here?
Yeah, we'll see in just a moment. We're jumping on board immediately with Toronto Tokyo. This is one of our leaders from day one in second place, 35 points. He just has to continue what he was doing yesterday, and he'll be in a good spot. He was one of our players, played 6 unique comps across the entire day. What an exceptional day he had.
He's a student of the game. This guy used to be a former StarCraft 2 pro gamer, similar to Dark Hydra, so almost 2 peas in a pod. Played for Evil Geniuses back in the day, and now is a retired esports pro, but kind of dipping back into it, competing in teamfight tactics, and look at him now on top of the standings alongside fellow North American Wajan Iverson.
Look at our legends now. We do see the breakup is pretty much what was expected. Isotoma, the Brazilian player, continues to be playing onto this Ezreal, trying to potentially go for that MF reroll line. He played so much of it yesterday. Everyone else in this lobby is going to be on Earth.
Yeah, as a Samira too. Now, the question is whether or not he's open to playing around Noxus. With a Renekton pair and Samira, I'm inclined to say that it's actually okay to play around it. Usually around Noxus, you struggle with tempo early, because if you don't have the 2-stars, you're not able to win, you're not able to get the Noxus stacks. You want to snowball your lead. This could be a spot where he might be open to it, but I do know that a lot of players try to avoid it because Noxus is generally not that strong.
Yeah, I mean, we only really saw it when the conditions were kind of perfect. T-Lides went on a big win streak playing Noxus previously and ended up with 2 Noxus emblems, but now we've got a silver lobby here. We're going to have to keep stock of how many branching outs get picked and where all these emblems go.
There was a surprising amount yesterday. We were looking at these lobby starts, maybe 5 players eventually picking branching out. So we'll see what exactly these players
What do we got, Dan?
I think Dark Hydra may have hit a Demacian emblem in the bottom. It's kind of hard to see, though. I think it might be the case.
It is. Yeah, it is.
And it is.
So let me
0 Demacia games yesterday. Finally into today.
I'm not trying to make up excuses for our EMEA players, especially our EMEA champion, but I swear to you, this is a true fact. No Demacia, no Ionia, no Vanquisher emblems throughout 6 games for Dark Hydra. We saw on stream for that game 6, he had a Challenger Invoker mix, which is really not ideal. Finally, the blessings have come in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, live by the Earth, die by the Earth, and today, hey, maybe he's living. He found the Demacia early on. If he can pick up one more later in this game, we're in business for a first place.
Oh, wow. Jinro took branching out into Bilgewater emblem. This is not really a good emblem that many people are looking for. Even if you're trying to lean into a Bilgewater-oriented strategy, like playing around Misfortune and Strategist, people don't even want that Bilgewater. And going for 7 Bilgewater is surprisingly worse in the data whenever you're trying to plug in the usual carries. It's about 9 Demacia, or sorry, 9 Bilgewater. Yeah. Wow, I got 9 Demacia on my mind. 9 Bilgewater is very good. So if you can get there somehow, it's strong, but how do you get there safely?
And yeah, we didn't really see anybody get there yesterday, right? It was all people getting stuck in that 5 to 7, and in the data, as you said, it just was not looking good. Realistically, the only time Bilgewater was looking okay was 3 with Neela, and that does not need the emblem whatsoever.
I think the only verticals we missed was Bilgewater and potentially Noxus, I think, as well. T-Lights had a potential to go for those 2 emblems in that game 3 or 4, but wasn't able to find it in the end. So maybe it'll be the first chance to see Bilgewater in action, which is a very explosive comp once that gets together.
Bobe back on Ionia Vanquishers. This is a comp that he's favoring a lot. It's actually kind of the underground, less popular, play the solid A-tier composition that a lot of people are anchoring around. And Bobe is also open to lose streak and into an Ionia Vanquisher. I think a lot of people were having question marks over that. Not only just maining Ionia Vanquishers, but playing lose streak. So he is pioneering a different type of approach to the metagame, playing Earth, but not picking the augments that often and avoiding trying to play contested lines going into Ionia Vanquishers a lot. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, Enda Bobe right now, he's still on that rogue early, and that's definitely an interesting way for him to be playing around this. It's unexpected to see that out of Bobe because he's been on the Ionia Vanquishers the entire time.
Oh, we must be looking at a different POV because I think that was a healing orbs that I saw.
Yeah,
so
but to your
might have had it mixed up. My bad.
To your point, though, he has been 4 out of 6 games Ionia Vanquisher. Bobe has heavily leaned into that. We expect him to continue on that road, and so it's interesting to see him on potentially a different line.
Understood.
The only other time he strayed away from it was that 6 Void yesterday where he had a very good result.
And coming to the Rogue Emblem, we'll see how exactly this is going to fare because we saw it a lot in regionals. It did very poorly unless you were going into the Gunner line, unless you were going into the Zon line, specifically with Graves as kind of the secondary carry, but not really the star of the show. So we saw Rogue having, I think, middling results and just being overall a decision of, do you hit Graves 3 early? Can you ride that for tempo throughout stages 3 and stay healthy? If yes, great. If not, you're in big trouble.
Yeah, there used to be other builds that you could play with Rogue. If you had like double trouble, you could try to put the Rogue emblem on someone really strong, like Mordekaiser, or if you're just rolling for 6 on Jinx. These days, not really that much. Maybe you just end up playing 5 Rogues for a while. Not to mention that there's a possibility that Current X with the Zon emblem could end up leaning into Graves as well, which is, Rogues already is barely a top 4 comp. Do you actually want to play contested?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you'd want to go into it contested, but we also saw, Wei Jin playing heavily around the Jinx within that kind of Zon composition instead of playing around Rogue, so that is still potential, though Kurum does have some item slams that would lean a little bit more in the Rogue direction. And as you were saying, Dan, the North American players had prepped so much together and put a lot of practice. Seeing Wei Jin's success on Zon, I feel like Kurum's got to know the line pretty well as well.
Yeah, that's actually what they went over. Last night, they stayed up till very late, VOD reviewing every single one of each other's games. I was able to sit in and listen, and they're all really open-minded. The thing that stuck out to me the most was the humility shown amongst the players. Everyone feels like they can learn from each other, and Wei Jin had some of the most interesting games because he played 3 Zon games. Yeah. And so people in North America are very much trying to stay open to it if they can.
The chance here for Hydra to make 20 or make this Milio 2. I think he's going to try and make 20 here. He's on a 3-win streak, so it does really matter to have as much board strength as possible. And he's playing up against Kurum, who has already taken a loss in this stage 2. 2 losses, actually, so should be a fairly easy fight. The Samira upgraded with a Radiant DB should be doing enough, but the front line has already melted for Dark Hydra here. Looks like the Warwick is doing a little bit too much, and the Samira on the opposite side will be taking the win instead. The Milio 2 is made because of it.
Yeah, Dark Hydra instead going to try and improve the board. I like this out of him. Rough that he loses the win streak. Instead, we only have Jingro at the top on win streak, and on the bottom, we've got Bobe and Zyko both looking towards that loss streak. So we'll have to see if Jingro can hold on to the win, or if those two will be able to keep their losses as well.
Yeah, it's a really unfortunate loss for Dark Hydra, and that Nasus is appetizing, but we lost our streak, so we don't have to play max tempo, and we need to focus a little bit on economy, because as many people know, for Demacia, as much as you're trying to stabilize around Quinn 2 in the early mid-game, you're really looking for that 4 cost, which means you have to roll at 7.
A very unique early board here for Jingro. He's playing around Bilgewater with Quinn as the holder on this patch, though, but overall we've seen the power of Demacia, even in stage 2, just for the Radiant item on something like a Poppy that is already upgraded. So looks like it will be a 5-win streak for one of the strongest players in yesterday's day 1.
Yeah, Jingro, Bobe gonna shake hands here. Bobe wants this 5 loss, Jingro wants that 5 win. They're both gonna get exactly what they're looking for. And, once again, Frodan was talking about Bobe being able to loss streak quite a bit, playing around that strategy. And once again, we're seeing him go for 5 loss.
Yep, Zyko also going for 5 loss as well, so very fortunate for both of those players. The thing about Bobe is he only has 2 Graves, and he needs to hit pretty early. The thing about it, too, with a Rogue emblem is you theoretically could drop Graves. You could just play Graves to get to 4 Rogue, and then go to 6 or 7, forget Graves 3, but then you have this big empty chasm of tempo that you don't have on Stage 3 to streak. Stage 3 is really important for these Rogue and reroll comps in general, because that's the stage that most of these level 7 4-cost players are going to be taking it easy. They're not going to try to roll on 6, and so you need to get that HP lead. So if you lose Stage 2 and Stage 3 for either of these players, that could be disaster.
Not just that, but the clean overlap with Jinx as well, with the Gunner, Zon, Rogue mix-up there, makes it so it's very hard to justify taking Graves out of your column altogether. So I think we'll see if that'll be the plan that, I think the traditional plan that we've seen throughout most of the last few patches. For now, big eye on Toronto Tokyo, who is now also becoming a streaker coming to Stage 3. We'll see if they decide to level to 6 at 3-1, especially to try and defend this streak.
Bobe rolled once, comes across a Nico 2. It is electric, so it's useful for the stun. He's going to go ahead and find the Graves 2. Is he going to actually commit to rolling deeper than this? He is not. And now he's going for Nico Rogue. This is some good tech. And because of this rod, he's able to adapt. I think this is a spontaneous choice by Bobe, because a lot of times you're aiming for Jinx, but because he has things like Crown Guard or Spark, he can actually lean into this Nico.
Yeah, I actually love this a lot. We saw him reforge one of his components, found that rod, and then change the game plan, especially with this hit. And now we'll see if it's enough tempo to start winning a little bit in Stage 3, as you said. But far too low, and wow, look at the damage from this Nico. Nico 2 with the Rogue emblem. See if Bobe can run the lobby with it.
That's an incredible spot from Bobe, because I wasn't even thinking about Ishto. When I see electric, I put it out of my mind. I'm like, if it's not wood, if it's not ice, I'm not really thinking about it. No, thank you. But he recognized, based off the reforge of his items, what he could actually do. And that hesitation, that thoughtfulness led to this opening that Bobe aspired about it. That is why he's considered the top player in Korea.
Chingro, we saw there at 3-1, did end up losing his streak. Toronto still on it, and Zyko, we'll have to see if he starts stopping that bleeding as well, because they were both, Bobe and Zyko, under or almost under 60 HP, which is not where you want to be starting stage 3.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now we've got more silvers being picked up. We'll see if anything really interesting gets grabbed. I see a bronze ticket for Cosmo. Bobe on the Rogues has Indomitable Will, Cybernetic Bulk, and Misconnections as the options.
And Misconnections is sometimes good if you really need to get that 2-star tempo. You're playing like, you know, the Samira and the Casio kind of stuff and gives you some econ, but I'm not entirely sure that's the pick here. We do have a couple people taking some nice, powerful silvers. A Pandora's items also taken by, I believe, Chingro, which is not something that you see that often on 3-2, considering most people have their item direction. So I am curious what he's going to do with that.
All right, jumping on to board with Kurum. He's got the 4 Zon in. He has lost his last round. The Warwick was making a lot of work early on, but being on the full 1-star board outside of the Zon Graves has slowed things down quite a bit. He's going up against Zyko, who is trying to turn things around after the massive loss streak, but when we look at his board, he does have Ionia, but also on kind of this full 1-star board alongside Anila, and he's going to start losing even more HP here as other players have started to hit on their rolldowns.
He also pick up Red Buff as his second augment. One of the most picked silver augments yesterday, but not really one of the best performing silver augments yesterday, despite it being generally very good for that extra combat strength in stage 3.
Zyko's spot looks really bad. He's so poor. He has 30 gold interest based off what we've indicated on the side. And his spot does have that Neela, but he's not going to be able to roll at 3-5. And if he does throw at 3-5, he's going to have 10 to 15 gold, unless he wants to roll to 0, which is actually completely valid. That being said, if he's able to pick up, say, a Neela pair on the carousel, and then find a way to play around it. Quicksilver is actually a really good complementary item. He probably is going to lean towards Last Whisper, though, because he needs that armor reduction.
Yeah, big thing. I mean, he kind of needs a high roll into the Zaya as well to finish up the 6 Ionia for Vanquisher. It feels like this board is really struggling, and as you said, he's not going to have enough gold to really roll on 3-5, but he doesn't feel like he has enough HP.
These are big.
He has to, though. That's the hard part about it.
You have to stop this bleeding.
Yeah, exactly.
And especially for a player that needs to get good results. He had 3 very good games at the very start of day 1, was leading the pack, I think was 2nd place in the standings, and then just fell off a cliff in those last 3 games. Needs to come back into it for this day 2.
Bobe, in the meantime, able to continue to get a win. We're looking at Toma. No, we're looking at Kurum versus Chingro. Chingro's Bilgewater board. He's making me eat my words. You know, I feel like Bilgewater in general is a little bit hard to play around, but theoretically that flat damage is very good in the early game.
Jarvan as well on this carousel. Sona even for the Demacia players.
Just goes for the bow instead.
Be the Last Whisper onto the Ashe most likely. We did see in the stats, Ashe reroll had a much, much higher average overall than really anything else. But I think most of that is also maybe the 9 Ionia players having Ashe on their board, rerolling and then going to 9 Ionia with 2 emblems they're able to get either in carousels or off of their augments.
All right, let's take a look at Zyko and see if he can go for a big-time roll down. He needs to stabilize in these last 2 fights if he can. So here we go, the level 7 roll down. Does have a little bit more gold than I thought. Picks up Neela again, but he did end up selling that previous Neela to make that gold. Can he find something else miraculous to pull him out of this deficit? No 2 stars so far. This is looking real bad for Zyko.
Like, he found the Zaya, which is, you really did need that. However, upgrades were probably the most important. And the Neela just taunting him over and over again. Same Neela, same Neela.
I mean, that makes it worse. That doesn't make me feel better.
Not nice to see a roll down like this where you really don't have any upgrades. You're facing players that have been streaking throughout all of stage 3. They're just so much stronger than you already before you roll down, and now even more so now.
Yeah, and running into someone playing the same composition, but with a couple of upgrades on the board. The Zaya having itemization might make the difference, but Ashe too, putting in a lot of work here. Does feel like Zyko might be able to find this win. Yeah, he'll get there at the end, unless this Ashe, yeah, he will get there. Saving some HP. It's massive for Zyko, though.
So his spot does have an Ionia emblem and a Vanquisher +1, which kind of actually explains a lot of his item situation, because he looks like he's really far behind item count-wise, but that's partly because he had the Ionia emblem. And so he wants to get to level 8, so he can play 6 Ionia plus 6 Vanquisher. The difficulty is, we are so far away from being able to get the privilege of going to 8. We have 1 single upgrade, and we rolled to 10. This is really bad. This is actually to the point where, if I'm Zyko, I'm actually tempted to potentially roll again. I'm not sure if I'm able to actually win the next fight. And if he loses his next fight against any of the players in this pool, that is going to be so much harder to climb back from.
And I was looking at his pool, and at least he doesn't have any of the major win streakers right now. He runs into Cosmo, who's at least relatively weak, but still, every board I look at that he runs into, it feels like at most it is a close fight. He doesn't have anything that looks like a solid win, and it does feel like the Last Whisper is doing enough work to deal with these front lines. He's finding the wins against the other very weak players in the lobby, so he's got a fortunate pool for the rest of Stage 3.
That was really important for Zyko. Got a really easy win over Cosmo, and by the way, Cosmo's spot looks really doomed. Level 6, barely any upgrades as well. So both of these players have to make miraculous comebacks to pull themselves out. On top of Toma, who was free-falling in the lobby. 4 loss on Stage 3, lost half his HP. Not sure exactly what happened on his end either.
And despite those wins, I think Zyko is going to be forced to roll to 10 every single round in Stage 4, unless he finds some of these crucial upgrades, at the very least that Set 2 and the Ashe. We'll see how he fares in Stage 4, though. But other players that are also joining him, 30 for Zyko, or 39 for Zyko, 30 for Cosmo, a player who's on a 5-loss streak and is sitting on only 30 gold to roll with.
Bronze Ticket's a really interesting pick on 3-2 and trying to roll for effectively 4 cost. The component buffet is pretty nice. Let's see if he can hit things like that as Zero, which is clearly what he's angling for. He finds an early Aatrox, which could be huge.
Huge pickups here.
Big pickup as well. Toma, the other person in free fall. We saw Mordekaiser 2 get picked up.
That's a Xayah 2.
3 players on Ionia. We saw Toronto also with an Ashe 2, Toma with the Karma, or the Xayah 2 rather, and Zyko picks up both the Set, the Ashe, and the Karma 2 upgrades. So some upgrades have been found in the little gold that Zyko had remaining.
Oh my gosh, what are we cooking here? We're playing Strategist Fiora, which is not something we've really seen very often. Let's see if this is good enough to stabilize. Cosmo doesn't have the items up on time either. Just a little bit too slow. Bebe, where's the Korean APM?
He tries and gets him to the board. We're looking at Toma. Is that a Xayah 2 and a Mordekaiser 2 on the bench for Toma right now? I'm very confused about what is going on this board.
Pandora's bench
is
the
second
augment pickup. So we've seen it pop off in regionals. We haven't seen it pop off yet on main broadcast at Worlds just yet, but it is an augment that has very high highs and very low lows. You have so much of your gold retained on the bench. If you don't hit the right units, if you continue rolling into the wrong ones, you could be sitting on a very low strength board for all of Stage 4.
It's 50-50 whether or not we get gold or prismatic, and a lot of these players in the bottom need a prismatic, which is exactly what happens. Now, this Earth's grab bag is interesting because I don't know exactly how we can utilize it, but for the others, are they able to get things like Infernal Contract or anything else that's massive power spike? I'm also looking at top center for Bobe, who took Ancient Archives 2, and he's going to rip to see if he can get the tomes that he needs.
There's Rogue Gunner and Nox is offered. I guess Rogue or Gunner makes sense. He goes for Rogue, and there's another option here.
I'm wondering if he's going to go for another Ishtal, which he does. Baby's going to try to go for 4 Ishtal. Or not Baby, I say Bobe. Is trying to go for 4 Ishtal. I really need to work on that.
Tough choices here for Hydra, though. Bastion Crown, Radiant Relics, not ideal when you're already playing Demacia. Radiant items don't really have that much more of an effect, unless you're playing 2 Radiant items on a single unit, but in this case, it will be the Hedge Hunt trying to, again, use this gold to potentially go 8, potentially find a Demacia emblem somewhere along the line and have that 9 Demacia win condition.
Exactly. It's massive to be able to find that Econ augment, especially when he's in such a big lead. And there are a lot of very weak boards still that he can prey on, so he should be able to hold the massive HP lead. And as you said, if he finds a Demacia emblem on a carousel later on, this will be an easy way to go to 9.
Yep, binary airdrop here for Toma. Does, by the way, have 2 Aphelios 2s on the bench ready to roll for Pandora's. Does even win this fight. Now that's isolated damage. Is this strike going to be enough to kill the masses? And it looks like it is.
There.
Goodness.
It's there.
And the free falling for Toma at least stops for a little bit. It's not going to be that big of a loss.
And Zyko, who we said needed to find a very big turnaround in these 4 first fights in Stage 4, and he does, but big upgrade coming in for Toma as well.
We have another Silco 2. All of a sudden, we might see the most fraudulent Silco 3 in Stage 4 because in 2 turns, it is possible for this lobby to flip on its head if Toma's able to get that 3-star forecast.
I had 2 for Zyko as well. So important that he finds these upgrades. We saw yesterday with Bobe with the Shen 3 in Stage 4. We could be seeing the same thing again, Casanova.
All right, we've got Kurum jumping into this next fight. He's on a 2-loss streak. MF3 found for Cosmo as we actually jump over to Cosmo's board fighting Dark Hydra. Dark Hydra has not really been upgrading the board, playing for economy right now. This should be an easy win for Cosmo, and he needs it, but we'll see how the fight goes. Jarvan gets a big stun. The Quinn's still relatively untouched, but this Fiora to still full HP with the Shurima. Easy win for Cosmo.
This is a hard lobby to predict all of a sudden. I think a lot of the people at the bottom were stabilizing. Toma also has the possibility of high rolling like crazy if he's able to get that Silco 3 online. Let's see if anything on this carousel can potentially dig these players out of that hole.
Would be a Quinn for anyone trying to go for that Quinn 3 angle with the Demacia Lance, for example, Dark Hydra. There is going to be a Cassandra here. I don't think any player is going for that vertical Shurima where Cassandra would be so relevant.
Maybe Cosmo. He did make that Shurima emblem, which is interesting, by the way. We haven't seen Shurima Fiora really since PBE. Back when Fiora was really ridiculous and Shurima was way overpowered and people were playing Nasus on every board, you were actually able to dual carry Fiora and Azir. I haven't seen that in quite some time, though.
All right, jumping on board. Isotoma doesn't get the roll.
He has at least 2 lives, probably even 3, given that his board isn't bad. He has 2-star 4 costs across the board.
All right, he's still rolling down, looking for, I guess, potentially more 4 costs, more upgrades on the board. He's still
Azir pair.
Yep, Azir pair picked up.
Oh, hero roll to 1 gold. You can't even really afford it.
You can sell a Zaya potentially.
Yeah.
Find it there.
True. Meanwhile, Dark Hydra finally finds a Mordekaiser, which is really big.
Let's go 8 as well.
He has been losing a few rounds here on stage 4, trying to see if he can stop the bleeding a little bit while he tries to angle for a more consistent comp in stage 5.
Goes up against Zyko, who has found plenty of upgrades. He did stabilize his position quite a bit and is on a win streak. Mordekaiser goes down very early, and now that Zaya gets onto the Quinn and has avoided the cast very crucially in this fight. And that will allow Zyko to pick that up, but if she hadn't stepped forward, that Quinn cast actually might have made a big difference there.
Hydra's still making 40 in that case. He's at 55 HP. He can go to 9.
Oh, here!
Finally is here. We don't find the Silco just yet. The Undercity tactics don't come into play.
But he buys himself another round, which is important. He won. And can he continue to roll for it? Takes a little swig of water, trying to stay hydrated. If he can hit Silco 3, I mean, this is a spot where maybe some miracles can happen. Let's see if Toma can find a way to bail him out. But in the meantime, the other players in the lose streaking, who were lose streaking, are also on fire. Zyko and Cosmo right now, both trying to end stage 4 on fire.
Flipping the lobby, Dark Hydra as well, had a lot of HP, going to greed out, going to try and cap higher than everyone else, and is now down to 55.
Rogue Silco with the electric for the stun. This is really cool. It's got 4-ish still trying to go for the Kiana and that Nico 3 as well. That electric 4 gives that extra damage to those who are affected by the electric stun. Bobe still trying to get to the 3 stars when he hits this Nico 3 and Kiana 3. How strong do we think it is? It probably could land in the top 4, but is it possible he can win?
It's when he hits, but also maybe if he hits, because he's been losing some of these fights a lot harder in the last few rounds. He's lost quite a bit of HP, so we'll see if Bobe can hold on. He's at 37 right now, and some of these boards are getting very strong.
Not to mention as well, the extra synergy with Unstable Rift and Binary, essentially chasing that next item with this duo triple carry setup is also going to be fantastic. As we mentioned, the low rolls with Pandora's Bench, the high rolls of course, but you can also low roll, as we've seen here. The entire stage has not been able to hit the Silco.
Let's see if Toma can hit it. Let's see if the Korean chefs featuring Bobe back ribs and a Cosmo on the rocks can hit.
No, it's not there once again. I say Toma not going to be able to find it, but he's still on those 2 lives. Still have another chance as we look at Kurum also chasing some 3 stars. Incredibly close to Jace and Warwick.
Dark Hydra, by the way, hit also a Mordekaiser too, so a lot of people are online.
He's got a lot of gold to work with here. 50 gold. He's going to start sending it down for the Jace.
Yes, he needs this.
Kurum finds another Jinx. He's still 3 away there on 30 gold about here if he sells out of the set. Finds his
these
fight.
items, especially so many items on the bench right now.
Runs into Cosmo. That's that 3-star MF. Does the Warwick do enough? That's the big question. We do have Robotic Arm on the Jinx, so the damage is there, even though she's not quite to the 3-star yet. Warwick holding on for quite some time, but the Fiora just running rampant through the back line as Aatrox and the World Ender makes it through. But Jinx, has she done enough? No, she has not. The Azir will finish that off, and Kurum's going to fall quite low here.
Interesting itemization. I think I favored Morello and Crown Guard just so that you have a little bit extra oomph on that Echo.
Doesn't find it yet again.
And we know that now he's contested on the Silcos.
Phase 3 for Kurum. Zyko going 8. He needs to find a way to strengthen his board. He's taken another loss. He's now down to 19 HP. Still 1 life. Still 2 lives. But we'll see if he's able to find stability at the start of this stage 5.
Yeah, Zyko running into a lot of trouble. Wow. The fact that everyone else below him hit. There were a lot of players low rolling, him included, and when he finally found what he needed, everyone else also did.
This is a standard board. There's nothing really special about it.
It looks actually kind of weak to me because we have one item in Xayah that we're trying to use on Stable Rift, and we're relying on a Karma to his Vanquisher, which, don't get me wrong, is good, but a lot of people are also really strong. That's a Nautilus 3 that's very tanky, and with the Bramble Vest means that the Vanquishers can't go for the full crit value.
Yeah, can't get through this Nautilus, the big beast with the Riptide pushing through, and now Azir gonna take a big chunk out of Zyko. He's gonna be on 1 life left.
His board, unfortunately, is just a little too weak. I think also he has 2 Vanquishers that he gets from the Emblem and the Heart on 2-1. But what did he use with that slot? He just puts in a Taric 1 at the front line. That's not good enough. And it just feels like Zyko's board quality is not consistent across the board. I think he's destined for a bot 4 here. Nico 3 for Bobe.
Bobe finds his massive upgrade, and this next carousel could be so big with so many vertical traits being chased by so many players.
Oh, he is cooking. If you don't like this comp, then you don't like TFT. Right now, we have not seen 4 Electric be played almost all tournaments. And now everyone's hitting their 3-cost 3-stars that are all in line.
Hydra on 56 gold. With this Quinn 3, buys him stability for the next few fights. Can go 9 as well to cap out this board.
Easily will make it a 9, and he has such a big HP buffer over the rest of the lobby. We see now Toronto Tokyo also contesting Zyko is down a level, but it looks like the comp quality pretty strong. Very tanky Shen in the front line is going to live, and it's just 1 item on Xayah versus 3 for Toronto Tokyo.
Oh,
but
huge
still, the cast from the Karma
RNG
hits
there.
everything, and Zyko stays alive even longer. Toronto Tokyo now in danger of taking an 8th.
And Dark Hydra, despite the Quinn 3, also takes a loss. Isotoma finds more stability, finds more time to maybe finally hit this Silco 3. Is there going to be a Demacia emblem? No, but there is an Ionia emblem on this carousel. Could be huge for Toronto Tokyo and Zyko.
Look at the lobby HP and how close it is on the bottom half. 4 for Toronto Tokyo, and Kurum all the way in 4th place, only at 18, potentially 2 lives. But
tight.
It's so tight, it's going to be massive on these next 2 fights.
This might be the most amount of Bramble Vests we'll see all weekend long. The fact that everyone has a Bramble, actually Toma took a second Bramble. He already has one. I mean, it could be the Unstable Rift item, but it's just amusing. Bramble has largely fallen out because Vanquishers and Ionia are not that popular, but in this lobby, it actually kind of makes sense given the popularity of certain comps that we're seeing.
This is yet again, and we're talking about the coin flip nature of Pandora's Bench. We've seen it have these massive high rolls. Stage 4, you're popping off, but all of a sudden, almost 2 entire stages rolling 4 costs and not finding a Silco.
I mean, it makes sense. Silco's 3-way contested, so it's gonna be pulling directly from the pool. Pandora's isn't just an open roll off every single 4 cost available, so that does seem to check out. Meanwhile, Toronto Tokyo making his last stand. He's now relying on Neela to carry, which is not great. Positioning around the Rogues. No, he's going up against the 3-star Ishtals.
He finds the Ishtals. We're looking at that Nico. Will it just destroy Toronto Tokyo's board? Zyko on the other side facing Dark Hydra, who we saw lose even after hitting the Quinn 3. Xayah in a good position around the Rogues. Might be able to take down the Nico. One more cast. She gets through. She takes it down. Toronto Tokyo stays alive, and it looks like Zyko's fallen on the other side, so Toronto Tokyo will salvage at least the 7th.
And that's huge, because remember, Toronto Tokyo is leading the standings alongside Wage and Iverson, basically all of China. So for him, being able to preserve placements gives him that much more likelihood to advance. And all of a sudden, look at 2nd to 7th.
And Zyko, unfortunately, had a bit of a free fall the last 3 games in day 1. That free fall continues. We saw the level 7 roll down was far from ideal, had no upgrades at 10 gold level 7, so it's not surprising to see him here in the 8th place position.
And look what happened. Chingro's spot looks so good. He was so healthy. 7 Bilge Water, 4 HP. And if he's going up against a really strong player like Bobe, he didn't position around the Rogues. No. This could be terrible for Chingro.
Gotta watch the Kiana jumping straight to the Azir potential here as we see the Nico in the middle. Kiana makes it to the Azir. A true display of talent, gonna take him down. And that's gonna be Chingro falling in the bottom 2. Unless Toronto Tokyo's got him. We gotta watch the HP, but he gets the win.
I mean, Chingro lost by so much. Even if Toronto Tokyo lost, probably would have 6. Cosmo barely surviving. Toma takes a narrow victory.
Even Dark Hydra takes a loss as well, so continue to tighten. Finally finds one Silco.
He's given up on the 2-star 4 cost, actually, which is really interesting. He actually rolled all the way down and then decided to play the Sejuani 2, which may have actually been the reason why he won that fight. That is the difficulty of Pandora's Bench. I know you're talking about the coin flipping nature, but the reality also is, and this is going to be a hard fact for a lot of people to swallow, is that Pandora's Bench is actually a very high skill cap potential in the right hands of the players. At this level, if you are weak at Pandora's Bench or even shifting sands, that's a huge leak in your gameplay. You need to learn how to manage these very tricky, nuanced probability rules.
Silco found in the shop. He needs one more.
Oh my God, what happened? Wait a second.
Maybe one away from the Silco 3. He has maybe even a chance to sell everything on
sell everything.
And try and find the Silco naturally. He is on a singular
go,
life,
go.
10 HP to work with.
No, don't get baited. We gotta roll. Making that is slightly questionable, but it doesn't even really move the needle.
I guess he's waiting.
Roll one more time. One more time. At least one more time. You have 2 gold.
Just see. All right. Isotoma feels confident that he's going to win this fight.
I mean,
binary on 5
Toronto,
different
Tokyo.
units.
This is the fight for placements.
Could be a fight full of regret, depending on what ends up happening. He does have a lot of his units clumped over, which actually could be really bad if the Zayas end up targeting both, depending on how long the front line can hold.
Yeah, the Jarvan not able to stun onto the Zaya, but the Zaya is targeted by the Azir. There's nothing more for Toronto, Tokyo. He held on for quite some time, but he will fall here to Isotoma.
Check out
Can Cosmo
also
well,
taken down. What does the placements look like here? Is Toronto going to be 6? It's -11 for him, and Cosmo going to be down to -17. Barely misses out on the top 4 for the NA player who, as you mentioned, Dan, was leading the pack coming into this Game 7.
5th is actually pretty good, given that a couple rounds ago he looked like he was potentially going 8th. So I think that's a decent salvage for him. Maybe he could have potentially squeezed the top 4. In the meantime, Bobe taking a loss, and I'm really curious to who. My guess is Dark Hydra. But it's potential that Kuramax is just way too strong because now he has 3-star Jace with Zon. Looks like robotic arm on that Jace. Just how far can the Zonkop go? And whether or not Toma can potentially steal it away with a Silco 3.
Yeah, we're going to see Kurum against Toma right now, so we'll get the chance. Isotoma did not find that 3-star, so now it's just the Azir trying to punch through the tank line of Kurum. But the Jace is pumping out so much damage. It's just the front line collapsing, though, as the Nasus is still hanging on. The Nasus just way too tanky, but Jace finally punches through, and Toma will go down. Kurum going to continue a 5-win streak with the Zon.
Bobe also down to -17, so Toma does secure a 3rd place in the end. NA versus EMEA to decide this final fight, or final few fights, depending if Dark Hydra ends up taking a loss or 2 here. He's gone 9. He's hitting on a Rise pair, a Scion pair. How did you continue to upgrade this board, Dan?
Do we know what Rise it is? He's holding on to it, and with Void, it's any of the other Rises. There's no Void ability on it. So if it's something like Shadow Isles or Noxus or Freljord, maybe, and you can see the spread from Kurum as well. Not entirely sure if he wants to clump his backline, and he ends up choosing to go for it, knowing that there's no Rise. Let's see if this is the final fight of the game.
Clump for the Jarvan. We gotta watch and see, will Dark Hydra's Jarvan find all the CC on the backline? CC for now, gets the jump. Jace is stunned, it hits everything. The damage is there to follow up. There's the Mordekaiser staying alive, frontline down. Can the Jace punch through? He does! Big shot blast, but the Quinn gets there. One more cast, and Kurum's down to 7.
This carousel, is there anything that can come through here? Maybe another Demacia element to guarantee the win for Dark Hydra. Is there anything that particularly Kurum is looking for here, Dan?
I mean, he might be looking for a better user, like Aatrox is just generally very strong if you gave him a powerful Zon mod, but he might be too locked in. I wonder if he actually just wants to take this for the Jewel Gauntlet for his Silco, because I remember he has one single item, so he can get a little bit more value. Hey, why not? Another death cap for Silco, see if he can close it out. That being said, that's a Bel'Veth 2.
You have a Rabadons, though, onto this Mordekaiser.
So how do you actually tech in this Bel'Veth?
Could be Warmogs and the Deathplate, but not go for it. Gets the Aatrox 2 instead here.
And Kurum ends up teching in a Fiora for the Challenger as well. I'm not entirely sure if this is good enough for Kurum. This might just be a second for him, but it's a good second nonetheless.
All right, we'll see if the Jace can get it done. These fights have gotten pretty close, but the spread this time around will not let the Jarvan get as good of a chunk. And the Jace is still safe on the side. One more cast from Jarvan doesn't get there, and the Jace is going to take out Mordekaiser straight away. So now it comes down to the Quinn, but this time Warwick has stayed relatively healthy. The front line is holding for Kurum. This fight's actually going heavily in Kurum's favor. Can the Quinn get one more good cast out, though, to change the outcome? She does not. Kurum's going to find the win in this fight. I mean, I guess we've seen some crazy world enders, but it's not going to happen this time. Kurum and Dark Hydra, both on one life, one last fight.
You know, it doesn't feel like JG should move the needle that much, but because Jinx was able to output just a little bit enough damage, that adaptive on her helped her heal back to full health. And so you saw the bird strike from Quinn almost wipe the entire backline out, but able to heal back and sustain himself. That was a huge outcome there, making me think Kerm's a favorite now.
As you mentioned, guys, I think it was the Mordekaiser dying so early, especially we saw in the last fight. It was the complete opposite. Mordekaiser survived to the very end, even tanked a few hits to buy time for that Quinn.
Texting the Fury, so we have 2 Dark, and that could make all the difference going into this final fight.
Side now.
Get there, he's on the right side, but the spread once again from Kerm. The Jarvan does not get the Jason. Once again, the Jason takes down the Jarvan immediately. However, that Mord is on the correct side. He gets to the Silco. Gonna take it out immediately, and this Scion has CC'd the Jinx, but there is the Quinn not getting the Sky Strikes onto the backline, and they're still alive. Jace gonna fire away, takes out the Quinn. There's nothing left. It's just an Aatrox, and his world will not end Kerm's. It will be Dark Hydra going down instead.
USA reigns supreme. That's the smell of freedom, baby.
Despite missing the first place, still gets a very much needed second place. He was at 22 points to start the day. He needs to claw back in the standings, a first or a second throughout all of these remaining games. We'll do it for him.
That is true. Dark Hydra, you know, as much as we like to talk about North America and they're doing well, and at least specifically Kerm, it's really important that Dark Hydra is able to put out good results. Seconds and first all day can buy him that spot back because he started off really rough yesterday.
Well, especially because we were talking about his struggle to hit Demacia, never find it in the previous game, and now he's got it as we just see Piva falling down. We jump into another lobby. Weijin and Altanawe going to be the last 2 remaining in this one.
Weijin is win streaking. We see also on the flip side, Connor did go 8th in this game 7, unfortunately.
Wow. Going for a backline multicaster combo with Sona and Vel'Koz holding the Bruiser emblem. This is not something that you see, but this is why Bruiser Flex is so powerful. You can play around all the 4 costs, right? Everyone talks about Azir, Mordekaiser. Maybe you go for like challengers. Maybe you play around maybe even the Neela. But in this case, he's going on the 3 costs like Vel'Koz, which must be uncontested. And the fact that he's streaking makes me think that he probably is favored to win too.
Yeah, let's see if Weijin can make it 2 NA first to kick off the day. We'd love to see him going up against Rogues. Very heavily 3-starred board for Altanawe, but the positioning was quite good from the Vel'Koz. We'll see if any of the Rogues can actually get there. They don't. They go to the Sona instead. The Vel'Koz saying very safe. Should be able to clean this up because the front line is still maintaining for Weijin. The Bruisers are so tanky, and there's Rek'Sai just resetting through this board. There she goes jumping around, and Weijin finds this fight quite easily. Great positioning out of Weijin Iverson.
Rogues don't win a lot of these 1v1s. They especially don't win against 3-star tanky Bruisers. This has been actually true since almost the beginning of Teamfight Tactics. Assassins versus like Brawlers or anything that's really melee heavy tanky, because Rek'Sai wants the Rogues to attract to her, so that way she can reset off of them. And if they're not able to burst, and they're also low HP because of their Rogue activating at 35% HP, that's really free resets for Rek'Sai. So overall, Weijin should cruise to an early victory, and that would mean 2 lobbies won by North America.
Not just that, but the damage coming in from the Rogues activates the Night Harvester as well. So really, everything about this comp, I think, looks like a counter directly to what the now is.
Yeah.
You will see if any kind of position changes can occur, if somehow the Rogues can get onto the Vel'Koz. But I think Weijin, he's on top of his game. He knows exactly how to get that Vel'Koz in that left pocket.
There is one possibility, is if things go crazy correct for Altanawe, if he goes for the anti-Rogue positioning, which means to move everything back to the 3rd row so that everything moves up 1. Therefore, your 3rd row Vel'Koz in C1, which is right next to his little legend, that means that he's now at the back and be at that max range of that Rogue. Will Altanawe actually do something like that?
It looks like no. Playing around the Ice Hexes instead didn't move everything back, so the Vel'Koz is still going to find a pretty safe spot here, and everything should be jumping towards the Sona. But one Rogue did find its way. The Echo is there. It's very low. The cast does not go to Echo.
Phase dive does come through.
Down. It's all up to Rek'Sai. Can she still win this? It feels like she might be able to get there, but the ice is proccing for these Rogues. Can they find the burst to get through that HP bar? The answer does not seem to be yes whatsoever. Weijin Iverson gonna find another first place here at the championship.
That's what he does best.
NA players, Kerm in that first game, Weijin now in the second, continuing their dominance off of that day 1 now into day 2 as well.
Yeah, it's beautiful to watch. I'm excited. I mean, Weijin starting in 3rd place, gonna go get another first, just lead the pack. I'll take it. I'm happy. I don't know, you happy, Dan?
Oh, I'm ecstatic, but also not surprised. I think North America comes in as one of the top 2 regions alongside China. They clearly are the favorites. If anything, it'd be more surprising if they came in day 2 and completely bombed out. And we would deserve all the trash talk thrown our way because we have been bragging a lot, especially on social media. That being said, you can see why these players are really scary. And also, just put on notice, Kermax, again, is not known really to be like a player to play for first, but I think yesterday's call really enlightened him. He was talking about how he's playing lines that he think was pretty bad and weak, and he was able to play things like Zon, which he learned from some of his fellow North American players.
That was a big thing with Kurum, is we were thinking about whether he was going to play like Ornn or Ezreal or go to Earth, but since all the North American players are on Earth, he ends up going that way, but it was maybe counter to the top 4 style he loves to play. So the fact that he's been able to adapt, he finds a first in the very first game, is very promising for Kurum, a player who I had high expectations for coming into the tournament.
And this game 1, I think the momentum mentally so relevant over, the whole night thinking, having second thoughts about your game plan, seeing how you're going to transfer that into day 2. A big, big win for both players here.
Yeah, huge for North America. We'll see if they can continue it as we move on with the rest of the tournament. We're going to go to a short break, but the Runeterra Reforged Championship will continue right after this.
All right. Get gold or prismatic, and a lot of these players in the bottom need a prismatic, which is exactly what happens now. This and a Cosmo on the rocks.
No, it's not there once again. I see Toronto, Tokyo. But now the cast from the Karma hits everything, and Zyko stays alive even longer. Toronto, Tokyo now. This world will not end Kurum's. It will be Dark Hydra going down instead.
We're gonna take it to the
welcome back to our analyst desk after that first game of the day. And I know we had a little bit of hopium and copium, but didn't really work out, did it? Nearly everyone on Earth in that game not coming around, but what did come around to, I think, a surprise of us all, those final fights working in KermX's way. Talk to me about that, baby.
Oh, I really want to compliment Kerm here because he actually made some 5-head top-level positioning techniques. So
probably watched a pre-show.
Yeah, of course. So what Darkhider did is that he tried to like snipe the Jace's location, so he was trying to anticipate it, but KermX used the legendary technique of doing nothing, right? So he put the Jace at the same location over and over again. Darkhider's right. No, wait. He's going to reposition to the right side. I know it. So he positions Sion there. He positions Mordecai to the opposite side to make sure it wins. But then KermX is like, nah, brother. No, I know that you want me to move, so I'm not moving an inch. And he counter positioned like Darkhider twice that way. That was amazing. That was like next level. For sure.
Speaking of amazing and next level, something that I think all of us were really impressed with is kind of recognizing that electric Ishtal, which usually doesn't get as much love, let's put it like that, and recognizing that as a good spot for a rogue Nico Mort.
Yeah, I think that just shows how creative you can get here. And honestly, getting the Nico 3 with the Rogue, that's going to allow it to get in the back line. Had some pretty good itemization with the Ionic Spark and the Gunblade, the Rogue applying that damage. And then the Electric, if it procs early, you get that stun, which is really nice. The only problem with the comp, honestly, was that he didn't have another secondary carry. He needed something like the Echo 3 to really get that going. You saw a Rogue emblem kind of ended up on the Silco, which wasn't great. But honestly, a top 4 for that position really shows. And considering he's high up on the standings, a 4th place is not bad there for that composition.
And speaking of the Silco, not bad, I was so impressed with Isotoma kind of having nerves of steel. I nearly said steels of nerves. No, nerves of steel.
Someone else's nerves. Steels and
nerves of steel. Manipulating that Pandora's bench, trying to maneuver through it. Peter, it worked out for him despite not finding everything he was looking for.
I mean, we talked about it in the pre-show, of course. You know, he came into this lobby 17 points. He had to absolutely shoot them in. I think it was very much the right way to go. And alongside that, we had Darkhider as well, another player who needs to make up a lot of ground, going for the hedge fund. I know, me and you were talking about and saying he doesn't have the second Demacia emblem to make the full use of just gold into levels into win, but it was still a very, very good showing.
Yeah, I think the hedge fund, with the amount of health he had, was a good push to try to give him enough resources to make sure he could hit his key components like the Mordekaiser. And we even saw it come into play there. He was able to get to 9. He found like the Scion, other champions like that. So it did work out.
Having a look at our standings after game 1, we probably now know that Kess is out of the running. If my math is doing right, then he needed like first all the way to make it through. But of course, for other players, there's still a good chance to make it. And I'm so curious what's waiting on the other side. And it is NA on top with now 2 players knocking out China from the top 3. Impressive.
Well, yeah, with Kerm's finish there, he's moving up to join them as well. I mean, while we still got a lot of Chinese players towards the top there, this could be a really good day for NA.
Yeah, I mean, seeing 3 NA, 4 China, 1 Korea, that's pretty wild. I think, the last few championships we've had a pretty big mix, but if a couple regions come out this dominant, that would be pretty crazy. And again, now that there's only 5 games left, there's just not really a ton of time to make a big comeback here.
And I know, baby, I told you not to hone in on it too much, but Bobe's still in those top 8.
Wait, are you surprised?
Even though
I told you like 20 million times. I tweeted that. I kept on saying that. Okay, so Bobe's actually really, really talented player. One of the best in Korea for sure. One of the best, of course. And what we should focus on is not Bobe, though. I'm 100% sure Bobe's going to get into top 8, but we should focus on Tidal to see if we can also get Japan also into with the NA and China as well too. It seems like Korea, NA, China, and maybe Japan is very likely to go in. So I am very excited about Tidal maybe making a great performance because I know Bobe's going to do fantastic.
All right, baby. I had to get that out there. I know you were burning to talk about him, so let's just get it out of the way. With that, though, I believe we will go to our casters shortly. Now, I do this thing where I ask people what comps they want to see. Of course, the common ones are banned. You cannot see. You want to say Demacia. That would be boring. Baby, let's start with you running it back. One crazy comp you want to see.
Okay, I recently actually tested out a few strategies on TFT Mobile, and I realized that going for Draven into a portal called the Sump for Infinite Econ is actually not that bad of a strategy. So I do actually consider a very strong tempo player picking Draven, getting Infinite Econ, and, you know, have like 5 4-cost 3-stars on the bench.
My favorite part of that was he wasn't on camera, just seeing Frodo just like shaking his head over.
I asked for crazy.
I got
so
second place with that strat.
I think it's good, Peter. Give me something that maybe doesn't rely on knowing the portal ahead of time.
Well, honestly, I want to see more of the rogues. They did well in the previous game. We saw in the other lobby they were doing well as well. I think just bringing the emblem in and doing some more creative stuff with it is great.
More exploding Zon. I want to see more exploding Zon.
I'm with you on that one. Zon is one of my favorites, and I think we might see more of that knowing how well the Gunner rerolls did. I think people are sleeping on it a little bit. I know you need a spot, but still, with that though, we have our amazing casters back here on the desk after a short break, and they're ready to take you through game number 2. Here are Froden, Impetuous Panda, and Casanova.
Thank you very much, Makes and team. What is Baby talking about? Playing Draven the Sump? I'm allergic to cats. I think you're allergic to pollen. He's allergic to LP. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. Welcome back to the caster desk, everybody, as we go into game number 2 of day number 2. We're starting to wind down to the point where the range of placements that players can land in are starting to get cemented in. Let's talk a little bit about what to expect coming up for lobby number 2 here.
It's really the players that are ahead, like Weijin, for example, we saw winning that last game, was already top 3 coming to this day 2. He just has to stay fairly consistent. Whatever he's doing right now, whatever he's executing on these crazy game plans, keep doing that for the next few games. And if you're very, very far ahead coming into games 5 and 6, really do not take any big risks.
Yeah, it's going to be big for Weijin to continue with this lead, but someone like Connor, who took an 8th in the first game of the day, but was in a pretty good position after day 1, he's going to be looking to turn things around.
Surely not. Water hold, which could be something that players have prepared up their sleeves. Back actually last patch, Stillwater Hold was very popular for multicasters, believe it or not, because of how item hungry it was. Do any of these players have tricks up their sleeve, or are they like us? Are they just tilted at how their tournaments and games have been going?
They might be tilted. I don't know. I mean, there is, you know, kind of the thought of Stillwater.
Okay,
Altanawe taking us there. I mean, he just might be upset that he's not finding enough, you know, Demacia, not finding enough Ionia. He's like, all right, well, now no one gets it.
I'll give him a little more credit than that. We can talk a little bit about Stillwater Hold. Is there anything that stands out to you, Panda, when you look at Stillwater Hold in terms of what you want to play?
Biggest thing is that you don't really have you can't really rely on these verticals like most Earth players have been doing across the entirety of day 1 and part of this day 2 already as well. So you're going to play much more standard TFT. You do have those extra items, so you can be looking at having dual carry setups with multiple units that want those items.
That's right. You don't get access to things like that Ancient Archives, at least not organically. Don't worry. There's still a possibility you can get a tome off of
Tome on Grugs.
Yep.
That would be big for these Earth players. They've gotten so used to their tomes. What are they going to do without their books?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. These nerds don't have their books anymore. It's going to come down to fundamental TFT, whether or not these players know exactly what their spot is conducive towards and whether they can lean into that. And do they understand the baseline strength? Are they so tied up in the stats and the traits, have they forgotten about how to evaluate baseline power?
Interesting opening here. Double Poppy, or Galio, and that kill as well. So can have a Demacia opener, has a pair of Samiras. Really 3 lines being flexed here with the Samira Bruisers, with the possibly Ionia with the Irelia as well, depending on what you're going to get in the next top as well.
Yeah, a whole lot of pairs, right? So ready to set things up. I mean, looking at Connor, able to actually find the Jhin, so he's going to be able to at least have a backline carry, but no front line immediately on this board for him. And it's just going to be, you know, classic solid TFT. Find a couple pairs, hold them, put it together, look for that win streak.
There's a few comps that particularly stand out when you're looking at the data of Stillwater Hold. One of them is Azir, because Azir is just a really strong baseline 4-cost champion. You're able to get things like Nasus 2 and Azir 2, and you can maybe play around some of the other flex spots like Misfortune or Silco, and you have so many items from Stillwater Hold completed and Demandful that it should be good enough. The second that's interestingly enough that's coming up is whether or not people want to play more like Neela, because you might be able to start off with like Bow plus an RFC off of these things, these kind of items. So just keep an eye out for these kinds of 4-cost comps on top of the usuals like Ionia's Vanquishers and the other stuff.
I like the Nashor's Tooth here. I think a very flexible item overall. You're mentioning Azir, that could be the line that Connor's thinking about, but it can slide into MF reroll, it can slide into a lot of different comms depending on where your game goes. Right now, AD-centric, but could open up to AP late in the game, especially with that Rod and the Spark already slammed.
Yeah, it's the big thing. I mean, the 2 most popular carries have kind of been Mordekaiser and Azir, and both of them can use that Nashor, so it makes sense as an easy slam. As you mentioned, there's also other options if you can't find your way onto one of the 2 most popular comps.
Already BT onto a Rek'Sai. We saw Rek'Sai popping off for Weijin, who's also in this lobby. We'll see how it can do for the Chinese player.
Yeah, and this is hard because you don't really practice and prepare for Stillwater Hold. It's almost like one of those big curveballs that it's a Hail Mary. Even some of the players that pick it might be like, I think I know what is good based off of my practice and scrims and data diving, but it's really hard to tell. I feel like I've had like 3 games of Stillwater Hold all set long.
Yeah, it's definitely been an unpopular portal. I mean, this is the first game I've cast on Stillwater Hold in competitive TFT, and it's just not something that we see people taking very often, and the question does remain that. But it looks like maybe a Kayle reroll is being set up.
Has a Rage Blade slammed, has leveled though, so I think it's not going to be the case just yet. But we saw one from Connor actually in the day one. He is also in this lobby. It has been a combo that I think has fallen off quite a bit. It's very inconsistent, and we've seen the vertical top end of Demacia being so consistent, so it's really just hard to justify.
Yeah, I don't think Kayle reroll is it. But that being said, there's a situation where maybe Tidal like rolls a bunch of natural Kales. I could see him leading into it. But yeah, I think you don't really want to prioritize and go out of your way because there's not a lot of ways that make Kayle really powerful in a portal. Remember that ultimately Kayle still really thrives off of really strong economic portals. So that way you can get Kayle 3 fast and push levels, which is ultimately what Kayle wants. That being said, what does he actually want to play with Rage Blade? Rage Blade Slam has not been that good of a flex ever since the base set where we played Zeri and Aphelios and you had an opportunity to play Rage Blade into a bunch of different carries. What do you think when you see Rage Blade here, Panda?
Could be Azir. Yeah. Could be, again, we've seen much more, I think, high burst options on Azir. Instead, even Gunblade and Rage Blade have taken a step back from Nashers, from just that higher damage overall like GS. Maybe Quinn. We have seen the Rage Blade slammed on Quinn a few times throughout day one. I don't think it's ideal, but it is an option if he does find himself in Demacia later today.
I mean, Rage Blade is not BIS on anybody. There is one comp I want to highlight now while we have a chance so I can feel like a genius, and no one will blame me if I'm wrong. Is that I think on a Galaxy or a portal like this, I think that comps like the Bastion Targon flex is actually more viable because you actually need so many items. You want to itemize your front line, you want to itemize the Aphelios, you want to itemize Silco, and maybe even throw some support items on Soraka. So I do think that the baseline resistances of the Bastion, if you can get it online, get Shen 2, you get the Nico and everything else with the Aphelios 2, Silco 2, can do work, and that Rage Blade could transfer to that. That's a very low chance, but it might happen.
We've even seen recent success on ladder with that composition. On the multicasters patch, there were North American players who climbed to the top of the ladder playing Bastion, one-tricking it with Twisted Fate. So it is something that has still even recently popped up and could be a potential line.
Weijin does pick up a spatula here on this first carousel, maybe looking at the craftable options, or maybe just opening himself to a high roll potentially with the second spatch in stage 3.
Yeah, I mean, you also just go, the Sorcerer right here could make a lot of sense. Or he can go for a Juggernaut emblem if he wants to go for a different kind of frontline. Juggernaut frontline is actually quite underrated. Back when the previous patch on 20B, when we were playing regionals, there's a lot of Bruiser flex. And China was open to Juggernaut flex as an alternative if they weren't able to hit the Bruisers and didn't have a lot of direction.
Well, and then with the Nautilus buff and him actually being a pretty solid tank that a lot of people have been playing around, I think that could totally work. It's gotten just better here, so if it was already a composition, it's suddenly much better to play.
And I think the other caveat to that, kind of what Panda was talking about, taking a spatula in Stillwater Hold is actually less punishing because you get so many extra items. Usually the problem with taking a spatula is your item economy is way behind everybody else. While you're making an emblem, everyone else is slamming 2-3 items on their carry, and so you might have that emblem, but you usually have 1 item carry. Not going to happen on Stillwater Hold.
And it's a 4-loss streak, which means he has a much higher chance of being that player with first pick priority in stage 3 if there's a second spatula in that carousel as well.
Yeah, fair enough.
All right, big thing to look at, the win streakers and loss streakers. Nem and Hansing at the top does have 100 HP each. They're both on the full streaks into Krugs here. Altanawe, and it looks like Panda and Weijin all towards the bottom. I think they may be all on full loss. It's possible Weijin is one around. We'll have to get that checked and see. But we got to be seeing if any of them will match up, and we'll be able to keep the streak.
This is good fundamental TFT. You know, he's just playing good 2-stars and not just trying to like obsess over synergies like playing Orianna 1 and a Malzahar 1 for the Sorcerers. Instead, just prioritizing, finding a way to get that power and tempo onto the board. And this fight is so important for both these players.
Yeah, one of them is going to lose their streak right now. Nem Frontline going down. There's one more cast from the Renekton that buys a lot of space, but still, Frontline is there.
Does not go through. The cast does not come in with a Furious Bite. That should be enough damage, but these are 2 stars in the back here. A lot of HP to work with on the Milio especially, and the AoE damage coming from his ability.
Oh,
the
the
Ultra
CC
Mega
though
Fire
from the
Kick does
Taliyah.
not quite do it.
There's the
Taliyah
cast.
and the Vel'Koz win it for Nem. Unfortunate for the Chinese player, but for SEA, Nem needs to mount a big comeback in day 2 as well.
Yeah, Hanxing going to lose there. We look at the bottom. Altanawe ends up finding a win, whereas Weijin and Panda keep their loss streak. So Altanawe very likely ran into one of them. Didn't have the weakest board, although before that fight had the least HP.
Yeah, that was a really big outcome here. I'm trying to think about Hanxing's board, and I'm pretty sure this KO for Slayer, while it might have been kind of nice for the Rek'Sai, still Rek'Sai won. Maybe we could have gotten more value if we played Cassiopeia 1, which sounds ridiculous. But KO2, just without items, without Demacia, without actually being able to deal damage and ramp up with like the Rage Blade, doesn't deal that much, even on stage 2 while upgraded.
The Quinn, awkward components though. 2 gloves here, doesn't find a way to slam maybe a second item onto this Rek'Sai.
Yeah, could go for Guardbreaker, but that is a weird combination. Also, Guardbreaker ever since his nerf is definitely a step behind some of the other items now.
Maybe Milio reroll. What do you think?
All right.
What do you think about that curveball?
Yeah, you know, this is something I played on ladder when I'm messing around, and it's very fun to watch Messi kick the soccer ball and wipe the board. But no, it's pretty terrible overall.
The Rage Blade has now shifted onto this Orianna. We have 4 Oriannas total. 1 more in the shop. Title might be considering. I know.
What are we doing here?
I know you think
what
I'm
are we
trolling.
doing here?
There's options, okay?
What do we mean? What are we doing here? Not all heroes wear capes. Stillwater Hold is not the portal that we deserve, but it's the one that we need. This is fundamental TFT. It's no longer like, there's no script. There's no I commit at 2-1. There's no I have to roll down for these specific 6 units. Title is playing good TFT. He's just flexing around whatever he can do.
He's the one player who we've seen veer off script, not playing the super standard lines. If he sees he's contested 3 ways, 4 ways on Demacia, he pivots into 6 Slayers instead. We'll see what he's going to cook up for this game.
This is brilliant. Rage Blade is actually fantastic. Go to Orianna because you do want her to rapidly cast more often. And now let's see what the second item is going to do. And I think he's open. He has Rage Blade and he has very generic items.
Gunblade.
Gunblade is very specific and also doesn't add a lot of damage. I do think he's lacking a little bit of damage. I'm thinking that if he wants damage, the best thing would be Spark. But if he wants to like lean into what potentially could be really strong, and
as you mentioned,
that Gunblade anyways, so he
saw
wants
4
to stay more
Bastions
open.
on the bench as well. This could be that Aphelios comp you did mention earlier on. We're seeing a Vanquisher emblem onto the Karma. We haven't seen too much of that Karma reroll with the Vanquisher. It can be very good if you manage to hit on time with the rest of the lobby.
This was massive in North America, being able to get the Karma with the Vanquishers. It was the big difference maker when this was a contested comp over and over again. So Weijin, very familiar with this line, trying to piece it together. He said, hey, you know what? I still want to play Earth, even if it's Stillwater.
And them trying to defend his win streak. He's up against Weijin here. Can this Malzahar, can this Renekton do it? The big ult from the Jhin comes through, but the damage is still ticking in from the Vel'Koz. Finally taken down. It's up to Malzahar, the 1v1 versus the Ashe. I don't think the volley will come through in time. It should be the Malzahar first. It's so close, though. Barely a win for Nem.
Yeah, you can't help but feel that that was a sword diff in any capacity, given how close that fight was. But that's no matter. The thing about it is that with no augments, the power spike potential of compositions is reduced. And that cuts both ways. That means the low rollers might not get back online. But Weijin does have high spike if he can hit Karma too, as you were talking about. And I just gotta say one thing. I'm really enjoying Stillwater Hold the more I cast it because I have to think so much harder about what actually is going on in this lobby. Because going back to that Gunblade pick, it actually makes more sense because of the itemization choices that Title did with the Warmogs and that Stoneplate Gargoyle, going back to how we set up for mech and a lot of super tanks.
Yeah, it's that synergy between that one mega tank that will not be dying and just trying to fuel that extra HP, the Omnivamp coming through onto that Renekton for now, but we'll see if it'll be a Shan later on or maybe even a Taric.
Well, let's see if Nem can keep up this streak, right? 3-3. He's running into now a very strong board from Altanawe, being able to find the Quinn upgrade, and it looks like it won't be close, right? Nem hasn't really upgraded the board recently, just riding with this streak, with the win streak, getting a lot of gold, and now finally going to take a big loss to Altanawe.
And going back to kind of the basics here, being able to snap someone's streak is a big deal because you don't have things like that Scuttle Puddle or whatever to get that big cash injection. And gold is a really big decisive factor of who has the power to spike, because that's all you can do. Roll for your 4 costs, and we have an Azir with the rod and a Mordekaiser with the sword. Those are 2 premium 4 costs with good components.
Yeah, and Panda, I mean, could consider this Azir even for the board because he does have 2 Nasus already, so he could look for that angle. Some of the items he already has would lean towards Azir, but he goes instead for the Mordekaiser with the sword, and he's on an 8 loss streak at 31 HP. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
He has to stabilize now at 3-5. I'm assuming he's going to level to 7, try and roll down. As you mentioned, the Nasus upgrade would be huge if he has the tank items for him, but more than anything, he needs to find, I think, at least going down to 10 gold, level 7, and find some amount of stability. He has a lot of gold to work with. He's going to have around 30 gold to roll here. We'll see what he can hit on this massive roll down.
Anyways, it looks like he's almost angling for challengers with the items that he has here. It's not exactly items for a Mordekaiser. There's the Azir. Yeah, the Fiora comes in immediately.
No Nasus, though. Second Azir.
Bunch of pairs.
Comps. It's so difficult to spot.
This is too narrow. I actually really don't like this roll down. I think that he actually specifically is kind of playing TFT the way we play it now, which is I'm rolling for these specific units because these are the augments I have and I have to commit to it. But he could have built another board. He could have, for example, made Karma 2 and maybe lean a little bit more into a cheaper board. Now he's playing an all 1-star board, and now he's also broke. So if he loses this fight, which looks like it's pretty close, Nem is also playing an all 1-star board as well and rolled. But it is very close and flirting with disaster at the moment.
Flashbacks to Zyko's game that we saw in that game 7. Very, very similar situation. Rolls down to 10, doesn't hit any upgrades, wins these last few fights because he hit some low, some weaker players. But stage 4, all of a sudden, he starts bleeding so much HP again.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of like 1-star boards, right? Wei Jin Iverson, only upgrade here is on the Darius, but does have really solid items onto this Karma if he can hit. But now no more gold left after this roll down. He's not even on a. Oh no, he does have the pair, so at least he just needs 1 more.
But it's a no-item Nyla. I mean, even if you hit that, it's not going to really do too much. The Karma's the biggest thing. How has he not hit a Karma 2 yet?
Yeah, and
0 gold.
All these units are just temporary. I think this Gangplank's a really good call. I mean, heck, there's even a world where maybe even transfers items to Gangplank in the very crazy scenario, because without an Ionia spat, it's going to be a little bit tricky, but you do want to play around 6 Ionia for Karma for the double bonus, going against Altanahui and seeing whether or not he's able to get past this front line.
On the 1-star is going to hurt so much here. The Gunblade helping a tiny bit. Can this Quinn do it by herself? We're going to see.
This is the Karma 1?
Yeah, the Gunblade's making all the difference, actually, because as you said, the Sky Strike comes across, it pretty much chunks everything down like 70%, but the Karma, having the Gunblade and the Vanquisher spat, is just doing enough damage to heal everything back up.
All right, I eat my words. Panda was able to stabilize and win 2 fights. That's all I was really concerned about, because these 2 fights, when you're lose streaking, are so important, because in the worst case scenario, you lose twice more. You're in a must-win situation, which you want to avoid. You still want to have that HP cushion a little bit.
And now he's matched with Piva, who is on a 7 loss, down to that 31 HP, tying up with Panda. And Han Xing as well on 44. 2 of these players, massive loss streaks. Han Xing at least has pretty good econ here, still 45 gold to work with, so we'll see if he can completely flip this.
Some of these boards looking so weak coming to stage 4. Yep. This roll down will be the pivotal moment for the results for this game 2 for so many of our players. We mentioned Panda. We're looking at Piva as well here in this case, sitting on a Fiora pair, hitting on a Mordekaiser pair as well, but he hasn't found the upgrades he needs just yet.
Oh, he's holding. Oh, that's another
Azir pair as well. Oh no, this is not the spot you want to be in. The Galio is the wrong upgrade, really. Here,
he's hitting. He has 4 cost pairs. He's got Azir, Mordekaiser, Nasus, and Fiora. Oh, and a Jarvan as well. So he's got pairs of everything.
So many tank items here for Han Xing, and he has only 3 Rek'Sai, so can't really be thinking about a Rek'Sai 3 angle just yet.
Yeah, he's got the
6 loss streak.
Bel'Veth on 7, no items on it though, just giving the 3 Void, and the Rek'Sai is really the big carry, but there's only the 3 of them, so not even a reroll angle, right? Not enough gold to really get there on this loss streak. Gonna have to find potentially a pivot point, and I don't know if that is supposed to be this Bel'Veth at some point, but you're on level 7, you're not gonna be able to really find that. Trying to stabilize, Piva actually going to take this win, and that just shows kind of how weak Han Xing actually is.
That's some pretty bad luck here for Han Xing. I feel like the fact that he's not able to stabilize with the Rek'Sai 2 and not even hit a lot of these bruisers is a big deal. Usually you want to play for a potential backline carry like this Kaisa, so if you can start building towards that. He already has Sunfire, so Morello's out of the equation. He's just going to take Thieves' Gloves. I think at this point he's just maximizing his tempo and playing for placements.
All right, find some upgrades at least for the Ashe, getting that on the board. Ashe 2. We'll see where the Thieves Gloves goes. As you said, just for tempo, I mean, it could just go on the upgraded unit with the Vi, but you also still have, you know, Sejuani and the Belveth as options. Get the Quicksilver on the Belveth.
So the Belveth, is it a temporary item holder for the Nila? We're going to find that out soon as we're going up against Altanahue's board. Once more, playing a very efficient 3-cost board, which is just good, but it does feel like it's lacking a little something. Doesn't have that like crazy power of Demacia Spike. Has good items or decent items, but just not enough DPS.
Yeah, the Quinn 2 just doesn't have the push, right? We see these Sky Strikes come through against the softer boards. It does look like a solid enough carry, but against the Bruisers, it just doesn't quite get there.
Small roll down coming through here. Could be a Nyla, could be the Mord as well with the QSS. We'll see what that transfer becomes. For now, has only hit a singular Nyla here, so that's going to be the option. Panda down to 18 HP. Not 1 life just yet. We're still in stage 4, but definitely a place where he has to find stability.
All right.
And there's a big upgrade for Nem. Mordekaiser, no items just
no
yet,
items. We got to sell this Azir, right? I feel like playing around Mordekaiser 2 is way better than the Azir 1.
Is Nem's consideration that
no items?
Is it consideration that because he's still on high HP, he still wants to play around both the Azir and the Mordekaiser, so he knows he at least has an item to slam, and he's gonna get more because it's well, I guess he's not gonna get more because it's Stillwater, because we already passed that point, but still he's got a lot of items overall. He might be able to just start to build towards the Mordekaiser this stage with Carousel and Raptors.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. You could just say like, hey, he's healthy enough. He doesn't have to rush, even if he loses this fight, which looks like he wins again.
Yeah,
Altanahue's board is not good enough. So this could be just like one of those recognitions of his spot, right? I was not necessarily paying attention to how far ahead HP-wise he is, and I think that's a good spot there from them.
Another spatula, but there are no open spatulas, it seems like, right now for any of our players.
It's okay,
Heimerdinger is here, but maybe a bit too expensive for most people. We've seen they've rolled down to 10 gold at 7. They're in big trouble. Jinx and Ahri also in the carousel here. We'll see what Weijin wants to go for.
Yeah, does he want the +1 Ionia, or does he want the Ahri for the Ionia?
Ooh. I feel like he kind of wanted this map, but I think he's not going to be upset about getting the Ahri. It's still kind of a good consolation prize.
Yeah, if he was able to get to this spat, I think that plays for the highest potential, the max cap, as we like to say. But the Ahri is also really good right now, so...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky situation, honestly.
I think Weijin is a little bit more known to play for that max cap, though, right? It's part of why his stats on first place are so incredible, and so I think that did kind of lean towards the decision, but the fact that there was no bad option there for Weijin, it feels fantastic.
Hey, look what we have here.
Finally a strong board.
I thought, well, also...
We've been seeing 1 star the entire stage 4.
This is literally what I was talking about, Targon Flex. Like, the idea you play Targon Bastion, but instead of playing for 4 Bastion and Aphelios, he chose to play around Azir and Nasus as a Shurima package, and that's what makes the Targon Flex variations very versatile.
Yeah, and you know, he goes up against Panda. Panda has found upgrades, but in a really rough spot at 18 health, and as you said, finally a strong board. Tidal is incredibly strong, so even though Panda found upgrades, this fight is still very close. The Silco trying to get so much value. The Nasus is the last thing remaining, and this Azir is just cranking through, stacking up with the Ginsu. That one last cast is maybe not enough as Azir gets there, and Panda will be on 1 life alongside Piva, who also lost this round.
Tidal's really good, man. I know he obviously got really lucky to hit Azir 2 while it was being contested, but overall, he has done a fantastic job. His item choices were immaculate. He pathed himself really well. He played flexibly. He's also putting together a modular board. Like, what more could you want?
Tidal absolutely showing why he was one of the favorites coming into this tournament. We were asking questions after yesterday, but still 11th place. That was pretty solid. We wanted to see where he could go, and he started the day well, and he's getting even stronger in this game number 2.
Now what we saw there briefly, he's almost onto Quinn 3, maybe deciding to hit tell those Mordekaisers to try and find that hit. Piva on his last life, TG Mordekaiser,
and it's Tidal.
AG Nashers onto this Azir. They are upgraded at the very least.
It's Tidal on the other side that he's running into, so it's a very strong board, but at least Piva found those upgrades. Looking at Panda on the left as well. Looks like Panda's got his fight on lock, so it's just Piva versus Tidal. Piva holding on for now, but the Azir is still alive for Tidal. Couple more auto attacks. He's ramped up from the Ginsu. He's got more items than the Gunblade, but Piva gets there, stays alive just barely.
Man, that's really close. Piva can't lose a single round. Otherwise, it is lights out, and possibly lights out for his tournament. He did make a pretty decent midday comeback yesterday, but going into today, he needs every single point he can squeeze.
The pivot here, Mordekaiser onto the board, and again, roll down after this PvE stage. Can he find the Quinn 3? Is that enough to stabilize him and jump him into the top 4? He's currently sitting on 16 HP. Could be 2 lives, maybe 1 if he takes a big enough loss.
Yeah, not perfect items for Mordekaiser, but we'll see what he finds off of this.
What?
He's only 2 Quins away.
A Nashor's Tooth just drops with that Mordekaiser? What? And if he just has a sword, he gets Edge of Night Nashor's Tooth? There's no way.
As I'm saying, he doesn't have great Mord items, and then it's the perfect ones just come out of the box.
That's the roll here, has to hold all of these 3 cost units. Try and find the Quinn. He finds 1 more. Doesn't have a duplicator, needs to find 1 more natural Quinn with these last few rolls. Can he do it to try and fight for his life in this game?
Can't find it. But can he win the round? He just found great items, does not get the sword, so he's not able to get there on Edge of Night.
Night Harvester is something you got to put items on that Mordekaiser too of some kind. No Quicksilver does hurt though.
It's Piva, Altanawe. Piva could go down. Altanawe, if he takes a big enough loss, could fall here too, but he should be on 2 lives. You see, he does start to slam the items. He does get items onto the Mordekaiser. Get on the other side, Rek'Sai trying to stay alive there. Panda runs into the Rek'Sai. The Neela upgrade as well. She's got TG and rolled items that I guess are serviceable enough. It's down to the Fiora. Can the cast actually save the day one last time? But that is too tanky of a Sejuani. However, Kai'Sa's got his back. Gonna be able to hold on a little bit longer. 1 more cast. Panda stays alive. Altanawe down to 1 life.
On his last life, has to roll here.
Yeah, no one died, and actually it's very, very close at the bottom.
Oh, Quinn 3!
Finds it.
Now we have some real damage cooking for Altanawe, but now the question is, how strong are some of the other boards? This looks really strong. If he had Jarvan 2, I would actually say that he's in a position to win streak back to top 4. I just worry that the Mordekaiser are going to draw aggression. We don't have Quicksilver, we don't have Edge of Night, we don't have a lot of good frontline. Our best secondary frontline is Poppy 2, that's naked.
The biggest thing is the Jarvan. If he had time to buy for 2, maybe 3 Cataclysms, okay, but it might be only 1 depending on who he fights here.
All right, going up against Panda. So this is a fight to stay alive. Panda does have that Kai'Sa, not going to get CC'd. The Jarvan not finding the right targets, but the Quinn is still up. Kai'Sa's still full health. Mordekaiser, importantly, still full health. Takes out the Fiora with just 1 big swing, and the God of Death going to reign supreme. Panda going to fall here in 8th as Altanawe holds on for a little bit longer.
Another bottom finish for Panda, which I think unfortunately might eliminate him, but we'll have to take a look.
Piva survives, Naue on 4, Hanxing on 4, Piva on 5, so close to the bottom end of the standings here. Connor also took a loss there. Weijin got a win, still at 28. I think there's a big gap now between those top 3 spots and everyone else.
That's Isaiah too. And every single win is crucial for whether or not you can get to the top 4. It's literally anybody's game based on what the boards I'm looking at. I think Altanawe's board can top 4. It's just really about how strong other people's boards are as well.
All right, well, he does have Hanxing in his
full
pool.
clump.
Could just be a fight, and as you said, full clump. What does he run
Against
into?
Tidal.
It's Tidal.
No
Tidal
Jarvan.
could get a ton of value from the Silco, but there is the spread. The Jarvan jumps in, gets the stun.
Second cast has come through.
Altanawe trying to hold on here. There's the Mordekaiser still full HP, but now he's dropping quickly to the Azir. Gets 1 more auto, 2 more autos, and that's enough. Altanawe lives.
On the left there,
and Piva does as well on 1 HP on the Azir.
So little HP. The Karma cast comes through, does not kill the Azir. Such fortunate wins
And now Connor!
Players. And the Rek'Sai still alive. Azir fighting for his life. I don't think he can do it here. The Rek'Sai Furious Bite will be able to close it out. The Aatrox trying his best, but not quite enough.
Is Hanxing still on 4 Rek'Sais?
Yes.
What? Oh, an Aatrox with a guard breaker. That could be huge for damage. There's also a Vanquisher Emblem for Weijin Iverson. I kind of wonder if anybody wants to utilize the Rise here on Piltover. Probably not. Might just take that for the gold or the item.
QSS could be big if there's any slots open on any of those Aatroxes or the Mordekaisers as well.
Yeah, if we see that Mordekaiser with 2 items, I don't recall immediately who it was, but we might be able to get that.
And Weijin does pick up the Vanquisher Emblem, trying to go more vertical, trying to get more crit onto that Karma, and hoping the Karma can do enough to win some of these fights. Just barely missed out on that last one.
HP so incredibly close. Piva at 5, Altanawe at 4, Hanxing at 4, Connor at 2. This lobby couldn't be closer.
So positioning here is actually everything. This is the point where how you position and how things like Jarvan, your clump, does Fiora target the right things with Mordekaiser? Is your Zir able to get onto their backline? Everything matters. It's all the small things. So I look forward to Bebe's next Telestrator segment.
The Tier 1 is just so problematic. We're in stage 5-5. And this is, your secondary carry, sure, but a pivotal part of this comp.
Yeah, and he runs into Weijin, who just grabbed that upgrade with the Vanquisher. Gonna be a team kill here, potentially. Connor trying to stay alive. Looking on the other side, though, P.Va versus Nem. P.Va trying to hold on, goes up against the Mordekaiser. It's a challenger Mordekaiser with the Quicksilver, but his Mord is doing too much work in the front. He lives, whereas Connor gets blasted down by the Karma and the Ahri, and Connor will be going out in a bot 4.
A very fortunate pickup. The Vanquisher emblem on the Ahri, so effective.
I want to give a shout out to Henshing. I mean, honestly, that 6 was really tough to swallow, but realistically, that was one of the lowest rolls I've seen in quite some time. So 6 is actually not that bad, all things considering. He could have gone 8th very easily. There's a Jarvan 2 in the shop for Nem. We need to buy that. Trying to figure out what he wants to sell. Probably this Sejuani at this point, but he does give up Bruiser, and that could end up being relevant because that extra HP on a 1-star frontline could make all that difference. I'm not entirely so sure about that.
And now in a Jarvan pair, still has not found the upgrade either. Big clump on the left here.
Yeah, I gotta watch this Jarvan. He will cast, right? Double Protector's Vow. Does he get all the backliners? He doesn't get a Zir, and I think that's massive for this early damage. Still watching Altanaway's Mordekaiser, and it gets blown up by the Azir and the Mordekaiser on the other side. It's all down to Quinn. One more Sky Strike, but the Talia gets the knock up, and Altanaway goes down.
Nem also potentially can lose here. Altanaway might get
Nem falls as well, and he goes lower.
-16 for Nem.
Altanaway got there.
Loss.
That's a great top 4 for Altanaway, honestly. We talked about how I think that his board was capable of getting there. He needed to min-max everything possible, and I feel like he did the best thing he could. Given that, for example, he didn't take that Quicksilver on Carousel because he put, a Spark on his Mordekaiser. It's not great, but he has to do something, and I think he should be proud of that 4th.
And Weijin playing a great game despite we're on Stillwater Hold, finds 2 Vanquisher emblems, knows how to play this line. Despite not playing it much, I think not at all yesterday with the Ione line for him. Many players did, but not Weijin particularly.
Weijin has mastered Earth so well that he has 2 emblems on Stillwater. I can't believe it. It's insane with this guy.
Yeah, nice. I like that. If he can hit Karma 3, he can get another item onto Ahri. We got some real serious DPS. I don't think you need that much frontline now that you have Shen 2, although Shen only has 2 items. Wow, no Karmas whatsoever for Weijin. P.Va ends up going for an even Shroud, just for a little bit extra frontline resistances. That's not that great for him. You already have Jewel Gauntlet effect through Vanquisher, so maybe Archangel Staff or Guard Breaker or even Shiv if he doesn't have any magic resistance. Shred for Weijin. It is the Ghost for P.Va, so what happens in the other fight?
Yeah, P.Va should be able to survive against this Ghost. It's Tidal's Ghost, and it looks like Tidal actually hasn't found a ton of recent upgrades, but the front line has been starred up a little bit, so Tidal's still very strong. He hasn't lost too much health since the last time we checked in when he was at 70. And it looks like even the Ghost, it's a tough time for P.Va to get through this front line, but Fiora made it to the back, but she didn't get there, and the last shield from Shen is enough. P.Va's actually going to go down to the Ghost, while Weijin loses to Tidal on the other side.
And Tidal played such a great tempo game in stages 2 and 3. The Rage Blade, the Gunblade Slam, using Renekton as a main frontline carry. And as you mentioned, thought he was going to go into Aphelios with the Bastions he was holding on his bench. Pivots in stage 4, finds a way to find both damage and frontline, and is now holding Karmas to try and make it so that Weijin cannot hit his next huge power spike.
You guys better believe the hype about Tidal. Maybe the first couple games of the day didn't go his way yesterday in day number 1, but now you can start to see why fundamentally people peg him as the hope of Japan. When Tidal is in the championship, everyone knows Japan can win worlds.
Yeah, just phenomenal fundamental TFT from Tidal, and then one more fight for Weijin potentially here. Didn't find the Karma 3, so this front line from Tidal is just way too beastly. You see the Xayah trying to chew through, and she just can't, and it's up to the Karma. If that was Karma 3, that backline would have been gone, but instead it stays alive due to the shields from Shen. One last cast from Xayah, it won't do it. Weijin gets a second, and Tidal finds the win here on Stillwater Hold.
What a refreshing game of TFT, quite honestly. Yeah. That was really different than what we came to expect. And leave it up to Stillwater Hold. Hold. Emphasis on that word, as
We are trying to see what ends up happening for the rest of the day, but what a crazy outcome based off of what should be considered, to most people, the most boring portal in TFT. I thoroughly enjoy
You have one more game left here. Kess finally finding himself in the top 2 spots in a game. He hasn't done so all throughout the tournament yet. Well, maybe a little bit too late, but still has to play for placements here. And Kess finally gets the win for Japan.
All right.
Title gets a second, and we saw there Kess getting a big first.
And that's big. Japan going 1-1 in that lobby. Huge for them. And Kez at this point, I think, eliminated, but really trying to play for pride. And if anything we know from not only the Japanese player, but also historically from their interviews, pride matters a lot to this minor region that has actually historically punched above their weight.
Yeah, I mean, Kess started out, day one not being able to find a top 4 and then turning it around with 2 very solid games right at first in that last one. I think Kess has got to be very happy with the turnaround on day 2, even if he can't make it.
Yeah, so I mean, overall, the standings are going to be having another shakeup. We saw some players who were in the bottom that were not actually doing that well earlier, but now they've got some important wins. We're going to give you an update. We're going to give you analysis. We're going to get some familiar faces back when we return to the Runeterra Reforged Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Auto tactics ramped up from the Ginsu. He's got more items than the gun, but Piva gets there, stays alive just barely. It's all down to Quinn. One more Sky Strike, but the Tia gets the knock up and Altanawe goes down. Weijin gets the second and Tidal finds the win here on Stillwater Hold.
She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule number 1, I ain't never number 2. Let me take it higher. We can get a better view. We too deep in it just to let it be. I'm just saying, stop playing. You look better on me.
Shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Welcome back to our analyst desk, and as you can see, we're already standing because I think we're gonna go onto a journey, but first, Stillwater Hold came around. Obviously, one of the choices in the portals to deny the earthing, so to say, baby. How does one manage a Stillwater hold game.
Okay, so the generic Stillwater strategy is to actually not go for 4 costs. As you notice in the game, a lot of people rush 7 and try to roll down for the 4 costs, and we saw players that did hit, and we saw players that did not hit, right? So if you go for a 4-cost gamble, it's actually very inconsistent. So what you want to do is that you actually want to go for 1, 2, 3-cost rerolls, especially 1-cost rerolls, because these compositions only don't work when there's an Earth player with a nice spat, so there's no Earth in Stillwater, and also doesn't work in a portal that has a lot of econ as well too. There's no econ Stillwater, so this is a strategy that you do usually want fame after.
Professor Baby, I have a question. If there's no way for people to get 2 emblems, how did Wajan find 2?
I think I can answer that. I think that's part of a... If you back in the old day, you actually get the emblems by going into the carousel and then finding a spot. So Wajan lost streak the first 3 rounds and that with 84 HP or something like that. And then he went into carousel and then finding the spot. And then he knew that the Vanquisher line wasn't going to be contested because that's usually something that you don't really go for, especially in Stillwater. So
yeah, if you're the guy that finds 2 emblems in Stillwater, you're probably going down that line.
That's the Earth spirit as well. The Stillwater may be there to actually punish the Earth players, but Wajan had the Earth within him. He still managed to pull it off.
Sometimes you just gotta believe in your Earth. But Peter, talk to me about Tidal. From the very beginning of this lobby, he was the one to blaze through it, winning left and right and center with a little bit of everything, it seems like.
Yeah, he was a salt of the earth champion, absolutely. I think this really played into his style. We've been seeing him doing this all tournament long, which is that he's just running parallel to what everybody else is doing. He can absolutely play the regular style, but given the opportunities like this was really his wheelhouse to show exactly what he's capable of. It was putting together so much of a bronze team, but being able to find so many different individual points of strength. Bearing in mind, of course, we were getting extra items coming in compared to what we'd be used to.
Yeah, and those extra items are so important in the Stillwater, right? You want to be running those comms that can actually use them, right, baby?
I mean, that's just how it goes with the reroll comms as well, too. Since if you have a lot of 3 stars, you get all these extra items from Stillwater you can put onto. So if you have 3 stars with atomization, that's actually a really good strategy to go for. So that's why I do recommend going for rerolls if you can. Not for cost force, but these are players. I mean, yes, these strategies, yes, of course.
Okay, baby. Okay, baby. I know you like flaming the players. Let's take it down a notch. But before this desk, I was asking, like, what do we want to see? Nobody said Stillwater, so who of you was it? You were not on the desk, Payat. Was it you?
I mean...
I know that there was a genius that recommended some sort of strange Draven strat. I don't know who it was, but that guy was 5-head super smart genius.
You're cooking way too much. That's maybe a little too much. No, but that, in all honesty, I think we're in a weird timeline in which Stillwater is a counter strat. You're actually punishing a lot of the players that actually rely too much on Earth. And that's something that people have been doing for almost a month. So actually watching good old TFT, it brings back memories.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is more of that where this came from, but let's have a look at our standings, because after game 2 of the day, we already have players here that cannot make it anymore. Unfortunately, Tex, Isotoma, Panda out of the running. Kess finds finally a first place, but was out before this game already. I'm sure there will be more players that come into that group as we move across to the top. We have one player that's so close to already being solidified for day number 3.
Wow. I mean, I think a lot of people, of course, Japanese fans, a lot of fans of TFT across the world want to see Tidal moving up the standings, but Volta just below him there as well. We've got, we are getting the variety. We came into this day very, very NA and China's focus, but it's starting to break up a little bit as we move towards the end of the day.
And I also do want to mention that Honglian, an OG Chinese, like a non-mobile player, actually made it back to top 2, so we actually have a lot of hype for China going on at the moment as well, too.
We absolutely do, and we keep saying it, right? China is in that high echelon with a group of players where people were saying, I'm from China and I don't even know these guys. So you have to put so much respect on that region as a whole. Every player they send is an absolute beast that has been destroying lobbies left and right. And with that, I think there's a little portal here that we're going to hop into, and we'll see where we come out on the other side. We're going to go into game number 3 in just a couple of minutes.
Ladies first.
We're gonna take it to the
close to frozen. What a time to feel alive. We'll be by the river when the floodgates are open. I think about it all the time. Stars to fight, stars to fire. We'll keep the heat on high, and we'll let it simmer, let it. We'll fly the line, break the rush, time and tide, it's big enough. We'll find a time, we'll steal the love, yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. Yeah, darling, forever give it up. What a time to be alive. We've reached the boiling point. It's overflowing. We'll climb the gates or tear them open. We'll fly the line, break the rules.
Welcome back, everyone. Ready to go into the last third of the games in this 12-game circuit we have across the first 2 days. I'm Petrus Panda, joined by the only person on this broadcast that has been to World before in set 4. And then there's Bebe. Bebe, we haven't cast together yet this tournament. I'm very excited to rein you in and not let you get too wild on this cast.
All right. We're going to have a fantastic time here. We got some good games, 3 and 4. Most of the winners are going to be decided on these games, so I am excited to be here. How about you, Payat?
I mean, I'm really happy to be casting with 2 really giant people, both in height and in just how great they are in TFT, but also great. Look at this lobby. You have Weishen and Iverson, the top one of the lobby, the league, of the group stage, you could say. And also really good players overall as well.
And right away, loading in, Urf is the most picked Legends. I wonder why. Once again, we had this discussion already in day 1. Bandle Cafeteria is going to be the most picked option. Here, of course, this isn't really always democratic. It could be a 1 guy or a 2 guy in this case now on the Shroom Bazaar.
Okay, we have to focus on the people that is not on Bandle Cafeteria. Weishen is confident in not using his Earth Bomb, and that's why in that spot. And Piva, it seems, also has different plans too. But Okay, Kermit's like, nah, we doing this. Let's go.
I mean, whenever you have the bundle cafeteria, it's also a really high chance of actually getting it because since there are only 2 bundle city portals right now, because if we remember correctly, Scalpel Powell is not in the game right now, it's deactivated, you're gonna see it a ton.
And of course, with this patch list, you have to be looking at craftable emblems, or potentially, if you are a bit of a high roller, tacticians crowns. If you lose streak early in this stage 2, especially.
Would you want to make a tactician's crown situation, or would you rather save for 2 spots? What do you think, our fine world rep Pie Hat?
I mean, we're in a meta where you actually want a lot of verticals, so I know you're a very common person who really is a fan of just gambling it all, trying to go all in. But that being said, having a tactician's crown is actually 2 stacks of cookies. There's 40 HP to any unit every single round, and that stacks up.
And thinking about the craftable emblems, the verticals that you might want to go to, it's going to come down to if you pick Ancient Archives or a Tome-related augment at 2-1 as an Earth player, which everyone is in this lobby, all 8 players on Earth. Then you have to be thinking, if I get offered an Ionia emblem, for example, I'm going to try and go for 2 Ionia, try to make it to 9, playing a high-tempo game plan across this stage 2 and 3.
Okay, we're looking at Piva's board right now, and that was actually kind of insane. He has a Cassiopeia 2 with a Tear and a Cloak Star with a Cho'Gath at the ready. So I do think that our fine Piva, our global rank 1 player, is actually trying to make it back into the top 8. Let's see if it's possible or not.
He's mounting a bit of a comeback on this day 2 across the first 2 games, now sitting at 37 points, around that 12 to 16 point mark where you're close to making the top 8.
And it's a golden augment.
How many archives? 1, 2, 3, 4,
Only
5,
Wation
spinned it.
rerolled.
All right.
And everyone's opening it at the same time. I do
6 ancient archives in the end. Shurima has been found for
Shurima's back.
Cassiopeia 2 and 2 more Cassios in well.
We like to call him the Chorima because that Cho'Gath is gonna grow so much. And actually, well, he's contested.
Well, it seems Shurima's are contested in this lobby at the moment. We gotta check the spats of the other players too. We see 1 Demacian. Is there any other spatulas in the lobby that is standing out? And that is gonna decide who is contested and who isn't.
Well, I have some bad news for maybe the viewers, maybe for us, but we have 3 Demacia emblems. What? We have 2 Shurima emblems. And Tamura and Asian sitting on solid lines that they can be playing solo with Ionia for Weijin and going to be challenger for Tamura. So this could be a game like the game 4 we saw yesterday in day 1 where so many players are trying to contest the same exact 4 costs in stage 4.
So Shurima and Demacia is contested. We have a solo Ionia from Weijin. We have a Sork from Panda. And we also have the double challengers potential from Tamura. What do you guys think is going to win this game?
I really want to point out the Weijin, as you said, because he's the only guy who didn't paint the tome. He picked Dedication. He's playing for a line that is not contested. It's basically the same thing, but just guaranteed.
I wanted to know with the patches that are open right now for Bandit Cafeteria, Ionia and Shurima are the 2 verticals that can really benefit from this the most because they can go into those 2 verticals, they can craft 2, and Weijin is ahead of the game already, has both emblems ready to go, the Ash and the Graves 2 for now, item carrying. And this is going to be all about trying to go 9 at this point in time, finding the way to stabilize your board to stay healthy both in economy and in HP.
But now we have to think about the important question. Is Weijin really willing to go for level 9 for 5 cost 2 stars? Because he is #1 on the leaderboards at the moment. He doesn't need to take that risk. He actually might consider just all-inning at 7 to just get a cool top 4 placement. And maybe if he gets lucky, he might get a higher placement.
And also another thing that people have been doing with Ionia is also rerolling the Ash. Ash has had a lot of success during the entire day 1.
Talking about craftable emblems, Tamura sitting on 2 challenger emblems, can be looking at the 8 challenger vertical. Panda sitting on 2 sorcerer emblems. I mean, so if we're talking about Earth and emblems being, I think, the most dominant characteristics of this entire tournament, this game really highlights that to a crazy amount.
And the main question is going to be the 3 Demacia players, Shingiro, Connor, Kurum. Demacia is not a craftable emblem. You cannot do that with Spatula, nor you cannot do that with Slayer. So what can you actually do with a Spatula when you're playing a line that isn't really craftable?
You're right, the Demacia players are not guaranteed a second Demacia spat. They do need to find 1 more from the 3-2 or the 4-2 augment, so that is going to be the decisive factor whether they hit first place or not.
Of course, Connor, a player we saw yesterday, hit 2 Demacia emblems in 2 separate carousels in the same game, could be trying to go for that same strategy in this game 3 on day 2. And we're looking now at this Cho'Gath, continuing to gain that extra HP. The big question is, why are there 5 Graves on the bench?
Man, Piva just chilling with upgrades saying, yo, I have 2 Cassiopeia 2-stars, why not get 2 Graves 2-star just to flex on my opponents?
He's playing build different and we don't know it yet. I think he's angling towards that build different at 3-2.
And I thought Bebe liked to cook. That's something and I think maybe if he wins, maybe we can find a random Grave 3.
Does that mean our world champion does not know the legendary double Cassiopeia to double Graves 2-star?
Oh, the Jin comes through.
Telling me that Graves is the play, the 5 Graves. Oh, I'm interested now. I'm curious.
Jin gets a big win there in the end. And we're going to see any interesting options on this carousel. I mean, we've seen most of the players that were looking to close out the second emblems. They've been closed out already. So they're not looking for that key component to try and close out the Ionia or the challenger emblems.
I mean, I actually was interested to see a Spat here. If Spat here showed up at the carousel, then Lost Streaking would have been very, very impactful and the lobby would go crazy. But it seems to be just a very singular, one of each component type like start.
There is a rod for Ace, which closes his Shurima emblem as well. So every player, their mission for the game, their homework is first get your 2 emblems and then make it to 9. Most players have done that part 1 already. Now the hard part is making it to 9.
And it was really sad for Pia because Pia really was going towards the Nafiru with the rod for the Shurima, and he just got joined at the last second. And now we're gonna see how the Lobbies is gonna spike up so much.
The mod check there, we saw Robotic Arm was in the game for Tamura here if he decides to go down that route later on. He can have Jinx maybe as an item carrier in stage 3 with a challenger emblem. It could work out with the extra attack speed.
Now, the sad thing about challengers a bit for those who know is that you don't really want to go vertical 8 challenger. 6 is usually just good enough. And when you go for challengers, you want more combat augments that can make your units stronger after they hit the 3 item mark. So I don't know if Tamura is in a good spot right now in the lobby.
But the good thing about that is at least you'll have 6 challenger during the mid game, so even though a challenger may not be the strongest vertical you can go for, if he finds a good Ogna, as you said, on 3-2, he should be able to win streak for a bit.
You're forgetting to mention, baby, I think the most important part about this challenger, which is finding a 5-cost legendary on 7 and itemizing it with a challenger emblem.
Okay. That does sound ridiculous, but if you roll 40 times, 80 gold does guarantee you 1 5-cost. It's random, but it does guarantee mathematically speaking.
That's the hard part, getting the right one.
Okay, so you're not gonna miss. If you ever always roll at 7, you always hit a legend.
It's always Aatrox Velvet, right?
I mean,
if you're baby, potentially. If you're me, most definitely not in my ladder games. But looking at the HP totals, 1 player defending, trying to go for that 5 win streak. That's going to be Qingro, the Chinese player. He's done it so many games throughout today. He's been so strong yesterday as well. Was finished in that top 6 of the standings. And we're seeing now the Chinese showdown, Ace versus Qingro.
I kind of want to compliment the fact that these players memorize every Damasha item build-up. So he's actually using the Deathblade so beautifully on Jin, that ultimate doing so much damage but doesn't kill anything. Okay.
Swain 2 is too much with Shurima as well with the HP. It's going to be the end of the win streak here, unfortunately. It's now Ace instead who starts his own little win streak going into that stage 3.
And he's looking really good going forward. He already has a Nasus, he already has a 4 Shurima going on. He just needs to find maybe 1 or 2 good units, 6 Shurima online. It's just gonna punish the entire lobby.
The awkward thing about this situation is that for Damashan players, there's nothing to charge, really. So all that Bandle cafeteria size going on your queen, your backline, feels awkward, man.
Double loss streak for Panda and for Weijin. They successfully defend their loss streak coming into the stage 3. At some point, they have to start breaking this. They have to find a way to stabilize either at 3-2 or at 3-5 as we're seeing with the roll downs on 6 or on 7.
So Piva and Weijin is looking quite solid, but the problem is Ionian and Shurima good enough to beat the Damashans? Because Damasha is actually the strongest amongst the 9 vertical series. So we'll have to see.
You see a Deathblade here, potentially a slam for this Ashe, hoping to get a last whisper later on to this game. And could be a stone plate. Was recently nerfed though, so not really, I think, as attractive as it has been in the past few patches.
And we also see, you can see the bench. He already has 2 Nylas.
What?
Holy,
level
I missed
5?
That. He's on level 5.
Wow. Okay, so in this situation, do you go for Ashe reroll or do you just go for level 7 for Nyla 2?
This is where it kind of tears you into both directions. You would maybe want to go for the Ashe. Reroll has very good stats, especially finding that Ashe 3 as a way to tempo your way into 9. But now with the Nyla, you're incentivized to maybe go to 7 instead and roll there for both Ashe and the Nyla 2.
And the good thing that the Vision Gas going on for him is that remover. He's gonna itemize the Ashe for a long time. He maybe even find an Ashe 2 and continue the win streak. And then later he's gonna remove the items, put them on the Saya, and just steamroll from there.
I think Weijen is still gonna roll at 6 at least for an upgrade or 2. He has an Ash pair, he's a set pair, so maybe he'll stabilize first and then think about it. But most importantly of all, what is the next augment? Silver, gold, prismatic, that changes the entire direction.
Both Panda and Weijen, 6 loss streak for both players. The econ is great, the HP not so
Gold.
much. Ace also defends.
Demacia Spat? Where?
Demacia crest for Kurum.
Demacia Spat's the most important.
Kurum had a Demacia emblem as well, if I'm not mistaken. That is the case. So this is a player that can now go to 9 Demacia, but first, of course, has to make it to level 9.
Connor also found a dedication, so he is able to get 9 Demacia as well too.
These
so this
NA
lobby,
players are out of control.
Oh man.
I thought those emblems were not craftable.
You get a little bit of an NA magic. Seemingly they are, either in carousels or off of your augments. They can be found. Weijen finds the Ash 2 upgrade, still sitting on just that BF sword on her.
Now the terrifying thing about this lobby is that the Demacian players still have a spatula that they can use for Force of Natures if they get a prismatic. So they can actually hit 9 Demacias at level 8. This lobby's gonna go crazy.
Oh. God.
Wow.
I don't even want to look. This is just so strong. And I think also an interesting thing, because other players might also be tempted to go with their own verticals, this means that the lobby tempo will be a tiny bit slower. And if Demacia players and other players make it to 9, Demacia players will be the ones winning out. So I think a very favorable lobby complexion for both Connor and Kurum.
Now, if there's any Weijen fans out there, he needs to all in now because he is not going to win during the late game. 9 Ionians do not beat these 9 Demacian players.
I'm just now scared because there's a ticking time bomb going on. Everyone's playing, I think almost everyone's playing Earth. If not, but if in 4-2 it's a prismatic augment, everyone is gonna get another spat, and those Demacia players will have a fun.
And the battle for this carousel, if there's a spatula on it, is Kurum incentivized to maybe lose this next fight with as much of a loss as possible to guarantee his first pick? There's maybe too big of a gap right now between Weijen and Kurum. And second question, are Weijen and Panda tasked with defending a spatula with their lives, considering that it can be a fawn for either Kurum or Connor?
Now that is correct. For those who don't know, the odds to get a spatula at a carousel is 20%.
Thank you,
all
Professor
right?
Bebe.
I'm just saying.
No, it's very that was not sarcastic, Bebe.
No.
For a great stat, and Piva thinking someone else as well for 3 Shurima emblems at this point in level 6. This lobby, I have just a small idea is going to get out of control very quickly.
I mean, it's already... I don't know what to expect for now. At least we can see the 6 Shurima power spike already going. And we were talking about how many comms were actually
loading in.
Early game.
Spatula.
Oh, spatula!
Oh, spatula!
Oh
my god, they gotta eat that!
Defend with your life, Panda.
Go,
it is
Panda.
your mission, Panda.
Okay, Weijen saved the lobby for a little bit, but he also has he already has a sword, so that's a third Ionian spot.
Exactly. No, it was a doubly,
yeah,
win-win
It's
there
good for Weijen, and he denies all the Demacian players are level 8, 9 Demacias. Thank God for those Weijen fans out there. Man.
And one player who's still win streaking, Ace, trying to, again, take advantage of players, trying to go fast 8, trying to go fast 9, taking a very slow approach to this stage 3. He's saying, I'm going to play for high tempo, going to try and win streak all this stage 3, and have an HP advantage when these Exodia boards do come online.
So Weijen is rolling at 7. He found 1 Shen so far. Not really what he wanted. He does want to finish off that Nyla 2. Is he going to roll more? No, he is chilling for now. Let's see exactly when he wants to continue to decide to invest.
I mean, he found 2 Nylas at 5, 0 Nylas at 7. I think that's very balanced. That's part of the game. Well, at least with that roll down, he may be able to do something. He's fighting against Panda, which already has a level 7, say 6 Sork, so...
I like for Weijen here, he's considering holding the spatula, maybe waiting until the 4-2 augment pick to see if he can also get his own Tactician's Crown and go 9 Ionia very early. Instead, the earlier he gets his spike, the more HP he can preserve. So when the final, Exodia boards do come online, he can also be as healthy as maybe Ace is.
So the non-Demacia, non-Ionian, and non-Shurima players, Samura and Panda, actually going 7-8 holding hands, and they actually have a harder future as well, too.
Kurum takes a loss down to 52. Connor's still very healthy, considering he has a chance to also potentially go 9 Demacia as the game goes on.
Nyla 2 for Wasian, so he wanted to actually preserve the win streak and make it to a 4 streak and go just spike from there. It's a really good start. Really sad for Tamura because, as we said, challengers can be useful in the stage 3, not when everyone has 2 or 3 spats already.
Okay, so if you were to analyze Krumex's board earlier, as we saw, he didn't really have like a good board. He doesn't have a Mordekaiser, for example, and he's also very low on Econ and HP. This means he needs a Prismatic to bail him out so he can get the Force of Natures and hit Dying Damashas really, really fast. I think if Krumex does not hit a Prismatic, he might need to all in here for Morty too.
And on the other side, you can see the player that you would like to be. Shingro already with a Mordekaiser. He actually grabbed a Portal Forge. You see a Mordekaiser, Demacia, and with a Sonia, so he's gonna be really powerful and really defensive. She's not gonna die.
For Tamura, his augment pickup, you mentioned, baby, him needing combat strength augment for this challenger comp. He did find exactly that. Gifts from the Fallen was Tamura's pickup for his second augment choice. Has to, of course, try and roll down and, as we mentioned, maybe find one of those lucky Aatroxes or Belveth as he does. He's already level 7, 40 gold, so he's relatively rich when it comes to this 3-7 stage, this Wolves fight.
As a challenger main, my official analysis of this board is that... Uh-oh. No Fiora 2, no carry damage itemizations, has 2 challenger spams, but what does that do in the end?
Okay, right now it's but let's wait for him to roll down his gold, and then you can let us know what you think of the final board.
We have 40
He's
gold.
got 3 belts, dude!
I mean...
No damage! No damage items!
Some time.
His pants are falling, he needs those belts, baby.
Okay, he can get a Velvet 2 here then, you know what, why not?
Oh, well, that's an Ari.
That's the wrong 5 cost.
I mean,
down to 10 gold already, holding a lot of gold on his bench though. He still has a chance, I think, to roll at least a 0 heal, start selling off some of these units and try and find the units he actually needs. Fioras, Kaisas, and ideally, as you mentioned, Aatrox.
He needs a 5-cost 1-star no matter what. If he does not find a 5-cost 1-star here, he's going to start tanking damage too much, and now he has no HP and no money.
Jarvan 2 for Panda is big, and this also takes away a lot of Jarvan from the Demacia players.
Looks like a rough shot. I think that's GG for Tamura.
And we'll have to wait for the Ultimate. Maybe the Ultimate choices can actually give him something to come back. I'm really not sure, but yeah, this is... I respect the fact that you're going towards a line that isn't really contested. Challengers, you can actually play normal-esque because the Fioras are going to be out of the pool, but a lot of players.
But it's a big loss, and the bigger problem is coming a bit later on, right? Once Kurum and Connor go 8, if they find Spatula here on this...
No. Gold. Thank God for all the non-Demolition players. No Spatula offered. So most people are just probably going to get extra bonus like a combat value or some itemizations. Do you guys see anything special besides maybe like healing orbs?
There's healing orbs in the top there. We see a second healing orb for Panda potentially as well, who needs to find some immediate strength considering his HP. We also have the shield that has been slammed onto the Azir, and the Azir 2 on Tamura's board. So we haven't found a 5-cost, but we at the very least found an upgraded 4-cost item hold.
One thing that actually stands out, which is there are 2 people actually have their return on investment. So they are trying to just roll down for a lot and actually get the way to maybe get an extra phone, a +1 to put something in. So
I mean, technically, going for return on investment is cheaper than hitting level 9. It costs like way less gold. So that is one method to get their 9 synergies online. That is actually a very good point.
And it is going to be both Piva and Connor who are playing for those vertical 9 trades. Piva is playing for Shurima and Connor is playing for Demacia.
I do like Ace's board as well. The stationary support with a Banshee's Veil. We've seen Mordekaiser work with any spatula, so maybe if we get a Mordekaiser with a Shurima spat with the Banshee's Veil on top of it, it's going to be really good. But for now, we see Wasian actually trying to spike.
Defends the win streak and takes the win streak away from Ace, who has continued to win streak all of Stage 3, the start of Stage 4 here as well.
So this is the point where the first and second place Shurima players, very strong during the early game, but weak during the mid game, is going to hold Econ until they can rush 9.
Kurum finds Quinn 2, but he's on 17 HP. We talk about the dangers of trying to play for 9 Demacia, the pitfalls of trying to play for a fast state and losing so much HP in the process. He's rolled down his gold. He's level 7.
As I said, Kurum X is in a very, very bad spot, but he might get a spatula at the next Curzel, and maybe if he rushes to 8,
doesn't have the gold though. He's just so far away. He has to, if he wins every fight, okay, but he's on a 7 loss streak, baby.
I mean, he still has some hope for the Kurum X fans out there.
I mean, of course, but I do like the Kaisa. For the Kaisa 2 is having just a random source of damage, trying to adapt and not just donkey roll your gold, trying to find maybe a hopeful Fiora. So at least maybe there's a chance.
One more cast. The Cathian Rain comes out. The Ashe taken down with the Nyla. Still trying to do her best. I'm sure she can't really take down the 1v4 here. Does take down the Mordekaiser in the process. So Kurum, buy some time.
He needs a spat. Come on.
Once
Panda
again,
doing damage.
And he's first pick now. There's no way that Weijin or other players can really defend this unless he gets RNG'd on where he starts off in the carousel and where the spatula could be if Panda wants one as well or wants to deny it.
Spatula. No! Yeah. Kurum is just gonna get a very slow death at this point on, especially with his current economic status. Maybe
find a Mord though.
Maybe he could find a Mord too. Maybe.
Yeah, but at the same time, as you said, there's no real goal to maybe get towards the Mordekaiser.
For Piva, the Cassante is so important. We see him. He can't get it. Unfortunately, it's been taken away by Qingro, and now we'll see what he wants to decide for, just trying to complete at least one more item. But this is the one thing with Demacia as well. Reaching 9 Demacia is so much easier because there isn't a 5-cost you have to find and slot in. For Shurima, it's not the same case.
I do wonder,
Okay, so Ace is actually also rolling down as well too at level like 8. I guess he just wants to find DPS output like that Azir.
He wants to go 9 and find Cassante. He's on that route to find the 9 Shurima as well. He's sitting on a level 8, 30 gold with a decently strong board right now, but more importantly, he has 70 HP to work with.
And we've seen the lobby, even though they have a lot of spatulas and a lot of really vertical traits, a lot of them, the units are 1-star, they still haven't hit.
I also love the detail that he actually rolled just to find the Azir so that he doesn't take too much damage. 30 gold is not 50, but it's still like not that low in interest gold, so we'll see how he does.
And Piva has the same exact game plan, sitting on the same exact gold in the same level. Shurima 9 is the goal for both of these players, for Ace and for Piva, and both are very healthy on HP. We talk about the 9 Demacia a lot. It could be Shurima instead winning this lobby.
But the big difference is that Ace has to go level 9. In the other side, Piva, or it can already have 9 Shurimas he finds him due to the return of investment.
Actually, I think Piva's in a worse spot, even though he has a return on investment potential for the Force of Natures, because Ace is guaranteed 9. He has more than enough HP and money, but Piva is not guaranteed a Cassante, and finding Cassante is actually the hard part.
Double stone in the shop. Connor also now down to 16. We're seeing the problem with both of these NA players who are angling towards Demacia are now down to 16 and 17 HP. They could have been too tunnel visioned on trying to get to 8, trying to get to 9, trying to find a way to make it to Tactician's Crown. They haven't been strong enough in the process.
So this is what happens when Demacia players do not find Mordekaiser. Usually in our lobbies, there's always a Mordekaiser. Oh, he did find it?
No, it's a 9 Demacia.
He had return on investment.
He found it. You're right.
Found the Tactician's Crown, and Connor is now in position to swing his way back up in the standings. It was 2 players, of course, Piva and Connor, who were able to pick up that return on the investment as their 3rd augment. He's the boogeyman now. He's the Grim Reaper in this lobby.
Oh my god, nothing is taking damage. Tamura takes a full 7 unit hit. Oh baby, that's gonna hurt.
The tables have turned. Panda. Panda was the one who was trying to maybe scale up, try to not go wave, and when you see Connor with 9 Demacia already, the things are looking great.
The scary thing here now is Connor could potentially eliminate Kurum, who is contesting his own units and trying to go for that same game plan. We'll have to see what Kurum's pool looks like, but he's taken a loss. He's down to 11 HP, which, again, going to stage 5, that could be just one singular life.
So you do not want to be that guy at 7th, 8th when there are so many potential high rollers in this lobby. This is why Weijin actually did a good job by saving his HP, 2nd place, so that even if he does meet the high rollers, it's not going to hurt too much. He's going to save a lot of HP.
And I think now every player has to roll down, find the most border strength they can, and try and preserve HP in the process. Try to lose, if they do lose, by as little as possible. We'll see now for Tamura. He's going to go 8.
Belveth? He's got a
Belveth with the Challenger emblem. He's sitting on 6 Challenger right now. Is this going to be enough against the rest of the players in this field? He has 2 of the strongest players in the lobby in his current pool.
He's tried to level, and the only thing he could actually do...
Fiora 1.
Fiora 1 and a Quinn 1 is... I mean, you have
no items for the Kaisa as well. Just devastating game here for Tamura. All that stage 4 did not go as planned. Panda on 8 Sorcerer.
I mean,
wow, 8
could be enough.
10 HP. Uh-oh.
Wow, 9 Demacias.
Kurum versus Panda potentially on their last lives. Can this Ahri do enough? It's an Ahri 1. The pair is sitting on the bench, but not quite able to get the upgrade just yet. The Quinn damage coming through, but the heal on the Ahri, the shielding, does come through. The huge amount of damage onto the backline. The front line has melted for Kurum X. Quinn is taken down slowly but surely by the Shen, but it's only Shen left alive, and I don't think he can do it alone. The Quinn Sky Strike comes through, the Kaisa cleans up, and Panda, unfortunately, taken down in 8th place.
Now, for those who don't know, that was not 9 Demasias. That was actually 7 Demasias that 8 floors lost to Soa. Right.
Who's on the chopping block for Connor? It's only healthy players. Thankfully, Kurum is going to be saved for this next fight at the very least. Xingro, Piva, and Ace are in trouble, though.
I do wonder if how much HP has Ace whenever he goes 9. Will he be able to actually find 9 Shurima or not?
And Piva is on 9 Shurima already, because he was also the player that had the return on the investment. He had a way to slot in 9 Shurima on level 8.
I mean, you were saying, baby, maybe he wasn't gonna hit, but there's a Cassante on the bench, and he didn't even put it on.
I mean, the problem with the 8 rule for Shurima is that he has no 5-cost 2-stars, and Shurima's actually get first by getting 5-cost 2-stars wins, so I am still worried about his situation.
Kurum fighting for his life. Jarvan, no items, already dead. But all of a sudden, the Kaisa is onto the Azir, and the Kaisa on Tamura's side. She gets taken down. Mordekaiser's taken down. Kurum also taken down. 7th place for the North American player, Connor. He's low in the HP, but he's going to start climbing back up. As we mentioned, he is that 9 Demacia player.
Yeah, Kermix didn't really have anything going on for him that game. He had a very weak early mid game, and he couldn't really hit his forecast. So I guess he did his best by getting at least 7th, at least.
I mean, that's what happens when there are 2 or 3 people actually going towards Demacia. Someone is bound to maybe not hit, and this time, unfortunately, it was Kurm. Thankfully, it wasn't an AIF, so he was able to actually score a couple points, but it's still gonna hurt in going forward.
Oh, meanwhile, Kingru, oh, this is the guy in my lobby. He's the guy with Demasias and Morty too. Yeah, that guy. You guys know that guy?
That guy also has Connor in his pool, though, so he might be in trouble in this next fight. We're looking at Piva now. 9 Shurima, still the Azir, 1. Still the Cassante on the bench. Can this Aatrox do enough with the QSS? Can this Renekton with a singular cloak buy enough time? He's facing Connor. I think that's not going to be the case. 9 Shurima is strong, but this is not yet the fully upgraded board. And 9 Demacia, of course, is going to be stronger. We see the Jarvan casting onto that middle backline row. Rise and Cassio thrown up into the air. The Azir, the Archangel slowly stacking the Nashers, trying to get that damage to the Giant Slayer as well. But Fiora taken down. Mordekaiser inching closer to the Azir. The Azir is still very much trying his best. It's Aatrox and the Shen left alive in the front line, holding on for so long with the resistances that Demacia gives. Finally, Azir breaks through, but it's a little bit too late.
So close.
Quinn takes the win. Connor survives, sitting very comfy on 16 HP and streaking.
I really love the fact that Rise was there. The fight didn't look close, but Rise was just sending minion after minion after minion, just giving enough time for the Azir one to maybe win.
Yep, that was a Bandle Cafeteria Rise with infinite value like going on. There is actually another challenger spat with
Jarvan.
Rise taken. Also
Jarvan
so
as big
well
for
too.
Connor. Nasher's Tooth as well, very flexible item that can go on both AP and AD carries, or maybe even an Aatrox, considering he did have that QSS already onto it.
And Shinro also has also found an Aatrox with an RFC. I don't think RFC can be put on the...
Oh, Velvet Aatrox?
Oh,
He's
baby.
level 9, he's level 9. Okay, that's defendable.
Aatrox pair.
He's not going for
Nasus 2. Oh, that was not a Nasus like a 2. It got even bigger.
Cassante. He's not finding Cassante.
Azir's also 1-star as well too, so I mean he does have the HP, so he can afford to lose one more, but he does need to find the upgrades to be able to beat the other players in the lobby, because this is a very high-roll lobby. Let's see how this goes, and wait.
Ace cannot find Cassante. Qingro, the other Chinese player, also fighting for his life. He's up against Tamura, who somehow is still at 29 HP, has played a very good high-tempo challenger game, hitting the Azir too, and finding a way to stabilize off of it throughout all of stages 4 and 5. Doesn't care about the Boogeyman, the Grim Reaper in this lobby. He's still alive. The OCE player doing an absolutely crazy thing in this game, finds another life, and takes down Qingro in the process.
A huge respect for Tamura. The game wasn't looking so good. I do like the Azir adaptation. A lot of people have been using that guy with any spat because he basically works as a threat. You don't really need as many spats or as many traits to make him work.
Okay, looking a bit rough for Ace here. He does need to find his 5-cost 2-star. He does need to sell some of his units.
Wait. He needs to find the Cassante for the 9
Oh, he didn't find Cassante. He doesn't have 9 yet. Okay, he needs to sell the other units. He sells Shen.
He finds
he sells like a Swain
not
first.
The right one. Those are
That's
not the right ones.
He might have to sell the Aatrox as well too. Can you roll that?
I mean, that's the desperation point. There's
Jarvan. Jarvan has to be sold too.
He needs to do
Oh
that.
no, I don't think this is good enough.
And he's up against Connor, Weijin. 2 very strong players. Weijin, of course, on Ionia. Has potentially also made it to 9 Ionia. Has not quite yet. But Connor, 9 Demacia. Nasher's Tooth on the Mord. The Quinn doing work as well. I think it's going to be a loss for Ace, unfortunately. Went to level 9, had the percentages in his favor, but still could not find the 5 cost he needed. We're seeing how strong 9 Demacia is. The Fiora's still alive, the Mord's still alive. It's only down to the Azir, but he cannot do it by himself. The Aatrox comes back. He's strong, but he's not strong enough. Ace, the Chinese player, taken down in 5th place.
I mean, it happens sometimes. You're just playing towards the ring condition, knowing that the lobby is already so strong. But when you gamble towards that and you fall behind, there's nothing really you can do. But speaking of win conditions, Weish and Iverson almost really close to level 9 and already an Ari on bench.
He was actually first in HP like 2 rounds ago, and then he took like 30 damage hit.
Look who's first. First now.
Have you seen the board?
The OCE player somehow has managed to stabilize on 6 challengers and make it all the way to stage 6 with a huge HP lead, where if other players place Connor, even if they have 9 Shurima, they might take a loss, and Tamura might sneak into the 3rd or maybe even 2nd place position in a crazy lobby like this one.
And Weish final levels, you have 9 Ionia, 9 Shurima, 9 Demacia, and Tamura.
Oh, usually I feel Ionia is one of the weaker variations because he don't provide any tank value. Shurima and Demacia gives tank value so the units don't die by Ionians. Will they have enough damage to take the opponents down? Will they not? We shall have to see who survives in this top 4. They're all very powerful, all very capped out.
Does have Combat Caster as well, which works really well with that Ionia board, but it's up to Tamura. Can he do the legendary comeback? Can he stay in this top 2, top 3 coming into this game? Number 3, we're going to see now his board being deleted. The Azir, only 2 items. The Kaisa almost taken down with the Nyla already. She's infiltrated into the backline. Ionia doing way too much. Tamura gets his first reality check, taken down now to 10 HP. Does everyone else stay alive? Connor versus Piva. 9 Demacia versus 9 Shurima. Demacia should be winning, but does he have the upgrades to back this up? The Quinn's already taken down. It's down to the Mordekaiser all by himself. The 1v3, the kill, slowly getting in some extra damage, and it is going to be strong enough. The resistance is really Bebe. It's what it's all about.
So Demacia's proving that they are #1 amongst the verticals. Challengers proving that they are actually not good enough to contest the 9s. Will Ionians beat Shurimas? Now that's the matchup we got to focus on.
RE2, she has no items.
Oh wait, but he's going to face a Demacian player first before the Shurima player.
Yeah, that's going to be he's the boogie.
Oh,
so.
Connor from 16 HP. 7th in the standings. We thought he was dead. All of a sudden, we saw the return on.
Soul Velvet by Oriana. No? No?
Connor, look, he's just so relaxed. He knows that he's on 9 Demacia. He has 30 gold. He's still level 8, but it does not matter. 7 win streak for the North American player. Unfortunately, the civil war here between Weijian and Connor for what could be the 2nd or 3rd place position in this game. The Quinn, the Mordekaiser already trying to break through that Shen, but the Shen is lasting for oh so long. And all of a sudden, the Mordekaiser being taken down a notch. The Belvet, the true damage, doing so much. Connor taken down. It's a huge hit. Weijian survives. Piva also taken down. Tamura, Piva, and Weijian. 9 Shurima, 9 Ionia. And Challenger is still alive in this game.
Connor was like, what was going on that fight? And we were also like, what was going on that fight? How in the world did Demacias lose to like Ionians? Is Weijian that good? Like, what the...
The Belvet is big, right? The Belvet, the true damage, can actually break through these resistances, can actually do enough damage to stop that huge chokehold in the front line where Quinn has so much time to ramp up her own damage.
Can Tamura do it? Can he actually squeeze a top 2 from this lobby?
The Nyla positioning could be relevant here. And Tamura, I just don't know how he's still alive here. He's sitting on an Aatrox 1, a Fiora with 2 items, a Kaisa and an Azir with 2 items as well. It is a kind of a 4-carry setup where they're all itemized to some degree, but surely this Ionia board is just way too strong for Tamura. Tamura, yes, he is taken down yet another notch. Will be knocked down in 3rd place, potentially 2nd, depending on Piva here. His fight is still in progress.
Piva's the important one.
Do it. He Archangel's on the Azir, it's stacking. It's up against the Ionia board. Azir's still alive. There's no healing. There's no Omni.
Is there Aatrox? Is there Aatrox? Aatrox, go!
Aatrox comes through. The volley from the Ashe. The shot from the Jhin, and Jhin wins it. Piva taken down in 3rd. Weijian, Iverson. This guy is a beast. Wins yet another game in the Runeterra Reforged World Championship.
What?
Man, that was an amazing game.
Nice. Wait, can I see you? Oh, it's a bit dark. What's going on?
Paya's head.
Could it be that we're getting a bit of a takeover? We've seen some regional shifts in the last few days. Is it maybe Void coming to get us?
I'm scared.
I'm a little bit scared, baby. Can you protect us? Okay, Baby can clearly not protect us. I'll have to take control here and fend off any beasts that are coming our way. But hopefully you all enjoyed that game because that was absolutely insane. We kind of knew it was going that direction with Battle Cafeteria, but the expectations of players reaching Demacia, other players like Kurum, not able to actually make that journey.
I mean, Ionius actually had a chance to prove that they were number one in the situation. Whoa.
We have one more game. The action is not done just yet, and Michael Piehat is in the first place position.
Please, Michael. I know I'm a last believer. I have my bias. You all know it. I won't deny it. But on this side, we're speaking about challengers. How Challenger 6 actually ended up making the top 2. We're seeing an 8 Challenger lobby Hanshin with an Aatrox 2 fully itemized with a Challenger spot. What do you think of it, baby?
It's really important to make sure that Aatrox is in a location where he can put free damage into it so he does not get cut or CC. I don't know what Michael's board is at the moment.
CC, Indomitable Will is the second augment pickup. So relevant for this 8 Challenger board who are banking on this attack speed throughout the entirety of the fight.
Sorks?
He's up against Sorks. A lot of front bursty damage coming from that Silco. A huge clump in the middle there. It has to be 8 Sorcerer here as well. And the board has been deleted.
That's a big
It's only Kai'Sa left alive. We couldn't even hype up the challengers for a second.
He's dead.
They're completely down, and Hansheng is completely out of the fight. Or Michael rather is out of the fight. Hansheng, huge win for China there.
I'm just really happy. I'm just really happy that Michael actually... We see a big Swain, a Bean there. Do you remember those times, or those noises about a big frontline from Sorcerers, solo frontline with a Gargoyles and a QSS? Now we see it, but with a Swain. He didn't die.
That's why protecting the Aatrox is really important. You do not want Aatrox to get focus fired by the enemy like a source. You want to split your composition so he can get free damage. But it seems the Latam player actually played pretty well there, you know? I guess they're good.
I mean, we're a good region after all.
And that was, of course, Game 3. Still 3 games left to top everything off. We're going to a quick break. Analyst has to break down the craziness we saw in both of these games, and then the final 3 games of this day 2.
Oh,
it's my God, they got to eat that. Defend with your life, Panda.
Go,
it is
Panda.
your mission, Panda.
what are you doing?
Thank God. And down in third, Weijin Iverson. This guy is a beast. Wins yet another game in the Runeterra Reforged World Championship.
We're gonna take it to the...
It is, well, not really spooky season anymore, but it is spooky here on stage as the Void has taken over together with something that seems all familiar, the Ionia coming through simultaneously with Wasian's win on the Ionias. You have to recommend our production team. They're just so genius. They knew that was going to happen.
That's right. We knew 9 Ionia was going to beat 9 Demacia and 9 Shurima and every other comp in the game. We just knew that was going to happen. Well done.
I mean, it's in the script, right?
Production is all luck.
Yeah,
There's no skill involved.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a well-written script, though.
Yeah.
Very dramatic.
Bringing it to this board, though, of course, Battle Cafeteria. If you were tuning in during this game and you were like, why is there 20 emblems all across these boards? It's Battle Cafeteria, and everyone's running Earth. But really, we saw like the through acceleration of all of those verticals come through, and Wasian really smart decision-making throughout.
Yeah, I think this was a game where it was both what we expected and also not what we expected. Clearly, Bandle Cafeteria is going to be a favorite of all the Earth players. It's going to give them that extra tome, the extra spatula, and that's going to be great. But what we weren't expecting was like that early 9 Demacia to go out in 4th. That was a pretty big hit. Also, the fact that Wasian showing just how good he's been all day today, taking dedication over the Ancient Archives to keep himself open, play around what everyone else hit, notice that no one went with the Ionia line, play that uncontested was really awesome. And so that was pretty big. And then the fact that Tamura didn't even really go a vertical and was still able to get a second. So I think those were the two kind of unexpected outcomes here.
Speaking of Tamura, he had a little bit of a rough start into the day, so doing basically a revert of what happened day 1. Now here recognizing the spot, recognizing that there's 2 players on the Shurima, 3 players on the Demacia, Demacia being his mostly forced comp all throughout all of his games, saying, I cannot go in a 5-way contest, it's going to be bad news, and instead going for that challenger. I really liked it despite not finding those 8 challengers counterfeit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I definitely wanted to see our players going for the craftables in this game. It made a lot of sense. I think looking at challenges in the vacuum, it's definitely not something you want to be getting near on any kind of regular basis. But I think Tamura seeing the chance to go for it here and making it work. Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit more of it before the day ends.
Now, Dan, there was something in that game that made me think a little bit, because we did have 3 NA players. Do they not like extra HP, or what's going on with the spatula holding?
So what makes this referencing, in case you missed it, was on the stage, I believe, 4 carousel, or stage 3 carousel. There was a spatula on the carousel that would have allowed Kuramex to make a Tactician's Crown, which, as you guys saw, was a big theme with Bandle Cafeteria, because you get 2 emblems. That means you can hit the 9 trait on level 8. And that ended up stopping because Wasian Iverson took that spatula, kept it on his bench for a long time. And Kurum was just stuck playing 7 Demacia while everyone else was hitting their 9 traits. Poor Kurum. I don't know if there's NA rivalry there, but at least Wasian ended up going for the win. And speaking of the win, you saw the final clip. I just want to give a really big shout out to the fact that he chose to go for a Warmog's armor instead of a rapid fire cannon on his Bel'Veth. I think so many people would choose RFC in that spot because traditional logic says you want attack speed, and that range extension for Bel'Veth has historically been her best in slot items. But he recognized that with the true damage scaling on Empress by collecting HP and Demacia having high resistances, that Bel'Veth actually needed to be a scaling tank buster instead of actually being like the assassin RFC attack speed damage dealer that she's used to in the previous patches. So I feel like this was actually one of the biggest clutch plays that Wasian was able to convert from a 4th to a 1st, and that's what resulted in beating 9 Demacia. And that was a really tough spot because he could have also sold that Bel'Veth for RE2, but so many bait opportunities.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get off my soapbox now, but Wasian Iverson is playing some of the best TFT here, and I think people are coming to respect that he is definitely right now deserving of that day 3 berth.
Yeah, and I think with that, he is also probably secure. Let's have a look at our standings as they are coming through. I'm just looking for our EMEA players. Unfortunately, Zyko does find a top 4, but I believe that's not going to be enough. We'll check back with that. More and more players falling out of the range of still being able to make it, but you can see Wasian, there's 3 more games to go.
Wow.
He is going to get at least 1 point in each. We're expecting the cutoff to come in at 60 points roughly. So if he can manage to stay away from the 8 places, he is most likely guaranteed already. But Xiaoge and Volta up there.
Mix, I was just going to say, you have shown an incredible amount of restraint to not notice the two Oast players are creeping towards the top 8 as well.
I was trying to not jinx them.
Oh, well, I'll do it for you. There you go. You're welcome.
Rude. But with that, I am so excited to see how the games continue. Of course, our stage is ever evolving. We're going to be hopping over to our amazing casters for the next game here in Patches, Panda, Pi-Hat, and Bebe one more time.
Thank you so much, Mix, for that fantastic desk alongside with the rest of that team, that great analysis. But we are now down to just 3 games. Most players are still in contention. Some players need to go for those first place in the rest of the games that are remaining here. Pi-Hat, in your position, you've been to a World before, you felt the pressure. How hard will it be for players who are sitting from 40 to 44 points to actually get the right mental state to claw back in?
You just need to breathe. You need to actually be patient and know that you have a plan. You came into the tournament knowing the strats that you wanted to use. You have to believe in them, because this is not the point, this is not the time that you actually want to change strategy. So you need to believe in what you do.
Now, usually the game is decided by now. At least 4 to 5 players are supposed to be guaranteed, but right now it's still anybody's game. So these players are motivated to stay hard, to fight hard until the end. Let's see which lobby is going to be the winner.
Glass Industries, Warlord's Palace, and the Dreaming Pool are the options here. Dreaming Pool, of course, can be very warping depending on the 5 cost you're able to hit, and especially if that spikes you into something like 9 Shurima with Cassante, for example, Ari on 9 Ionia. But in this case, Glass Industries, no Ezreal in the lobby to benefit from this, so overall, a pretty standard augment pickup.
I'm very surprised that a lot of players actually prefer to pick Glass Industries, because the strategy for Glass is usually focused around Bard and Israel, so that's an interesting one.
Speaking of that, I want to point out Foeman. There's in an Earth-centric meta, we see an Ornn.
Oh, finally an Ornn player!
Foeman is bringing the Ornn, and in a portal that actually benefits him.
Because that being said, Foeman is on 39 HP, so in a very, very hard place to come back. Of course, with 3 games remaining, he can still get 3 first places, 24 points in total. And when we talk about the cutoff being around 60, 61 points, he can still make it. It will be very difficult though, baby.
I mean, I personally agree with Pi-Hat. I think Ornn is actually one of the best legends to bring to the tournament scene, because it does give you that Ornn relic to win streak for stage 2 and 3. And you're also offered an Ornn artifact to get a very strong late game as well too. So I definitely do want to see it perform well, especially against all these Earth players, dude.
I do enjoy it, because the way that you play the early game when you have Ornn, it's very different than when you have Earth. When you have Earth, you actually just want to tailor, just put a lot of units, they just widen your spread as much as possible. But when you're playing Ornn, you actually just want to be strong.
So what Foeman wants to do here is that he has 3 Bilgewaters, good, and he's going to buy as much 1-cost units that's strong for the early mid game. That will be Cassiopeia, Renekton, and Cho'Gath. He's also maybe going to consider maybe a Void Angle, but he does need to invest all of his resources to be able to win streak. In this case, he might consider making a Nashor's pre-hand to get the 3 goals so he can buy all the units in the shop.
Fine to Swain, but first I want to look at the lobby itself, the players that are in this game 4 on the main broadcast, because some very important players here for very important regions who are still in contention to make that day 3. Volta for EMEA has jumped massively in the standings in the last few games, is now actually a realistic hope for EMEA to make the final lobby, which I'm very, very happy, of course. I'm not going to hide my biases. Also for Brazil, Ego Illusion is in this lobby. He's currently the leader when it comes to the Brazilian players, trying to fight for that day 3 as well.
And also, speaking of the full bias, Altanawis has been having a solid day trying to ramp up the points, but we're starting with a silver augment. Anything that catches your eye?
Well, I personally think that Silver is weak for Earth because the spat is way too random. Of course, these players are good at getting Demacia spats, but still, I think Foeman actually has the advantage because having a Silver augment at the value of an like Ornn like artifact definitely is a huge power spike. So we shall see exactly how this lobby folds.
Not just that, but laden forwards with so many Earth players who don't hit these huge power spikes like Ezreal and Ornn do in Stage 2, he can preserve a lot of HP, eventually hit that Ornn item after the Stage 3 carousel and find himself in a very, very good spot. Tech Summer's here on the Shurima emblem, trying to make things work for himself. We saw how strong Shurima could be in that last game, potentially a rerun from Tex.
We're watching just at the augments, we're seeing there are 4 branching outs, and 1 player that has already guaranteed the Vanquisher spat, and that being Altenawe. But here, if you see, as Bebe was saying, it's quite random. Volta has a Target spat, Nem has a Bastion spat, and Xiaoge has a rogue spat.
Wow, this is actually the first time I've seen a World's Lobby low roll this hard. We have Targon spat, we have Rogue spat, and a Demasha build-up. Oh, baby, life feels fair.
You're telling me, Bebe, it's taken 10 games for all Earth players in the lobby to low roll. Wow, I think it should have happened on game 2 yesterday, but no, clearly we've waited this long. We'll see. I think in this situation, it's going to be very interesting for us especially to see how players adapt, how players are able to say, hey, I can't play for the S tier comp, what do I play instead?
I already see 2 things that really stand out. First one is here. Nem has the Bastion spat, has already a Sphere of Showing slammed. We've seen in the past how Bastion can be a really good frontline, especially with something like Silco.
And level 5, the Bebe level on 2-2. Bebe, please walk us through this.
I mean, it's really important to be able to use the items that you slammed early to get the econ advantage, and this lobby tests the player's ability to adapt around those various early build game itemizations, and I'm very happy about that level, by the way. Thanks for asking.
On the opposite side, Cosmo, level 4, 20 gold, playing more for an econ game plan, trying to, again,
level 4 player, dude.
Lose some HP, but save some gold in the process. One player to mention is Ego. He is going to be on a roll, an augment that was silver all of this set. Felt like a prismatic at the very beginning when there was uncapped amount of extra rolls. In this case, now capped to 2 per round, so you can't get these crazy single round roll downs.
All right, this is an interesting start. Usually, when you want to go for honor roll Cassiopeia, you want to have a blue buff on Cassiopeia, or maybe a Nashor's, because the DPS output is very important in that sense. I don't know if just a Renekton 3 or Cho'Gath 3 without proper itemizations is good enough. We'll have to see.
But now we're sitting on Big Sis Ashe and Little Sis Ashe trying to do their best with the volleys to win this fight. Renekton going to be taken down. If he heals one more time with Cool the Meek, I think that might decide the fight in his favor. But it's an Ashe too. The extra HP could be massive here. The volley does not actually hit the Cassio, which could put this fight in favor of Ego. And Renekton doing so much healing coming through.
I mean, it's really good. Wait, okay. I was hopeful for a second. Really good, at least for Ego. I really like on a roll. It's one of the more skill-expressive augments. You can actually set up
Ashe
the bench in a good way.
And set on the carousel for Altenawe could be interesting.
So this isn't really like a super special like a carousel. It's just a normal itemization carousel, no spatula shenanigans like the previous game. So players are going to take their normal choices. I don't think there's anything special to look out for yet. I am, however, more interested to see exactly whether the players will use the next component or not. That is going to be a very decisive decision we need to focus on.
And one of the players I'm really looking forward to what they do is Bolta. Bolta had a Targon spat and had already slammed a Last Whisper. We've seen Aphelios, Bastions, Targon in the past do quite well, so maybe he's going to go towards that.
I think that could be the case. Also trying to, again, defend the win streak, so I think it's why he's trying to slam items, and this might decide his overall direction. Losing some flexibility in the comps he can play in the late game for the immediate strength in Stage 2 to try and get the econ online for that eventual late game.
Now, you also have to consider the potential of throwing the spat away. You do not need to force a Targon comp just because you're offered a Targon spatula. If you're offered, let's see, a Xayah 2 and a Nyla 2 here, then why not go for Vanquishers? A lot of options are still open, so let's hope that the players do not hindsight too much. Let's see what Volta wants to do.
For now, the Galio versus the Poppy with the Warmogs, and this Last Whisper on the Samira trying to take down as much armor as possible. I think it should be enough, but Soraka is one of those units in Stage 2 that can do so much for winning fights. Not the case here. Volta can survive. 4 win streak for him, 4 win streak Pie Hat for Tex Summers as well.
I mean, Volta maybe has the chance to actually have a lot of time for the Samira to, well, even though it's the Samira one, maybe you can actually have the damage. But Shurima has the potential to actually win streak against you.
The sold.
Do you think Volta may level to 6?
Level to 6 here?
Knowing you and knowing what you want.
I think we need to analyze exactly how strong Tex Summers is. So if he was very confident in beating like a Tex Summers, then he wouldn't level up here. But you have to understand that there's only one strong opponent. The other 2 are probably very weak. So I take the 66% chance of getting the weaker opponents, and Volta gets the weaker one, right?
Altenawe, who is currently trying to get a loss streak, leaving his Ashes on the bench, leaving the Jin 2 on the bench, and leaving the set, unfortunately, jailed. He's been a bad boy in Stage 2. He does not get to play with all of his friends until the very end of the fight, and then he gets ganged up on. So sad for that set.
Well, that being said, Set will come back with a vengeance. Also now has a lot of gold. He's already really set up. He has a Death Blade already on that Ashe.
Set up. Pie Hat, I like the wordplay here. I see you warming up now with the English. I see you.
I'll try.
Hey, he set it up. How about me, Panda?
Baby, you can't just copy-paste a pun that happened literally 5 seconds ago.
But that's how TFT works.
TFT, yes. Casting, maybe not so much, baby. But you'll get there someday. I believe in you.
I'm interested the way that...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that was exactly the point. The inconsistency for Cosmo, I don't think the KL is going to be something that he's going to go towards, but I do like the fact that he's going towards a more econ-related, and he actually was able to be inconsistent all the way through.
I actually don't like the inconsistency pick here. He's not really in a spot where he's guaranteed to be in the top 8, so I feel like going for more gamblish play was better than something as weak as inconsistency.
Win could be big. Baby, kill 3. How viable do you think this is? You don't find a rod here, so I think that's maybe the deciding factor of, hey, I'm going to jump on this, I'm not going to try and roll for it. You're already level 5 as well, so you leveled past the point where you want to roll down for 1 cost in the first place. Quinn, though, can definitely be a viable option here if you're just trying to play a standard game of 7 Demacia. Someone who is rolling on level 4 is going to be Ego. He has 2 big crocodiles. He wants more. Oriana immediately sold just there for the honor roll value. Cho'Gath, 6 copies as well. Looks like 6 is the magic number here for Ego.
This is kind of like a feels bad moment because he's got a normal champion duplicator instead of a lesser one. If he has a lesser one, then it would not feel that bad to use it for a 1-cost 3-star.
And the items as well, really not ideal. No blue buff. Can't really build any more of these Cho'Gath items.
Well, it means that he has to get an item augment as a next like a 2 augment. So he can get the 3 stars with his honor roll, and maybe with the item augments, he can maybe perfect his comp.
And even though he was really trying to preserve HP, he's fighting against a Volta who's already level 6 and really trying to preserve the win streak.
Lucky combat for Volta, able to guarantee this next one as well, facing a player who, again, is still on level 4. And it looks like it's a similar case for Tex. Both players can now face off at 3-2. Both players are trying to, again, fight for this win streak, fight for all of that extra gold to try and re-roll for their own comp. Silver augment, slowing things down. Ego has a chance for Pandora's Bench. How much extra re-rolling power do you really want? Is it going to be a lack of combat strength?
This is actually really bad for a lot of players because a lot of players needed something really special like econ or spatulas or itemization.
Bruiser Heart is really big for Ego.
But if it's just a spatula, if it's just a silver like augment, though, I don't think they'll get the power spike that they'll need, so they'll struggle a lot for Zaysri.
2 people picking John, Wild, and Frieder. The carousels are gonna be joined for a while. Alternawe, the guy who was rerolling and trying to just lose streak for a long time, grabbed the Tiny Titan, so he's gonna spike up in the HP standings as well.
Meanwhile, in this entire time, Tex Summers and Volta just chilling with a full win streak. This is going to be painful if they don't meet each other.
Tex Summers and Volta will have to go to one of their boards to see if they're able to defend the win streak. And that's going to be so relevant. Tex facing Ego. First it was Volta, now it's Tex beating up on our poor Brazilian player who has now leveled to 5, yes, but he has an odd positioning here. Both catches on one side, the bruisers split up left and right. It looks like Tex with this Shurima Cho'Gath, Sunfire slammed, and the item hold for Azir onto the Malzahar for now. Strong enough.
Okay, this is a brutal lobby. There are 2 win streakers. It's a double silver augment as well, too. This lobby's just gonna die off really fast.
So, baby, it's very rare, but is it possible for both of these players to dodge each other until the very end of stage 3 and have the 2-time 10 win streak players coming into Wolves? That's crazy to see. It's hard to have 1, maybe 2 in this time.
Theoretically, it is possible until every player dies off. It is possible, guys. It's not 0%.
Huge spike for Volta. He found a Tarek 2 on the shop right now. Tarek 2 with our Warmox. We've seen it to be really tanky to build a lot of time. And with a very simple board, you would say, he's actually win streaking for a long time.
He's also got a very good base to build into Guizu Aphelios as well, too. So if the composition does buy enough time, because of double silver, there won't be enough damage to take down this like a Targon frontline. So we shall have to see.
He's fighting Cosmo. The Korean Darius has been seen before. Could this be the start of an absolute adventure if he wants? I think it's not going to be the case, but we'll have to find out. For now, Cosmo's trying to do his best to preserve HP with this Rogue Nashor's Tooth, Darius 2, and it looks like it's almost going to be enough. It will be enough.
Man,
Volta's
these rogues...
streak is broken. He has to sell something if he wants to make the 50 gold here. Nico is gone.
Man, these rogues are so strong during the mid game. I felt like Volta had a very reasonable board in terms of tank line and damage output, but I guess against rogue, it's just not good enough.
Ego, another loss. Just barely. The Soraka survives. Tex defends his win streak. Foeman down to 37 HP.
Oh, I see a Nyla. I see a Mordekaiser, but oh my god, these youngins! What are these great... Oh, okay.
There's a Cassio for Ego as well if he still needs it for the 3-star and has a rod, so that might be what he's going for, considering his items as well. But no, goes for the cloak, looking for, I believe, Cho'Gath items in this case instead.
Tex apparently had a plan. He wanted the same unit that Nem wanted, the Silco, and then he just stood up there looking for a second option.
I'm actually very surprised that Tex didn't deny one of these forecasts. They were actually all very high priority units, especially the Mordekaiser and the Nyla with the bow.
I do like if you see Foeman right now in the bottom part of his...
He's the one that took it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cho'Gath is found. On a roll, can still be procced. Malzahar is found, can be sold for just these extra rolls coming through. The Kale pair now.
But he still doesn't have it?
2 off for Renekton, 1 off of Cho'Gath, 1 off of Cassio. Finds the Sejuani, but he needs to hit these upgrades. Now he finds the Cho at the very least. He has an extra roll here. He finds the Vi as well. Finally, some combat strength coming through, and he has as well the declaw that can go onto this Cho'Gath.
Yes, this
brings... Oh, there you go!
Cassio.
Nice.
Oh, no!
What? Why didn't that upgrade? I don't know. I think that was just so millimetric that it didn't actually load in. It will be 2 crocodiles fighting, which maybe are stronger than 1 in this case.
2 crocodiles better than 1. We are seeing the Cho'Gath right now. Ego Illusion doesn't have any itemizations yet, but he does have flat frontline value, and thankfully he does have Bruiser Heart, so even without Sejuani, he does have the 4 Bruisers to make that Cho'Gath tanky. But is it just a target dummy that's walking around? The Cho'Gath is trying to get through.
Can he actually do it? 1 more feast comes through. The Jhin is eaten. It's only down to Ash, the Deathblade. And still, the itemization, more important than anything. Cassio, she's naked. She has no items onto her yet.
I mean, this is just what happens in TFT if you don't have items. Even if you have upgrades, you just really can't win streak.
Well, now I know why Foeman might be losing. He has a Hull Crusher on his Nyla, and she's in the back row.
Okay.
Daya 2, though, could change things drastically here.
Okay, so this is a very important decision to make. I don't see a Gangplank, and I don't think getting Bilgewater is very likely. So I think it might be better to just go for Xayah 2 instead.
Doesn't make the Xayah. He sells the Xayahs altogether.
Baby.
At least the Nyla is going to be tanky, but the thing is the damage output. We've seen in the past how the Nyla with a Freljord unbuilt.
Look at this Jarvan. It's a Jarvan 2 for Nem. He has a Bastion Emblem as well. He jumps in, stuns everything with a Cataclysm, and he's probably going to do that a few more times considering he's been upgraded already. A second Cataclysm comes through. Does that buy enough time for the Silco and the Azir? The duo carry set up for Nem in the background, but Nyla, she's a little bit too jumpy with a Formless Blade, able to get a win, and Foeman able to preserve HP.
So Nyla is okay for now with 5 Bilgewaters, but for those who don't know, 5 Bilgewaters falls off really, really fast. So you do need to be able to get 7.
What about Nyla 2, baby?
If you want to get Nyla 2, then you do need to take out the Bilgewater units and replace them for more valuable tank line that can buy time for Nyla to clean up. So let's see what Foeman decides to do in the end.
I mean, you were saying back then, if Texhammer was able to do that 10 streak, he did. He's 100
Not
HP.
just text though,
and
Piehead.
Altenawe, after the Tiny Titans, on a 5 streak. I'm very proud. I'm a proud person of the Latin American region.
So clearly Piehead has caster powers that I do not. I curse all my players from EMEA. Piehead is able to bless them. What about you, baby? Do you curse Koreans or do you bless them?
Of course I bless them. Okay. They just happen to go 8th. I mean, you know, coincidentally.
I mean, so far the Korean player is going 8th.
And Ego's items there, we saw so many AD items when he's sitting in a Cassio 3 without any AP items on her. Very sad to see. Nautilus 2 upgrade for Foeman could be massive. Volta lost his win streak earlier in stage 3, but he's still very, very healthy, sitting at 77 HP.
Phasmo trying to just roll and find anything that can help him survive. He found an Azir, at least he has the 4 strategies going on. A Silco with good items, but everything's 1-star, baby.
Yeah, the sad thing about this spot is that actually Misfortune does way more damage than Silco does with the itemization. I don't know why there's a random Silco there. Maybe he has Virulent and maybe he thought that was a bit more stronger. But he is up against Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath does not have any itemizations yet, so that could be a good opponent for him. Let's see. Can he get through? The Cho'Gath is biting. Cassiopeia is
Cassio
ulting.
do it. She doesn't one-shot the Silco, but I think it should be enough. The Cho'Gath buys just enough. Oh, never.
Oh,
Cassio taken down. Azir able to do it. Tex continues his rampage. 11 win streak and dramatic start to throw a wrench into these players' plans. Golden egg for Altenawe, and he's sitting on 80 plus HP. No, he rolled by it. Come on.
Okay, this is actually a breather that a lot of people needed. Because of the double silvers, nobody had resources, but now they are open to pick econ, itemization, spatulas, whatever they want.
Flask Industries as well, so all these extra items being built to add some extra economy, a few extra rolls for these players on 7.
And the 2 players that were on a win streak, both Tex Summers and Altenawe, using really well control the augment, a Shurima spot for Tex, an possible Ioni spot for Altanawe.
5 strategists here for Cosmo as well, trying to find some stability, but doesn't hit any of his upgrades, sitting on a Nasus pair, one in the shop, a Zir pair, Jarvan pair, Silco pair, Misfortune, 4 copies there, but unfortunate roll down for Cosmo, who's currently 8th place in the standings.
So Cosmo did not want a synergy spat here. He actually wants something like Infernal Contract to get 70-ish more gold, and you said to get a Misfortune 3 and a Nautilus 3. That was probably his only out. But if he just gets synergy spat with no upgrades, he's just going to fall off really, really hard, really fast. Looks like a dead game.
The great synergy, though, between that Nautilus Riptide and the Silco's Undercity Tactics, so it looks like he could be winning yet another fight here, but the Azir, he's trying to do it, he can't. Misfortune wins the fight.
I mean, that's a 5 strategist diff, at least for that fight, so he really needs to find a way to stabilize, maybe try to here and there, maybe one random unlucky shot is going to be enough, but for now, it doesn't seem that anything's going his way.
I mean, it looks really grim because even if he finds Silco, he does not have Misfortune 3. So we're looking at Tex Summers board now. And Tex Summers picks the Earth Grab Pack and he's going for a double spatula. He has 20 gold with a 12 win streak, meaning that probably by stage 5-3 or 5-5, he's going to hit level 9 and maybe go for 99.
Big upgrade for Volta. He finds the Shen 2, he finds the Nico 2, he finds the Aphelios. The board is finally coming together. He's at 50 HP, sitting around the middle of the pack. He's fighting Ego, who's currently 8th in the HP standings. The Cho'Gath could maybe sneak in onto these Aphelios once this Nico dies and the Aphelios can get feasted on. He's just tickling the Cho'Gath. The Cho'Gath is laughing. He's taking no damage at all.
I mean, I felt the blue buff would have been better on K'Sante than maybe like a Silco, because I feel like K'Sante, with all the Targon healing value, would get much more value and would be better because he is lacking damage at the moment. So, a bit curious about that choice.
Cho'Gath moves into the Taric instead of Aphelios, buys time to continue stacking the Rage Blade higher and higher and higher. 60 stacks in total. Volta takes the win. Brazil in deep trouble.
I mean, Ego had... You've seen the Prismatics?
Uh-oh, K'Sante for Tex. He doesn't want it.
He really just wanted the Shurima spot already to just spike even more. And just to close on the Ego argument. Unfortunately, he was only able to grab a Tactician's crown as his Prismatic, and he only made a font, so there wasn't really much that he could do.
I mean, that's what happens when you go for Cassiopeia without blue buff for like a Nashor. She does need that extra mana and attack speed to be able to ult and do damage, otherwise you just have a bunch of gigantic target dummies on your board.
That being said, he was locked into the honor roll game plan. His items at Krugs were terrible for that AP game plan. He couldn't even close that second Cho'Gath item as well, so just unfortunate components overall, both in Krugs and in Wolves.
Is that 2 Nikos?
At Xiaoga, double duplicator here. Can he cook up something crazy?
He found it!
Like what we saw in yesterday's Game 6 with all of those 3-star forecasts. Rogue, Mordekaiser, QSS, Nashor's Tooth, ready to terrorize the backline. This is why we saw Volta positioning for Assassins. This is the player he was trying to watch out for.
This was a very interesting choice because he actually had 1 Mordekaiser and he had 7 Echoes, and he decided to go for the Morde, which is arguably more harder to hit, so I do understand why he did pick that. But what do you guys think? Echo 3 right now or Morde 2-star right now?
I think if he wants to preserve HP and just stay healthy, he's staying on 7, so he's going to have a pretty easy time finding the Echo. We're seeing here the Aphelios position for the Assassins. Is it going to be good enough? The Taric is still left alive. He's tanking so much damage. The Targon healing helping. Aphelios versus Mord. The Quinn also left alive in Aphelios. He can't do it alone. The God of Death is onto him. Volta gets taken down a notch.
I mean, just what you were saying, maybe I think the...
this Cassio.
won!
Double Giant Slayer.
No blue buff, at least it's gonna...
You have to adapt.
It's gonna hit.
Wow, nice swords, nice bows, nice crits on an AP unit.
And on the other side, we find Altanawe. He has 8 Ashes.
Echo 3 for Xiaoga, so your question has been answered, baby.
Oh, he knew that he had 2 Echoes next.
These Chinese players, they know what's up.
You have to think 2 steps ahead.
2 shops ahead, maybe in this.
Maybe, yeah.
All right. So it seems we're looking at Xiaoga's like a board one last time. I actually do like this Noxus Mordekaiser like a rogue frontline. It actually does a lot of damage. Let's see how he does against Foeman. Foeman with the Misfortune BIS. We have a Death Defiance, so Nyla very hard to kill. It is a good matchup against the Rogues because Nyla has good survivability. Echo closes in. She jumps away towards Mordekaiser, which is not really what we wanted.
Jumps away and gets bonked in the head. All right. Good strategy.
I do want to point out first, we were just seeing how strong Volta actually is with all this setup. You usually don't see Targon actually doing that well, but I do want to point out something about Foeman. when we saw Foeman in the past.
No, Tex took the hit. He almost streaked for 3 stages in a row in a World Championship lobby.
I do want to point out the Foeman. As you see, we were talking about the whole Crusher Nyla. He sold it. He sold the whole Crusher.
He might have removed it actually.
Reforged it, I think.
Or,
right?
He has
you
still.
removed it.
He has it on the Nautilus, and this Nautilus became a Nautilus 3 all of a sudden, so the Riptide can do a whole lot of work here. As Bebe mentioned, Nyla has a lot of inherent survivability, with Death Defiance even more so.
I don't like his spot because he didn't have 7 Bilgewaters though. You do need 7 Bilgewater for a Nyla Bilgewater comp to be strong, otherwise better to go for 3. It's not efficient. Cosmo did try to die slow by picking the strategist hard choice, but it's not going to be good enough. I think he is one of the weaker players in the lobby. Itemization is not that clean. No clean tank itemizations, no clean Azir damage itemization as well too. I think it's just a matter of time before he goes down.
And he has Pandora's items, but he doesn't have time to continue rolling. He has to slam items right now. Finds, I'm going to assume the Gunblade here for this. Azir rolls down just to make sure he wants to itemize whatever he's hitting and whatever's going to give him the most strength in this next, which could be the last fight considering he's on 7 HP. Azir 2 found in the very last moment.
At least he got upgrades.
Oh, but so did Atinawe.
Shin 2 Ash free for Alden.
Oh no, Cosmo! Okay, the Azir's back in the middle, but he's still in trouble. The Silco is in the left pocket, baby. Is that going to be enough to win this fight?
I mean, the problem with this is that the Silco is not going to get good ult value. So look at the Silco wasting its ultimate on 1 target at a time. So it's not hitting the entire enemy team. So there is a lot of inefficiency there. And because of that, he doesn't have enough damage to clean up. Look.
Cosmo
just
taken
gone.
down 8th place for the Korean player. I asked Bebe if he was going to cast her Courage, cast her Bless. It looks like we have our answer, at least for this game, baby. Ego, though, still survives, has found a way to at least get some mana on this Cassiopeia. The Archangels, with a frontline like this that can scale for so long, it might be enough.
Yeah, this is actually a good save. This is probably the best he could do with that bad item RNG. So good work for him. Foeman actually managed to find Nautilus 3, but he still has 5 Bilgewaters. And he needs to put Nautilus solo in the front so that he can get like a good AoE CC value to the enemy team. Kind of surprised that he's not doing that.
I mean, the Graves and the Laoi aren't really doing they're providing much for the combat. We're seeing if Ego can actually survive one more round.
Okay, so we got the Cho'Gath 6 Bruisers versus the Bilgewater. Usually Bilgewater has the advantage because they have enough damage scaling. Will the Cassiopeia be
the Cho'Gath, look at the Cho'Gath. He's onto the Misfortune already. The Feast comes through. He's taken down. It's Cho'Gath and Cassiopeia left alone. The 2-man team, can they do it? Frontline and backline. The Cho'Gath tanking so much of this Formless Blade from Nyla. Does the Death Defiance do enough for Nyla? I think the answer is gonna be no.
So that is the difference between 7 Bilgewaters and 5. He has 7, that's 70% bonus damage. Good enough to take down Cho'Gath, but unfortunately, he's only at 5, which is the limitation of his composition.
And Cho'Gath, we've seen it in the past, how dominant, how tanky he can be, especially now that he has a proper carry with 3 damage items that can actually pump up. But the board just doesn't do. That was a really bad board of my part.
Oh, well, Tex Summers is in a really funny spot. He actually found 5 Azirs while having a double Shurima spell. Azir, Ela 3-star. Choices.
Ego fighting for his life, Foeman fighting for his life, the SEA player potentially sending an SOS signal considering that Ashe 3 is onto his Nyla already. Foeman will be eliminated in this last fight of the middle fight of stage 5, and Ego on the opposite side. It's all up to, once again, the Cho'Gath and the Cassiopeia, the Archangel stacking in these very, very long fights with the amount of HP the Azir has to go through, but the Rage Blade is also stacking. Look at the Pigeon go. He's taken down the Cho'Gath. It's up to Cassiopeia. She cannot do it alone. The Brazilian player, Ego, taken down, and with only 2 games remaining and a 7th or a 6th place here, I think this might be the end of the road or close to it.
I mean, Ego did a good job. The Cho'Gath bought enough time for the Archangel stack, so it was a good fight angle, but he didn't have a blue buff for Nashers, which caused the main difference. So even though the result was kind of awkward, good play though, good play.
I just hope that he still bounces back in the next 2 games. Speaking of really interesting and creative options, he was fighting against a Bastion Nasus with a Shurima scaling. I mean, the players have been using any emblems that they find in very creative ways.
We saw the weird start with the branching out, so I think it's understood that we're going to find some more interesting comps in this game. Number 4, Aphelios 2 finally found for Volta. The hope of EMEA, hoping to stay alive in these next few fights. He's on 1 life, so is Nem.
And look at this beautiful composition. Ever since he found 4 Targons, he lost every single fight. He was at 100 HP and now he's at 11. Yes, beautiful. Let's go.
K'Sante maybe trying to cheese a fight or two, trying to stand on the very edges of the map. Xiaoge, that crazy rogue board is now even crazier. Finds the Jarvan Cataclysm to maybe stun, and he's up against Volta. Volta's positioned for it. Can this Aphelios stay out of trouble for long enough to stack the Rage Blade is the big question. Jarvan says no. He jumps right in. The Cataclysm comes through. The stun comes through. Slows down the stacking on the Rage Blade, which is so big. And he comes in again just in case for extra measure. The Aphelios now targeted down by the rogues as well. He cannot do it alone. Volta gonna be taken down. Is it a big enough loss to get 4th? It is. -3 for the EMEA player.
It's
not bad.
Yeah, it's a bad part about having a really front-to-back comp, especially when rogues aren't really that in the meta. You don't really have a way to position and protect yourself for that. they just happen to walk through it.
I mean, like right now we got the 9 streamers on Tech Summer, so Latin America actually might get first place. But who is important in this lobby? Is it Zhaoja with the 50 points, or is it Altenawe who actually might still have a chance?
I do like the Ashe free for Altenawe. I think he may be able to find a way to close his way through. He fights against the 9 streamer.
Oh, it's Latin America versus Latin America. Tech Summer's trying his best to make sure that his comrade does not make it. Let's see who wins this fight.
Taken down already. The Ashe is melting the front line for Tech Summer's board. Can the Ashe get onto the Azir in time? And it looks like it's going to be the case. Can the Ashe kill the Azir? He does. Tech's taken down a notch, and Xiaoge is still streaking.
Tech Summers and Altenawe, former practice partners, now rivals in this tournament. Altenawe is already really close to going level 9. He can just find any way to actually cap out the board.
There is a lot of econ from Altenawe, so there is potential for improvement, but there is also a lot of potential improvement on Tech Summer's board as well too, because once he gets the Velvet 2-star and his 5-cost 2-stars are irrelevant, he can sell the Jarvan, give the Velvet the Wormhouse, give the blue buff to the K'Sante, then his board is actually going to look very terrifying.
Extra last bit of econ so big. The one I think very positive feedback for Altenawe is the fact that he has won 5 fights in a row while sitting on his gold, going 9 right now as well. So that's a very good sign that his comp is strong enough to potentially win out.
Oh, you won 5 fights in a row. So I was just like, I won like 9 fights. Oh, nice 5 win streak, bro.
The problem is Xiaoge, I think, is relatively capped with his current board. It's going to be much harder for him to actually find more power spikes, whereas both Tech and Altenawe still have ways to make their boards much stronger.
I don't really agree with this item choice. I think the Wormhouse would be better on K'Sante if you just want to go for full damage like a Velvet. What do you think, like a Paya?
Bigger redemption for 2nd tier.
Now he cannot cheese.
Oh no, fully on Nasus.
Yeah. He still hasn't. He really didn't position for the rogue, so maybe the Mordekaiser is
gonna God of Death, but he's already taken down to half health. But Azir is taken down even lower. Already out. It's Nasus being cornered by both the Echo's phase dive and the Mordekaiser's bonking God of Death action. Nasus survives, buys enough time. Katarina coming in on the left side though, double Rabadons. And the Night Harvester, she's not able to do enough. It's Gale and Katarina versus Aatrox. Aatrox wins these every time.
So it seems that this pure power value of 9 streamers was good enough, but there was a bit of inefficiency from Tech Summer side. For those who don't know, 9 streamers stacks twice. So there's a stack at the beginning of the fight, and there's a stack 8 seconds later, so you do want your units to survive for 8 seconds.
K'Sante pair, Belveth pair, Aatrox pair, he can hit. Hopefully he's going to. Heimerdinger found not the right 5-cost. Ahri isn't either. Has to start selling potentially the Nasus. Finds the Aatrox. That's a big upgrade. Do you sell the Scions here as well? I think you have to.
Okay.
Oh, this is so big. Belveth, 2, Sharima Emblem, Guardbreaker, and Gunblade.
He's gonna fight only a goal, so we're gonna see Ashe playing against the rogues.
The Ashe in the left pocket. Can the Echo get onto her? Can the Ashe stay out of trouble? I think the answer is no. The Mordekaiser is going onto her. The Katarina died, but Ashe is taken down. The Xayah, can she do it alone? The front line is surviving for just a little bit longer. The cast comes through. It's Xayah versus the phase dive from the Echo, but she gets the cast off in time. The Feather Strike cleans up that fight.
Man, oh man, you gotta remember this positioning from Naue, guys. I mean, he put the Xayah in the 2nd row, and he put the Ashe 3-star in the 3rd row so that they would counter each other. So even if the rogue take one down, the other is almost always guaranteed to survive. That was good counter positioning right there. Beautiful from Latam.
Now we just need to see if they end up being on a 1v1, can Xiaowei find the anti position against them? Maybe find a way to put everything on the back line.
Oh my god. Oh, the surprise Cassante too.
Oh my god, too many upgrades. He also, what? Wait, what?
No, he's one away.
Surprise. Oh, it really is a surprise Cassante too.
Yeah.
We're going to see now if just the Belveth and the Azir and the Aatrox too can do it. Aatrox on the left side already, slowly finding his way onto the Ashe, but does he die before it happens? The healing from the Shurima is so big. Look at this Aatrox go. And the next time I look at the rest of the board, it's already gone. Altenawa takes a big hit. Xiaoga takes a big hit. As you mentioned, he had hit his cap already earlier in stage 5.
Is there Ionian Spat in the Curzel? That could give a chance. Ah, no, it's a Vanquisher Spat instead, unfortunately.
He already has 6 Vanquisher with the +1 of the emblems. I do like the itemization on the part of Altenawa. The Spear of Showing, an item who was recently buffed on this patch to make it work a little better with those AD casters like Saya.
I'm looking at like a Xiaoga actually denying the Vanquisher Spat so he can make Altenawa
gone level 9 to put in
KO1.
KO1 star, let's go.
It is a Rek'Sai potentially coming in for...
Oh, 6 layers.
That next power spike, 6 layers found. Vanquisher emblem on the bench. Vanquisher is not online anywhere on his board.
He just denied Altinawe so that Altinawe could not get stronger. I think that's what he wanted. But 6 Slayers on the Mordekai's 2-star with Quicksilver and Naturals is actually pretty strong. So let's see if that's good enough.
And he beat Tech Summers. Tech Summers on 9. Shurima has so many threats. Cassante, Aatrox, Azir, Belveth especially. We're going to see a big fight on the right side of the screen here. Belveth and the Aatrox up against Echo's Phase Dive, and Mordekaiser got a death. Mordekaiser onto the Azir. Can the Azir kill the Mordekaiser before he does enough damage? The answer is close. It's looking like yes, and that's going to be the case. Already the board has been deleted. Xiaoga, the Chinese player, taken down in 3rd. Altenawe taken down to 11 HP, and Tech Summers with a convincing win.
2 great things that he did. He protected the Seer, like Bebe was mentioning in the past, but he also put a lot of the filler units right in the middle so the Jarvan couldn't jump into the important units, and now this is the final fight, probably.
And that's just how terrifying Velvet 2-star with any spatula is in the late game. That's the unit you want to find, because that's the unit that can just one-shot all enemy carries instantly while healing infinitely with their passive.
2 off of Nyla, trying to sell most of his boards, even changes that Shen 2 for a Shen 1. He knows he can't do it, but Pyahat, how are you not more excited about Tham 1 and 2 in this game 4? So relevant for, at least for Altenawe, who's on 43 points right now.
If I scream too much, my Spanish comes out, so I have to behave myself for just a tiny bit. I'm really happy Altenawe has been actually saving it up, and the Ashe is doing all the job that she can do, but I don't think it's possible, Panda.
You're going to behave. Belveth is not. Tech Summers wins that last fight. Altenawe taken down in 2nd place. Tech Summers a big win for his mental. He's happy. He's laughing. He has a great costume as well. Latam on top for this game, but I think we do have another game that might still be going on. And again, so relevant for so many players to do well in this game 4.
I'm just happy. I think we finally have a good game that actually show off the power of the region, but no.
We're back in, and it's China versus China. 1st and 2nd place, Ace versus...
I mean, you were so excited was Latin versus Latin for 1st and 2nd. Now it's China versus China. You're like, oh!
It's not the same. It's not my home.
Really showing his biases here. Let's look at the boards. Let's look at what these units are trying to, or what these players are trying to cook up with their units. Bebe, initial thoughts on this first board is going to load up right now.
Okay, so we have an Ionian board from Xingro there. And what's the board from Ace? Did anybody see?
I believe it was Demacia based, but we'll find out if that's going to be the case as this fight starts up. Looking at his board, nothing too crazy. The craziest thing here is maybe the Radiant Giant Slayer onto that Xayah, the Demon Slayer in this case. We'll see if there's any demons on the opposing board. The set 3 is huge as well.
Going for Xayah?
Oh, now I'm seeing what's going on here. It's going to be 1 away from the Xayah 3. He sells his board, but this is not a legendary. This is not a 5 cost. He cannot hit. It's Bilgewater on the opposite side. Your favorite comp, baby.
9 Bilgewater. That's why he actually had to go for the gamble, but he knew that he needed some frontline to be able to win.
Everything's exploding.
But,
that was a fast fight. That was a nice 9-0. That was a nice minus, I don't know how much damage, but a huge final fight. We finally got to see Bilgewater 9, despite it being only for 5 seconds. Do you think Bilgewater 9 can compete with trait verticals like
Actually,
Demacia?
Bilgewater is one of the synergies that's really good against Noxus and Demacia because he can actually one-shot through their tank value and get a lot of damage output. I feel like Ionian actually has a better chance because they do also have that glass cannon potential to take down the Bilgewaters before they can do anything.
We saw it in the past. 9 Ionia actually won a game. So.
saw it from Weijin in that game number 2 as well. But what an explosive last 2 games here. What a great game for Latam, especially for Altenawi, who has his hopes still alive. Ego Illusions, maybe not so much. We saw there also for Volta. He had a middle-of-the-pack performance, so EMEA, I think, is still definitely in contention for that top 8. But that's going to be it for this game 4. 2 games left, guys. Baby, is there anything you haven't seen yet in this tournament that you would like to see in these last 2 games?
I mean, I know this legendary streamer that actually played a Draven legend in the sum, and
not again. All right, we're cutting you off, baby. Thank you very much for your analysis. We're gonna go to a quick break. We'll be coming back for the breakdown with the analyst desk, and then the last 2 games of today. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Cassiopeia
look
being
at the Cho'Gath, look at the
able to-
Cho'Gath. He's on to Fortune already. The feast comes through. He's taken down. It's Cho'Gath and Cassiopeia left alone. The 2-man team, can they do it? Frontline Summers wins that last fight. Altenawi taken down in 2nd place. Tech Summers, a big win for his mental. He's happy, he's laughing. He has a great costume as well. Latam on top for this game.
Welcome back to our analyst desk, and while we have 2 more games to go, we have a lot to talk about during this desk. There is so much that was going on during that game. Of course, with the Glass Industries, you always kind of expect the game to take a little bit of a lower tempo compared to something like the Battle Cafeteria, but Latam ending out on top with Tech Summers, unfortunately out of contention, is not going to be able to make it anymore, but some other players are still fighting in there, and one of them is going to be Volta Counterfeit. So talk to me about Volta's decision making here, because we were really impressed with that.
Yeah, it was a really interesting lobby. You know, we had the branching out coming across multiple different players, Volta re-rolling that and ending up in the Targon line. I think what made it most fascinating and kind of most discussing backstage was that he had the last Whisper slammed as well, really closing him off to a lot of the other avenues he could have gone.
Yeah, and what was interesting too is on 3-2, he ends up grabbing Pandora's item, so he's able to actually re-roll the Targon if he wanted to, try and find a higher power emblem. This is of the non-craftable variety though, so he's locked out of Ionian Vanquishers, which would use the last Whisper, and Demacia doesn't necessarily love that item. It can be on Quinn, so there's a spot for it, but it's not the favorite. And I think that we've seen a lot of success of players going out of the norm on these silver lobbies with branching out, playing the uncontested lines, and instead going for the Aphelios and using the Pandoras to reroll the items for perfect items worked out great.
And that's something we see him a lot with, right? Notably, yesterday in that last game, having that Aphelios 3, you know that he's comfortable on playing down that route and using him as a primary carry for his boards. Of course, would have been even better if he was able to get a little bit more stars on that one. But speaking of stars, there was one star in the Rogue sky that we weren't really expecting more.
Yeah, so I kind of agree with Casanova's point that the fact that we were in a silver game with the branching out, these are the games where we're starting to see a lot of different lines be played, because when you get that emblem, it sort of forces your hand, and we saw the Rogue emblem get taken. But I really like how he played around the Echo 3 in particular. That's a very powerful capped out version of the comp instead of something like the Graves. And then, just really playing that to get a nice top 4 finish, which I thought was a great choice.
So speaking about the choices that were made there by Xiaoge, we do have Dan here with us, who is going to take us through a little bit of decision making on duplicators, I believe. Hello, Professor Froden, I should say.
Why, hi there. Welcome to Professor Frodan's Corner. Today's lesson is going to be a really valuable lesson on tempo, which is actually going to be the reveal of my lesson plan. So 1, 2, 3. We have 3 points to cover. Now let's go ahead and analyze the spot very quickly. If you missed it, on stage 4-5, we're on the second half of the stage. We're going to get all of our items. And we have a spot where we have Mordekaiser with 2 duplicators and a Rogue Emblem and a Nashor's Tooth and a Quicksilver, which sounds great, right? We can just have a Mordekaiser 2 immediately. But also, as Baby had pointed out, we also have these Echoes, which totals to 7, which means we have the option of going for Echo 3 as well. And this brings up to a really important debate that happened on a cast, but we didn't really get to settle it because TFT had to keep rolling. What is actually better? And so there's 3 things to keep in mind when you're in a spot like this in the future. 1 is how much gold is this costing? This is supposed to make a $. Boom. How much gold does this actually cost? And the estimation with these duplicators is around like 30 to 70 gold, but we don't actually have that. So it's actually a really big value of gold. The second is the percentage of which you're going to be able to hit. We're not actually that contested, so not really that big of a deal. So we do have time to hit that Mordekaiser 2. And then the third thing is tempo, which I'm going to draw with a little music note here. Tempo is really, really important, what ultimately defines the rogue composition. And so when you factor these 3 things in, these are random tadpoles and blobs on my screen, the most important thing for rogues to establish is that it's already stage 4. Damage is accelerating, and our HP count and preservation, given that we're in the middle of the pack, is going to matter way more than anything that we're doing. And so with all these factors combined, you kind of weigh in what's the heaviest. Tempo is king in this spot. And so I think going for the double duplicator and guaranteeing the Mordekaiser is really important. The last thing I want to say is rogues are also a sum of its parts. There's usually not 1 star. You have to actually cover every corner. And so by having Mordekaiser here, now you have the ability to threaten these corners as well as have this group ambush the top right as well. And so I really love the way that Xiaoge evaluated decision. He had to make this split-second decision-making while you could take minutes to break it down like I did. These players had to execute at a very high level with just 30 seconds or less. And there's one thing that you have to always keep in mind. China understands reroll tempo the best. That's why we study them, and that's one of their edges going up against the field. So that closes this edition of Professor Frodan's Corner. Hope you guys learned a thing or two. Back over to Makes and the rest of the analyst desk.
Thank you so much, Froden. I think there's one more thing we should maybe do in a lesson, and that's learn how to draw a musical note. But other than that, I was really impressed.
It wasn't a drawing class, let's be fair.
It wasn't. You're right.
Oh, Dan.
All right, let's have a look at our standings because that is what we all want to know. And I didn't do the math for you, but our admins did. If you're looking at this page, anyone below Kun Sung-young and Kun Sung-young himself are not going to be able to make it to day 3 anymore. If you're looking at players like Kermax, like Dark Hydra, like Ace, they need 2 first places, and even then it could get sketchy depending on where that cutoff is. Weijin, still leading the pack, has fallen a little bit in his performance though. Honglian, Xiaoge up there, followed by Tidal. Tidal now making his way to those top 3 places.
Yeah, I think one of the big stories here is, Weijin obviously doing very well, but the rest in NA has really fallen off very hard. And now we're looking at a top 8 that has a lot more variety in it than we did at the start of the day. And so that's pretty interesting going in, looking for the final 2 games.
Yeah, and I mean, CN is still holding very strong, but they have also still fallen off a little bit. And in their place, Ose has surged. I know Makes is over there happy about that.
I was trying not to say it, but I'm so happy with them, both of them in that 7th and 8th place. Of course, that doesn't guarantee anything. There's 2 more games. That's so much time, so many points that can turn the entire table upside down. So stay tuned. We're going to go into game number 5 of today, and then after that, the final game.
We're gonna take it to the
The final shuffle of day 2 here at the Runeterra Reforged Championship has just concluded. And now we get to our last 2 games before we find out who is going to be joining us in the final lobby and ultimately play for that championship crowd. Welcome back to the Caster Desk, everybody. It's Frodan and Counterfeit as well as Mortdog. How are we feeling? It's the beginning of the end of the group stage, Mort.
I'm feeling pretty good. Like I said, the standings have gotten mixed up quite a bit. You know, we saw some dominance early on, but now the fact that we're seeing a bit more of a mix is pretty crazy. So interested to see if it plays out that way. You know, there's only 2 games left. We know that 60-point mark is usually the thing to go for. So looking at these scores, you know, you look at someone like Kermex who needs a really big finish to have any shot at making it.
Yep, that's right. And Counterfeit, the storylines. North America came in really hot day 1 with China. But day 2, they are dead in the water. What are you owing about, Mort?
Jace's Workshop. This is a rare portal, triple prismatic. There are 3 people standing in it. You know, it's the first game we get to cast today, or at least I get to cast. Give me that triple prismatic.
We were complaining. We were complaining. So there's too much silver in these here lands. We need to head into the hills or prismatic. It looks like several players have that in
Wait, put that dashboard away, Mort.
Oh,
thank you.
Denied. It's all right, though. Yorick's Graveyard means we are going to be seeing a lot, at least later on in the game, coming through in terms of raw power.
That is true. If you want explosive power scaling to the late game, Yorick's Graveyard has shifted a lot in identity. I think a lot of times in the previous set, we're talking about 9.0 for Runeterra Reforged base set, it was all about Zephyrs and Shrouds. People were picking up that, maybe a Tactician's Crown. Now, how has Yorick's Graveyard transformed as you've seen in 9.5?
So the big thing, especially with a meta like this, though, is if we get like a gold augment start, you can actually end up with extra emblems. You can also end up with Tactician's Crowns. And so to your point, the final 4 could end up extremely explosive, especially if you end up, you know, knocking out somebody who's playing your same line and are able to grab one of their emblems. That can be really powerful.
Well, something we are seeing, of course, we expect to see a lot of Earth coming in, but we're seeing a double Ornn setup here. So perhaps we'll see slightly less emblems and also Honglian sticking with the Twisted Fate as well. So got something a little bit different than what we've been seeing before.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to those players in particular. Twisted Fate is a strategy that's fallen out of favor, and it's almost like we've come full circle, where is China ahead again by cycling back to Twisted Fate while everyone else is playing Herb. I don't think that's 100% the case, because the other CN players who are also in top 8 are playing Ornn as well. That being said, Huey is on Ornn. And so for people who don't know, Huey yesterday was playing Ornn, also had good scores. He pivoted to Poro and went 7-7-8. That's why Poro's scores were so bad, because he actually pivoted into it and contributed to the 9 games. Now he's back on Ornn today, and he's averaging better than a 2.0.
Yeah, it's pretty wild to see how well he's been able to play it. So we get another silver here.
Oh, we've been good this year.
Yeah, a lot of silvers here. So again, with the silvers, it's what are we getting from our branching out? Are the Ornn players going to take Latent Forge? Latent Forge ends up being pretty powerful in the mid game, but it means you have to play stage 2 basically down that silver augment. There's some other wild options here, like Caretaker's Ally, which could be taken. We see some AFK, but overall starting to get a look at the emblems, and I do see a Demacia emblem for Wet Jungler.
Demacia for Wet Jungler, that's really big potential, especially if he gets a second one somehow. Kurum has the ability to go for Pandora's Bench. If you're talking about playing for Big Cap, he is going to go for it. However, Kurum has been very vocal about how he thinks he's the worst Pandora's Bench player on the North America server.
Well, more for where you're saying, you know, what separates the good or the merely understated Pandora's Bench players from the very best?
I think Pandora's Bench, again, you have to know what your outs are and what you're playing towards here. And taking it on 2-1 means you're kind of saying, hey, I really want to hit some of these 1-cost, you know, possibly 3-star champions. And for someone like Kurum who really needs a win out here, this is a really risky take at 2-1, because you're probably trying to go for a first place, which, again, it can get those 3-star 4 costs, but that means you're down this augment basically until stage 2. And so really hoping to hit these pairs, but you only have a 1 in 13 chance for each champion to roll what you're looking for, and that can be not enough here. So again, I do think this is the right play to try to get that first place that Kurum needs, but it's very risky.
It's very risky, but hey, everything's looking okay so far. And this is a spot where maybe Kurum can go back to some of his roots of playing high-tempo compositions like Challengers, maybe roll for uncontested 4 cost, because a lot of people aren't necessarily looking for Kaisa. Fiora's only dragged into a lot of those Demacia boards.
Yeah, Curran keeping a lot on the bench for the time being as we are looking at the reroll. Do want to take a note. We know we had the potential to see a lot of branching out in the lobby. We've ultimately ended up with actually relatively little of it. We've only got 2 emblems live at the moment. Wet Junglers, Demacia emblem you pointed out before more, and for Michael, bringing the Shurima emblem to the field.
Yeah, definitely some emblem choices there, so we'll keep an eye on those. I do like Kerm here selling to 10 here. He is going to lose that bench value, but the fact that he has the 2-star Samira, the 2-star Aurelia, that should be enough to keep his health relatively high here. Needs to kill that Warwick, that's good. But get that econ up, and again, Kerm playing to that win condition of a 3-star 4 cost is going to be the play. He needs to do that, so it's really just keep that health up and that gold high.
Yeah, I think it's really smart. I think most people feel like with Pandora's bench, you feel like obligated to collect value like every turn. But in reality, if you already have the direction that you want, and you want to start making that economy as fast as you can, so I like what you pointed out. On the other hand, we still don't know what Hong Lian's going to play, but I just want to give a shout out to Hong Lian. He's not just a 2-time back-to-back Worlds appearance, actually 3rd time, but twice in a row since going to Monsters Attack Championship. He's also the most popular streamer in China, which is, as you know, a really heavy burden to carry. You're like the lead influencer, but also he's competing at a high level, and now he's on the verge of making a top 8 appearance for day number 3.
Yeah, we knew certainly from the NA side of things, having so many eyes on you can be very off-putting. Every one of your moves being judged by so many people. And that's very much going to be the case. You can see the board is working relatively well so far. The Pandora's License, of course, is a longer-term investment.
Yeah, does end up losing his streak. Very understandable. It is what looks like to be 5 Demacia on 2-3. Wet Jungler leveling early and having really powerful things like that Radiant Warmog is definitely.
Yeah, the Radiant Warmogs on Cho'Gath especially ends up very powerful here, and so I would expect no one to be able to really take him down that early. Again, it's almost kind of like getting that 4 Bruiser for free. Just we talk about, again, you don't have the damage to really take it down unless you've slammed a lot of items, and we haven't seen that many slams here. We do kind of get a glimpse of all the different boards being played right now. Huey looking to play possibly that Jinx line we've seen do so pretty well, but otherwise, I do like also that AFK was taken.
Yes.
Yeah. AFK, one of my favorite augments. We don't see it a lot in this level of play, but that will put that economy very high.
Yeah, that's people say I want to see Tom Kench. That's almost like taking Tom Kench because AFK is that augment. Let's see
that's
if
lots of money.
Nem is going to be able to convert off. He's going to lose. He's going to try to at least aim to lose, but he did pick up that spatula, which I'm curious what he wants to do with.
As we noted, we haven't got a lobby which is massively contested in terms of these spatula lands. We've got the streamer, we've got Demacia already, but nothing else doing. So there's some potential for Nem to pull off something a little unusual.
Yeah, the other thing worth calling out here is even if you're eliminated, you don't have enough points even with like double first, the prize pool still changes at every placement you get. So players right now are still playing for, trying to get these big finishes, move up and earn a couple, extra $1,000.
Yeah, plus you never know. What if something crazy happens and you're like the 9th person in and you get in on waitlist? There are some crazy things that have happened in tournaments before. So you want to put your best foot forward. Don't just give up.
No, absolutely. And even some of our players playing here today got lucky with those kind of circumstances. It must be very tough, though, to keep up your kind of focus, under these kind of circumstances, knowing that you've only got, a 1 in a million kind of shot to do anything better than, as you said, more, just finish higher and then still get a meaningful amount more money.
Yeah, for sure. Getting a look at Wet Jungler's board here, we got that 5 Demacia like we talked about. Switches over to the Taric here, which is going to have that Redemption, not too bad. I kind of prefer the Cho'Gath for the Warmogs, at least for stage 2, but hopefully got some econ here. So now win streaking here, it's all about can you get that second emblem. 100 health with this much gold should put you in a good spot to maybe go 9 and try to hit that 9 Demacia. And Wet Jungler, again, one of those players that is able to still make it here with some really strong finishes. So this is definitely the kind of start you're looking for if you're an EMEA fan.
His spot is really good, at least to start things off. Needs to obviously continue to convert, but we've seen the lower power, not a lot of emblems situation. 7 Demacia more 2 is still really strong to get you to 9 and play around a high cap situation.
Yeah, we've seen a few times today, actually, that some of the Demacia players that have these really great starts, though, struggle to convert it because they end up spending too much gold at level 7. They don't have quite enough health. And so that's why, at least with you're in this 100 health spot, things are looking good. But if we don't hit like this Quinn pair, because our gold situation is actually not that insane here. It's fine, it's not bad. But we need to hit that Quinn pair early. We need to get one of these 2-star frontliners possibly. And that should hopefully allow, the ability to go to those deeper levels.
Yeah, I mean, we've certainly got a lot of gold on the board right now. But the board is solid enough. We say you've got the Quinn with Deathblade, of course, and the Last Wisp, of course, we saw in the previous game, doing some decent work. The frontline is pretty solid. Along with Wet Jungler, Michael is also going to be win streaking up at the top, looking very good indeed. And of course, we've got our lost streakers at the other end.
Yeah, you look at these gold totals, by the way, it's almost like in reverse order, right? The top end, like the 20s, you know, Mikhail just got a bunch of dropped, but otherwise it was looking like that. Meanwhile, at the bottom, you're seeing the 50s. And so now I think what we'll see is, again, like that 3-5, level 7, roll down, and I think that's going to be the big thing to watch.
Yeah, a lot of people are surprisingly very rich. Even Kurum and Hong Lian were kind of like middle of the pack, able to hit that 50 threshold, which is going to be really nice. Oh, you can see why, because Kurum decided to slow play it. He's rolling some 1-cost 2-stars as well. And I think this double Samir is good for tempo. And I think right now, Kurum's just going to play, again, that very smooth, try to get to Challenger safely. And with this Jewel Gauntlet Slam, I think that's almost certainly the case.
Yeah, the Jewel Gauntlet Slam in particular really kind of paints a picture of like playing around Kai'Sa, trying to go that uncontested, you know, 4-cost like we talked about. So
this is something a little bit unusual. So we're a little late to the party, but still, this Piltover will be worth 1 gold every round if you can get the wins in. Potentially even more if you can get some losses in longer term. Foeman bring out the multicast as a little bit of a throwback, at least for this stage in the game, and doing a decent job, but not stopping that 1 free gold.
Yeah, and he has a Misfortune 2, which is actually really good at this point of the game. Did slam a tier on Misfortune. I know some people would prefer to even go for Morel Nomicon, which I know Mort is actually not that big a fan of.
yeah, no, I'm shaking my head because I actually really like this setup. He has the blue buff plus the tier, which gives that instant cast. And the fact that it's MF2 this early, that is going to be so much damage. You know, you can convert that to a Shojin later if you want, or it could just be an Archangel, but there's just so much power there as we head into the gold augments.
Did notice Hong Lian picking up the Rising Infamy there, so things are starting to heat up on the Chinese side of things. We'll look for our other augments slotting in.
Okay, so other players to focus on. Michael with 50 points. He's a player to pay attention to. He picked up You Have My Bow. So pretty open-ended as long as he's able to get that Azir in. Who's going to be a secondary carry? We're going to find out. Maybe that Mordekaiser. Wet Jungler picks up Martyr, which is excellent for the Demacia. And then Kurum goes for You Have My Sword, which is not ideal, but challengers could use a lot of swords. They could use like 4 to 5 swords pretty easy in the comp.
Just to go back to the Martyr coming in, because I know yesterday we saw the healing orbs come in, so a lot of Martyr coming in. How do you like this as a second pickup on the augments?
I think it can do very well. It's a nice safe pick that allows you to just kind of keep your unit healthy. It's a very tempo pick, and it scales into the late game really well because it's percentage based if you get any really strong units here. So definitely agree that can be a good choice. The You Have My Sword, this is interesting, and because clearly, like we said, he's itemizing around a Kai'Sa. So I think a lot of players would look at that and go, well, Kai'Sa's AP, I don't need You Have My Sword. But to your point, Froden, the fact that he's got the challengers in, if he can get that 4 challenger, that's just going to be enough base damage to provide that tempo to keep him healthy. Right now, he's at 84 health. He knows he needs these first. It really is just stay healthy, keep the gold high, and get that 3-star 4-cost.
Yeah, in a very abstract way, every round he wins almost equates to kind of the free rerolls that he can get. The more HV preserves, the more chances he gets at Pandora's. And so in some very tangentially related ways, it's almost like he's playing for economy as well.
No, absolutely. I mean, that value is very much there.
Oh my god!
With Nem, who's somehow find a Sion that somehow hasn't slammed too many items. That is going to change after this round. The Kai'Sa is in play.
Yeah.
Nem has been building up quietly. The AFK suddenly fully at keyboard.
And this is pretty bad for Wet Jungler because now that means that there's 3 players that are looking towards Mordekaiser right now, which, as we know, could make it very difficult for all of the hit, but particularly for the player that needs it the most, because Nem mathematically eliminated currently, but can still very much disrupt the rest of the people's games.
Yeah, like you said, definitely looking for that Mordekaiser. Has that early Sion. Sion in particular, again, just a large ball of health, and then the fact that you have to take him down twice this early, again, when DPS isn't really getting stacked up. But we are starting to get to that point now where, again, the 3-5 roll down, I'm expecting a lot of boards to scale up right now and end up really powerful, and so these health advantages may not work for much longer.
Yeah, heading into this roll down, it's worth noting, saying Wet Jungler might struggle to find the Mordekaiser, has actually managed to snag one already, which is going to be big for this roll down.
Nice. Finds the Quinn 2 here, which is big. Finds the Mordekaiser, like you said. The fact that he's level 6, has the Mordekaiser, doesn't really have amazing items for it, but can move that Demacia emblem at least to get that Radiant Nashers, looking for something like an Edge of Night or Quicksilver. Getting a look at Kermex's board, we start to see, find a few 4 costs, get those rolling with that Pandora's Bench.
Wow.
Sejuani 2 here, that's going to be big. Finds another Sejuani, probably isn't going to be holding that. Right now, though, there's not much damage on this board.
That roll. I'm kind of wondering what he was trying to go for it. And as a result, there's like a lot of disconnected synergies. But Toma's just trying to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, it seems like with the items here, we're looking for a Neela, possibly going into like, you know, the Bruiser Neela line. You've got that RFC, maybe something like a Giant Slayer. Again, very strong front line here, which is not a problem. But this poor Jin 1 trying to have to do all the work.
He's doing his best. It's actually Sejuani carry for the most part. I feel like her passive chill damage for Fury of the North has been actually a bigger activator than anything else.
Well, I love how strong this front line is in combination with that needlessly large gem as well. You know, for just giving that guaranteed damage boost across the team. As it gets stronger, and as we see, we've got some potential for Icy Toma to have a very strong board later on. Having that almost guaranteed proc is fantastic.
Oh, multicasters and a sorcerer multicaster variant. What do you think about this?
Okay.
So the one thing I like here is you have the Ornn item here that provides so much extra mana. This is going to allow that Sona to cast 2, 3, possibly even 4 times very quickly, which is a lot of attack speed. But you're going to need items on this Vel'Koz really fast. Vel'Koz needs those scalers, things like Jeweled Gauntlet, Guard Breaker, stuff like that. The Morello's going to have to do a lot of work here, and it's just right now with everything being 1-star, it seems a little rough, and the fact we're already down to 53 health, I don't know, I'd be rolling pretty quickly here.
Yeah, usually a lot of times when you play multicaster, you slow roll above 50 gold. Okay, that helps, so you can hit things like that. But he lost most of stage 3, and multicaster is supposed to be online a little bit earlier, so you can capitalize on having an HP lead. This feels very risky for Foeman that he wants to go for a level 7 instead.
Yeah, I think he's hoping he's going to be able to find something to itemize that Vel'Koz and get a bit more punch behind this, because as you said, there's a lot of attack speed coming in, but not a lot of damage to back up. Do you want to take a note of the economy on the right-hand side, though? Because you can see that several of our players are very low on cash.
I also want to see Hong Lian's roll down. He's been gearing up for a lot. Actually, he already rolled down to 1 gold, so he actually doesn't have anything to roll for. So it's really about Foeman and whether or not he can actually execute and hit what he needs on 7.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the fact we saw a lot of the 3-5 roll down, everyone had burned through most of their economy. Unfortunately, we really want the Sona 2 at the very least here. Continuing to roll, really wants to find that Sona. Finds the Shen, which will at least be valuable here. Is going to move the items here. This is interesting. Sells the Sona to move it again, just so he can move the Sorcerer emblem onto Shen. So we're going to see vertical Sorcerer here.
Got it. So he played multicasters into stage 3 to bridge the gap to get him to stage 4 to convert to a 6 Stork board. It's pretty roundabout in terms of like what the way he sold his unit to get there, but I see the vision. Now, whether or not that execution actually pays off, going up against Sejuani 2 for Michael looks very strong for this stage right now.
Yeah, I suppose it does make up for what you're talking about before, not having the AP itemization. You can at least find it by a different route. But the win does come in, so for Foeman, lots more wins will need to be coming his way. He, again, like a lot of our players, have spent a lot to get to this point.
Yeah, Jungler, by the way, still streaking as we go to the 4-2 augment, and that's a Demacian emblem for a wet Jungler. EMEA needed some of that way, things to fall their way, and it looks like that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, the fact that he gets that's going to be really big here. The fact it's already 100 health, that should be a pretty solid finish here. Can really just stay high econ, get his econ back up, go to 9. Should be relatively solid here. So now it's really looking at everybody else, seeing what kind of picks we're getting here. Nothing too crazy across the board what we're looking at right now. We see that Shroud getting taken. We've got some of the support dummies there helping out.
Wow.
But yeah, you just look at this board right now, and I think, honestly, this is just Coast. This is Coast. This should be a good spot. And for Wet Jungler, who, again, if we're going towards 60 points, kind of needs 2 first, this is a good step in that direction.
100%. And it could, what are the fortunes can reverse, right? All of a sudden, EMEA could have 2 players join us in the top 8 while a lot of people
Don't tease me, Dan. Don't tease me with hope.
Listen, man, at one point during day 1, we were worried it was going to be 0, but they could get multiple players while every other region may be struggling to get 1 player in.
Well, we'll have to see. Certainly Wet Jungler as it finally comes to an end. I mean, that's 2 full stages of winning. And especially, Wet Jungler is, of course, looking to eventually go up to Demacian 9. He's got everything he needs to get that first place. It's just about how the rest of the lobby comes together.
Oh,
no. Honglian looks like he's in a terrible spot. And if Honglian goes 8th, all of a sudden, the pressure is on. He's at 57 points to not go bot 3, or actually not go 7th or worse. I thought he was kind of a shoo-in with 2 games left, but this is one of those situations where it could end up reversing on him.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Goes with the 4 strategists here, 3 Bilgewater, finds the Neela 2 and everything, but again, MF2 just doesn't really cut it at this point in the game. You know, trying to use that Rising Infamy, get a few extra cannonballs, get a few extra econ going, but all the way down, you know, on a 6 loss streak here, is able to finally convert a win here, thankfully. The Neela providing a lot of extra damage, is going to be able to kill this with the next cast. There we go. A little closer than you'd like it, though.
Yeah, a little closer than you'd like, and you know, he does end up having a pretty decent scenario, having things like the Chalice, which is actually really big to get not just the ability power buff, but also the extra mana, so he can cast a little bit quicker. But I still think he needs extra, and there's no Gangplank on the carousel to help him.
No, that would have been a big saving grace. I'm taking a note again about the, I'll see it a little bit later on, but our players did roll aggressively. Wet Jungle is the only player left with a significant amount of cash in the lobby.
I misspoke. I thought Holian had, for some reason, had multiple Bilgewater. He actually is playing the strategist variation that we talked about. So he actually hit the Aatrox, which is what he wanted.
Oh, there you go. Easy peasy.
Never mind.
He was playing the confusion strategy. It was very effective.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I was trying to look at who all had some of their 2-star forecasts here. We switch over.
Oh! How do you do that?
I was just about to say, who hasn't quite hit it yet, but does manage to find it there. So now we're going to be using this Pandora's Bench, trying to find the Fiora. I'm surprised he's keeping the Fioras, or not keeping the Fioras here. This feels like an angle he should be considering at least. I know it's heavily contested, but the fact that he can also weaken some of the other players in the lobby by holding these, I'd really rather see other things get re-rolled, but for now, maybe he's just trying to play strong board, which, again, makes sense if he's playing for placements, but not to make it to day 3.
He also chose to take Mana Burn instead of actually going for Cybernetic Leech. Leech is usually a really powerful augment to help keep specifically the Fiora and the Kai'Sa alive, and people talk about the need for that combat augment, but Fiora's Blatant Waltz able to go to the back and assassinate immediately, and those are the kind of fights that Kermex needs to bring himself back in this game.
Yeah, we were praising Fiora in Death's Past for just how explosive she can be into that one. Absolutely shut up for Kerm there. We have got Icy Tama, though, on the win streak. Are the only player to have a major one doing so.
Okay.
Honglian takes the win there.
Wet Jungler is going straight to 9 if he can. He's just trying to tank as many fights as he can. Kerm hits Jarvan 2 and a Nasus 2!
What?
Big time hits for Team Liquid's Kermex!
That's a big hit. Yeah, the one thing that has me a little concerned is if you look at Wet Jungler, he went from 100 health to 67 fairly quickly. And we've seen this before where sometimes you get a little confident and then all of a sudden you lose a bit too much health and you're not able to make it to 9. And that would be pretty disappointing from this position here. It's going to need a lot of gold to do it.
And he also doesn't have that Fiora. He's hoping that he's going to be able to natural it. And kind of goes back to what you were saying at its core point. If Kermex picked a whiff of that, maybe not now, but in the future, think about holding Fiora again.
Yeah, the Morkai's is something not itemized on the app. Won't even get the Radiant item so far. Wet Jungler trying to soften these losses as much as possible, but might be a little too strong.
Wait, this is also Yurik's Graveyard. You're totally right. That actually goes back to things how Cybernetics get a lot of value in this portal in particular. That is something interesting, food for thought, as Huey takes another big loss. Huey going 8th is going to completely sabotage the momentum. Remember, he's already in the top 8. That's how you fall out of it.
Yeah, this is pretty wild for our point standings. We're going to see some pretty big shifts if Huey ends up going 8th. The other thing is this is Yorick's Graveyard, so as soon as people start dying, people are going to start spiking.
Yes.
Power is going to get a lot higher here. And if you don't have an extra champion to put those items on, you're going to be in a rough spot here. And you can see Wet Jungler right now really praying for just any gold he can get. Almost doesn't want items here. Just wants as many gold drops. All right, there's 3 gold here. That's going to... Gets a Galio and some more gold. I swear I'm not pressing any buttons here, but that is exactly what Wet Jungler wanted.
I mean, you can get to 9 very comfortably now.
Yeah, that's basically going to be wait 2 turns, go to 9. All he needs now is the Fiora, has great items on that Mordekaiser. Honglian gets the MF3 here. That's going to be a nice upgrade as well. This is the version of the MF3 we have seen be relatively successful. If you can get to the MF3, the Nautilus 3 would also help, but overall, pretty solid board here.
You've got the
wondering about making Even Shroud here by any chance, or just going for straight up Warmogs? Warmogs.
I was to say, we still got the Rising Infamy kicking there for Honglian long term as a way to push him further into the game. But check in with Huey again. This would be such a massive disappointment for O's fans if Huey is the guy on 8 here. He's so very close to realizing one of O's dreams to get back into that top 8 to take center stage.
Huey!
But it's not all over entirely, but for this game, Huey is out in 8th. They were 7th and 8th. That will no longer be the case.
It's a flashback to yesterday where Huey started off so well in the first half of the day, and now takes an 8th place. We're going to have to see how he fares in the final game as we take a look at Hong Lian. And Hong Lian, by the way, happy to not go 8th. Every point he can muster will get him over that threshold.
Extra ice was coming in from the Yorick's Graveyard, so we'll see which of our players benefit the most directly.
Yeah, unfortunately, the item choices here were not that great. Takes the Bloodthirster, probably just going to slap that on Swain, try to keep Swain alive a little longer. Isn't going to be able to hit the Swain 2 or Swain 3 here, so a little rough. 4 Sorcerer also, so just not enough power that you'd really want on this board at the moment.
And it's very surprising because if you want to go for the Swain 3, 6 Sorcerer is pretty good, and this is a good time for Wet Jungler to play against them. Wet Jungler's greeting, recognizing that he needs to go to 9 and have the gold to hit Fiora, because if you go to 9 and have 0 gold, you're stuck praying that you're able to hit it with very little income.
Yeah, at least the Demacia board's doing good enough to be able to take out most of the board here.
Yep,
Quinn
preserving HP.
Punching above, and might even actually get the job done. As Michael goes out, Foeman taking no, not taking a loss, just turning around at the last second, but we're starting to see more of our players getting into elimination position.
Vow for Jarvan is potentially really huge. Do we have any magic reduction? We do. We have a Spark. So that's going to be good. Remember, everyone is going to be looking at those similar options.
Yeah, the Shurima emblem, like I said, talking about an emblem being dropped here. But this board right now, this is just play for every little point you can get here. Honestly, if this turns into a 4th, you are so happy from this position, but just not really that strong a board right now.
Lian will be next up. Nem is also on the chopping block. They could potentially go up against each other, but they will dodge for the time being. Keep an eye out on that Misfortune on the right-hand side. She's going to have these absolutely massive casts. Gets held in place for the Jarvan for a few seconds more, but the front line is very good. Down, I think you're keeping an eye on the left-hand side. What's going on there as Hong Lian survives?
Yeah, Kurum's also trying to see if he can get this win here, but the Kaisa is getting overwhelmed. That's the... Oh my goodness gracious! The rain comes down and eliminates Nem. Nem actually was one of the only people to benefit off that Shurima emblem, by the way. Ends up dying. And let's see what ends up happening on this carousel here. If there's anything that can help Spike.
Yeah, now we're to the point where everyone's getting a full item off the carousel. They're getting a full item from Yorick's Graveyard. Boards are getting strong. And so you look around, who's got all these carries, right? Kurimex has the Kaisa. He's got the Fiora, can start itemizing this Nasus. That can be a lot of power. And so looking at this position, who's got the empty item slots, right? Hong Lian has that Neela that could get another item slot here. We're seeing more Shurima emblems because of that overall. But yeah, so you're seeing better frontline here. Again, this board, though, really struggling because it just doesn't have that much damage right now. And I think this might be a 5th place here.
Yeah, and also a couple of interesting item choices, like, for example, going for a Vow on the Taric. I understand that you want to try to cast and support that Shen as fast as possible, but there's also another unit really important for casting, which is Jarvan. Oh, 2 Kaisas away. Is anyone holding Kaisas?
2 Kaisas and 2 Fioras. Had 7 Fioras as well, so we started moving towards that.
All right.
Oh, baby! We might see 9 Demacia go up against Kaisa Fiora 3, but we have to cross that bridge when we get there. Meanwhile, Hong Lian trying to play for the extra placement, but he should be through, so we can welcome a 2nd player guaranteed to join us in day number 3, and it is Hong Lian with back-to-back championship appearances.
Yeah, Family just got completely annihilated on the other screen there. Down to our final 3. Note that Wet Jungler is still in play and still has nearly 60 gold to spend.
Wait, Kerm sold a Kaisa. Ah, I see. Yeah. He's trying to see if he can just roll the 2-star forecast into it.
Yeah, this one's really tricky because especially if you're contested, remember there are only 12 copies of the champions in the pool. So if you're holding, 7 or 8 of them, the odds that one of your 2-stars are going to roll into that is really low. So instead, you sell that and let the 2-stars try to roll here.
Wet Jungler found that Fiora, by the way. Still greeting. He's going to try to go down to 1 life, which is a little on the dicey side because that means that all he has to do is lose 1 time. That's assuming he loses here. Kerm doesn't have that strong of a board to go up against this Demacia board at the moment, so I think Wet Jungler's going to take the win, which is huge for him. Having 2 lives is massive.
Yeah, we can see the Mordekaiser stood amidst the chaos there with the Edge of Night still able to stay up and fighting for a really long time.
And I feel like if I'm Kurum here, are you tempted to roll to see if you can get multiple chances at 2-star 4 cost if you're able to, say, for example, 2-star like this Azir and put it in the bench?
Absolutely. I think that is the only thing you can do right now. Because, again, we talk about the points. If you're really trying to make it to day 3, you need a first place here. The only thing that matters is hitting these 3-star 4 costs. I think leveling is irrelevant. You know, so if anything, yeah, I would keep rolling a little bit here. Does find a Kai'Sa, but again, we've talked about how you shouldn't really be holding that Kai'Sa.
Lock? What if these turn into Kaisas?
Doesn't hit.
Fiora.
The good news is we have one more life. One more life won't kill us here. Okay. Finds the Azir too. That's one extra chance here. But I'll be honest, this is a position a lot of players find themselves in with Pandora's Bench. And this is often where we hit that floor, where it just doesn't roll. You're going to see things like the Shen, the Aphelios over and over, those units that aren't in play. Wet Jungler now exactly where he wants to be, and it feels like Kurum has basically one shot to hit this.
Yep. And did he buy himself enough time? Wet Jungler, in the meantime, is going against Toma, which is nice for Kurum. He's going against the Ghost. Can Toma fight for pride here as one of the lower point scorers, trying to see if he can upset Wet Jungler and at least disrupt his momentum?
And Wet Jungler has all the items he needs from the Yorick's graveyard. Keep your eye on Anila up in the top right-hand corner. She's pumping out the DPS. The front line is starting to be torn to pieces. The Mawkais are still on full health, scaling into infinity, ripping everybody apart. Wet Jungler is exactly where he needs to be.
And Kurum taking the loss to the Ghost. It's really do or die for Kurum X. And the verdict is... No 3-star 4 costs, and it's a Kai'Sa. All these different small rolls for these individual 4 costs. Did it cost Kurum X, or was it exactly what he needed and he just missed?
Unfortunately, I think right now he is the weaker board, and so unfortunately this might just be a miss. I know if Bebe were here right now, he'd be screaming, sell it and roll, sell it and roll. But I think
Neela 3.
Okay, now he's definitely.
All right.
Now he has to roll. But he's out of time.
He's out of time. This is it, unfortunately. So we're going to see this Neela go up against this 9 Demacia, and it'll be interesting, but 9 Demacia definitely seems favored.
Yeah. I see Thomas be able to play something of a spoiler here. Remember, on the 28 points, the Kurum X is 44. Not what you want to be running into. Of course, you've got a whole load of Oblivion coming away thanks to the Neela 3.
Yep, and that's going to do it for this edition of Kurum's World Championship run. As far as I know, he is now also mathematically eliminated, which means there's only one North American player left.
I don't know if that's true yet, just because we saw so many of our 50 players kind of go 8th and 7th. So we'll have to see. It's going to be really close. I don't know if we're quite there yet, but definitely, again, if you're aiming for that 60, which feels like the sort of safe spot, you want to do better than that. And so that is going to put him in a very rough situation where even next game, to even have a shot, it has to be a first.
Yeah, at least it means your fate is out of your hands at that point. You're just watching the results absolutely favorably. Wet Jungler, though, has played a hell of a game. Maybe didn't fully anticipate running into the Neela 3, but has still managed to keep the streak going.
And that's a big deal because Wet Jungler needs every point he can squeeze out if he's going to make it to day 3. He's going against Neela 3. Is this going to be strong enough to take down 9 Demacia, which is considered by many to be the Exodia of the comp?
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on whether or not the Mawkais are managed to survive, but gets ripped up and thrown away. We have got the secondary carry, though, the Belveth dancing around the field. She hasn't got the DPS to punch through. Neela goes very low, but not low enough.
And that means that Wet Jungler can take another loss and still survive, which is really scary. That means that potentially can cap higher. There's a Slayer emblem on Carousel, by the way.
And he grabs him.
Oh, wait, does Toma not have anti-heal all the way up until this point of the game?
I mean, it's definitely looking like the case. We'll have to get a look.
No, he's got Morello's.
So he's going for another Nautilus. Is that what's going on here? Or perhaps multiple sources of burn.
Yeah, I think just multiple sources of burn here. A lot of this comes down to the fact that right now we don't really have any armor shred either, and so 9 Demacia has those really high base armor and MR, so this Neela has to do a lot of work, but thankfully the front line is so strong that you just have a lot of time for this Neela to ramp up.
Not only do we have a Morello on Gangplank from the Thescos, we have a Morello on the Ashe, and we have a Sunfire, so we got anti-heal on lockdown. And to your point, we also have Failure, so we do have to wait, but maybe that needlessly big gem can scale. I'm actually a little curious, did he frontline this turn a little bit too quickly?
All right, this is a penultimate game of groups. Both of these, well, Wet Jungler in particular looking to try and get out by the skin of his teeth. All the Morellos in all the world will cut down the healing, but the Belveth is still punching through.
The gem!
We've got the reset coming in. Belveth drops, and Neela is still left up on full health. Quinn can't do anything. Wet Jungler takes the hit.
And Wet Jungler, if he takes 7 points here, means that he has to go first to get to that 60. And that's just so much more pressure knowing that you have to actually win out or you're not going to be able to advance to day number 3.
Yeah, you've got to try something here. You've got to try some positioning to try to get onto that Neela. It's just really rough here. The other thing is that we're fighting up against, these two dummies. There's just so much health that Gem kicks in, and the Neela ends up so strong with this amazing itemization. So heading into the final fight, 2 in a row, will it be 3?
Keep our eyes closely on that Bel'Veth, because as you said, absolutely massive. The Mordekaiser now removed from the field in exchange for those legendaries. Still going to be keeping our eyes very closely on Anila because she keeps herself so incredibly safe. The Dreadwave drops into the middle of the borders. Of course, the Jarvan's going to be trying to cast as many times as possible, but the Slayer frontline is not quite there. Bel'Veth is doing everything she can. She's trying to reset, but it's not going to happen. Wet Jungler's had a hell of a run, but Icy Toma, the one to take the first.
And what a big morale boost to Toma, who's quite frankly just not had a great weekend so far. 28 points over 10 games is a little bit worse than averaging a 6.0. So it's been rough, but it's all about whether or not you can really make the most of your experience and play for the extra prize money.
Yeah, definitely the case. And so now we're going to see a lot of people in that 52 to 54 range, which has been pretty crazy. The other thing to call out there is we just saw 9 Demacia lose twice today, so that's been pretty wild to see.
Yeah, it takes a village or a 3-star forecast, as it might say. We're going to jump with some bonus coverage, the final fight of Ego, Latin America versus Brazil, as we have the final fight of this game.
Yeah, we see Alto has got a decent amount of points in the bank. So again, as you said in the previous game, winning out the round here would be significant. More as you said, we're heading towards a huge brawl in our final round of the competition. Yeah, 50 plus 8, that's a lot closer to 60 than a lot of players would like.
And LATAM has actually just been on the rise for a while, and it feels like they've just gone from a region that people underestimated to now being just completely underrated. And so they've been getting players to that final lobby consistently. Can they do it one more time? All he has to do is not go 8th.
It's quite a challenge, though, as you said. But the pressure on all of our players is on. There's so much at stake in this next game.
That's right, that's right. So, what's going to happen in the 6th and final game? Who is going to make it? Whose dream stops here? The answer comes after this when we return to the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
The top 8 to take center stage.
Huey!
It's not all entirely, but for this game, Huey is out in 8th. They were 7th and 8th. That will no longer be the case.
It's a Jarvan. Oh, 2 Kaisa away. Is anyone holding Kaisas?
2 Kaisas and 2 Fioras. Had 7 Fioras as well, so we started moving towards that.
All right.
Oh, baby!
And a hell of a run, but Icy Toma, the one to take the first.
We're gonna take it to the
Welcome back to our analyst desk, and as all of you are smiling and waiting, I already know who can still make it and who can't. But first, let's talk about this game, because there was a lot in it. Notably, Anila 3 that we're going to get to in just a second. You can see the compositions behind us one more time, but with that, you also see the legend choices. Now, I know, not a very popular topic since everyone's been running Earth, but in this lobby in particular, we have 3 players that are not on that Earth, and notably, Honglian is really high on the standings. So talk to me about those off-meta choices.
Honglian is probably the one player who has actually made consistently TF work. I think he's been playing really well, just finding any edge that isn't really on a main comp. Misfortune, you can guarantee good items from her, especially if you find a good setup and you're not contested. We've been talking so much about how Misfortune can be consistent, especially when you're just trying to just add up as many points as possible, since Honglian was already in a good spot. And unfortunately, Hui, he was playing poor at the end of the day 1. He shifted back to Or on day 2. He did really, really well, standing like 4 games being top 4, maybe even top 3 onwards. Just on this final game, the things didn't go up on his way. I think though he's gonna make it. He's gonna struggle a little bit to actually return now, but I think the comeback from him and his storyline as a player from day 1 to day 2 has been something remarkable.
He still has a chance, of course, on the back of the challenger. Hand-holding, I want to say, it was not that possible, but talking about things that weren't that possible, Wet Jungler not able to claw that win out, Panda.
So much hope at the start of the game. Demacia Emblem, you know, the potential for a high cap board is there. He gets the second emblem at 4-2, just barely loses to someone that comes in out of nowhere. It looks like it was Kurum versus Wet Jungler, EMEA versus NA, and Isotoma hits a Nyla 3. He's been loyal to Billswater the entire tournament. He's been playing MF reroll, he's been playing Nyla as the main carry. He hits a Nyla 3, able to win out. Wet Jungler, despite getting second, he still has a chance to make it, and I loved his pickup with Martyr, giving him a chance to kind of shore up that mid game that he might not make it to 9 in the first place. Stays healthy, actually makes it, and in the end gets a second.
Speaking of NA, Kurumex also in this lobby, also needing those high finishes. Baby, talk to me about why that didn't really work out there.
I mean, I think Kurumex brought a really good strategy. He win streak with the Pandora's like a bench, tried to roll for a 4-cost 3-star at level 7, which is a first place strategy, executed pretty well. But at the latest moment, all the players were denying free auras. So there were actually 3 Fioras taken out, and if a Fiora is one in the shop, then Fiora is guaranteed not to show up. So I feel like if Kurumex actually rotated Fiora 2 with the other 4-cost 2-stars, then I think he would have gotten Kai'Sa 3, and he did get a Kai'Sa on the left node spot. So that kind of broke my heart a bit, but he did play really well. I'm just really sad he couldn't get first place that game.
Speaking of things that break your heart, let's have a look at the standings, baby, because I think there's something waiting for us all that might make you very unhappy, but others as well. All of the players that you are seeing on this page cannot make it anymore. This is a brutal cutoff. Just as a reminder, only the top 8 are going to be moving towards tomorrow, towards the final day of the World Championship. And we're going to take a look at that front page and see who's actually still in the running. And if you're looking at the breakpoint on 14, so Ego Illusions and anyone that's below him is out of the running. Anyone that's above, so Huey, Michael, Wet Jungler, they need to rely on the cutoff being at 60, and then the players that are a little bit higher still have a little bit of room.
And the craziest thing is that this exact lobby we just saw on main broadcast, we're going to go to again in game 6. 3 of the players back-to-back in the standings, Wet Jungler, Michael, and Huey, they're all in this lobby. They all need to get a first place to actually make it. 14 players in contention, only 8 can actually pass on to day 3.
And looking at this, just really quickly, there's a bunch of players already on the match point. Xiaoge is up there with 64 points. That's really, really a lot. But also other players on that 61 mark already means the cutoff is probably going to be higher than 60, which hurts for anyone that's hoping for those 60 points players to maybe make it in there, but it's not all decided just yet. Stay tuned. We have our next game coming up in just a couple of seconds. I can see our casters over there getting ready. Any last wishes, guys?
there are at least 6 regions that have a chance of making it to the finals. Can we have a variety?
Variety?
You
got it.
No, okay. Or are we going to have 4 or 5 Chinese people in the finals?
There's always a chance. You know, it's China. After all, they're so
I'm scared.
good at this.
I don't want that. I want variety.
Well, I want the games to start, so we're going to be
So does
seeing
Chat Mix.
whether or not that is possible. And I'm hearing, yes, it is. So I'm going to send it off to our amazing casters over there. We have Frodent, Counterfeit, and Mortdog himself to take you into the final game of day 2.
Thank you very much, Makes and crew. We are on the precipice of the finale here. One more game, one final lobby, one last triple prismatic lobby to settle it all, to see who joins us in the top 8. That is what's on deck. Frodan, Counterfeit, and Mortdog here to bring you the final game of the second day of competition.
I mean, I'm looking at Mortdog here to say, come on, come through for us. Just this one time. This is the big game.
I mean, I'm rooting for it. Prismatic games are always fun. We've had a lot of silver, so I'd love to see it. Odds are against us, of course, but as we head into the final game, you know, it'll be interesting. A couple people in this lobby really need a first place, so they're going to have to come out swinging hard, and even then, it might not be in their hands. We've been talking about the 60-point threshold, but right now it might look like it'd be 61 or even 62 with how these lobbies are going, so we'll have to see, and that first place might not even be enough.
Yeah, if you land obviously around 62, you're probably safe, but nothing is guaranteed for people within that zone. And then also, what if the opposite happens, where like disaster falls on everyone on top, and then everyone at the bottom just pulls out like the craziest stops, and they all go top 2 or better, and then all of a sudden it becomes down to like maybe the tiebreakers of like a 4-way tie at 60. A lot can happen, so keep your eyes peeled. There's other lobbies going with alternates, but I'm not entirely sure what to anticipate. I think the first thing is that we have to talk about China is back on top. It's very likely that 4 players from China is going to make it to the final lobby. And last time it happened with the Dragonlance Championship, and we all saw how that went.
Oh boy, yeah, it seemed like that was going to completely be swept away. They've gone up, they come back down again. It's been so marvelous. I mean, for players like Huey in the last lobby, we've been in such a heartbreaker scenario of going 8th place from being in 7th and 8th to now being fighting for his life and only the small chance of seeing tomorrow.
Yeah, as we head into this last game, like you said, China just seems to be playing so well. They've got a good grasp on the meta, and each of them have been playing a different style, right? It's not like they've all been doing the same type of thing. We've seen some of them pick a comp and kind of play a lot of it. We've seen some of them be willing to be very flexible. It just kind of shows, how dynamic they are in the field right now.
52 points is what I'm looking at right now. Huey from OCE, Michael, Wet Jungler. Michael didn't get talked about very much, but, as much as Alto was doing great for Latam, could Michael potentially be the person that upsets everybody, joins, and maybe fulfills that destiny of being a raw skill player, has never really met his potential yet, but he is slowly but surely improving and getting there. He just needs one good first to put himself in contention, but again, that depends on how the rest of the lobbies are going to shake out.
I think the crazy thing here is we talked about, again, 52, they need a first to hit that 60 point, but there are 3 of them here at 52. They can't all get first, so only one of them is likely to make it, if any, and so that's going to be pretty crazy to see.
Gentlemen, I'm assuming we're expecting to see Earth, particularly from those 3 in particular, for maximal potential to get that first.
Yep, that's right. And then what does that mean in terms of overall macro strategy? Does it mean that anyone's going to switch off of Earth by any chance? Or does that mean that some people are going to potentially whip out a composition that they're going to try to gamble for? We've seen people, for example, in North America and potentially other regions, they play Pengu when they need to go first because they say, I have to play for a Piltover strategy. I'm going to hope for a gold opener. And I'm going to be rolling for Piltover as fast as I can on 2-5 at the latest to try to play for that win out.
As much as I, would love to see a legend swap here, and I think sometimes it could be the right play, my guess is these players just have been focused so much on Earth, knowing that that's what the meta is. They've been practicing that line so much that even if it is correct to play something like a Tahm Kench or a Pengu, it's just not going to happen. They're just not going to be familiar enough with the lines, and to put it all on the line in the last game like that for something you just haven't practiced, I think is just going to be not what we're going to see.
It depends on the point desperation situation. You're not wrong, but at the same time, I will say one thing is that it's not terribly complicated playing Piltover with Pengu. You're right in the sense that you're pivoting to Earth, but pivoting off of it might be easy for the burden. But without further ado, let's go ahead and get to the 12th and final game of the group stage here at the Runeterra Reforged Championship.
Let's go ahead and take a look. Fleshing Arena, Voltariux Hollow, and Bandle Cafeteria.
So this is kind of wild, right? We're talking about Earth in these first places. There's only one person sitting in Bandle Cafeteria. And so normally when we see a lot of Earth players...
No one's sitting with Kerm in the cafeteria?
He's all alone.
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, he's one of the player on 50 points, so he's really just looking to better his situation. We do have a good amount of Earth players, so further to your point more, it is surprising. But again, we're really looking Huey, Michael, and Wet Jungler. Those are the three players who can most affect their fortunes by coming first in this game.
I'm still questioning that choice. If you need a first place and you're playing Earth, and you're not picking Bandle Cafeteria, that just feels very odd here. We go with a pretty safe one. Finds a Jace.
Oh, it's Foeman, though, so not something that...
Yeah, not someone looking for a big swing here. But, you know, it's a relatively safe portal. Everyone's going to get that support item at some point in the game. You know, we get a good look here. Again, it's Ornn, Twisted Fate, and a bunch of Earths. So we'll have to see how that goes.
Yep. I think it also could go the other way as well, because if you know that all the opponents you're contending with are playing things like Earth, you also might not want them to potentially benefit because you know that they might spike to the point where you can't beat them. Versus Voltariux Hollow, it feels like more reasonable in the sense that, yeah, there could be some really big, insane combinations, but maybe there's always a chance for you to scale higher instead of having them assemble the perfect pieces.
Well, I mean, the thing that jumps out for me most is seeing Huey here, of course, who had that disaster of a previous game, going for Ornn in this lobby. When we know he needs a first place, it doesn't scream to me of having that great potential.
Yeah, I totally agree. Ornn is a very good tempo if you get the right artifact. You can play that really well, something like Collector or, you know, Hullbreaker or anything like that. But, like you said, it doesn't have that same cap that an Ornn board does here. So, I don't know. Other than comfort, this does feel like not the right legend to have in this situation.
Okay, well, we'll see. Ornn for Huey one more time. He needs to summon what he had at the beginning of the day. And what will it be on the 2-1 augments? It's going to be a gold.
Yeah, looking at a gold here, that's going to put a lot of people in their comfort zone. This is the thing they've practiced most. We get a look at these Ornn artifacts, and Huey, for example, here, Eternal Winter and Mogul's Mail, not necessarily what he's looking for. The one thing I would have called out is that Mogul's Mail with a 5-item start means you can actually get that second item on the tank, and you could start generating that gold, but instead decides to go with Eternal Winter. And now we're getting a look at Mikhail's board here and has the Ionia emblem. This, again, feels like a pretty decent start here. But otherwise, yeah, we're going to start to get a look at some of the emblems around the board. We see a Vanquisher, Shurima, Kuramex with the Demacia, and then one other Demacia player. So we do see some contesting on the Demacia side of things. But right now, the players that need a first, that Ionia emblem looking real good.
Oh, no, but Wet Jungler has a Vanquisher emblem. And these are two players at 52, so they're going to be taking each other's units. Now, there's plenty to go around. In fact, you can even have deviating strategies. Vanquisher could be focusing on Karma. Ionia could be focusing on Ashe. And then, you know, no harm, no foul. But at the same time, you never know how these games pan out.
No, it's going to be very important, as we do see on Foeman's side of things, picking up the Gold Monster stuff. This is something we would have loved to have actually seen coming for Huey, you know, to get something which could potentially snowball like crazy.
Yeah, and the fact that he put it on the Jhin, I think, was definitely correct. That snipe can get that kill, allowing you to get those gold procs and allowing you to snowball from there. We talk about drip economy and how you can't get that from traits anymore, but getting it from your augment, that can snowball into a lot of economy in the late game.
Yep, that's right. And for Kurum, I mean, he's playing for, I guess, the highest placement he possibly can at this point. See if he can get it. But he has that Demacia contesting with Toma, almost kind of like a bone to pick from the previous game, because Toma was also the person that kicked him out with that Neela 3.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get what you can get. At least Kuramex is in a position to play something pretty comfortable. We know long-term, of course, we're going to be seeing those extra support items coming in to help push the power across the board.
Yeah, and so, again, pretty strong start here. Have that Gargoyle Stoneplate, which has been nerfed a bit, so it's not quite as strong as it was before, but it is still good in the early game. And yeah, I feel like Kuramex right now, knowing that he can't make it to day 3, this is get a top 4, get a, you know, maybe 3rd if you're lucky, and then be happy with like your 9th or your 10th. That's going to be a little bit of extra share of that prize pool. And nothing to be ashamed of, you know, getting that place in the tournament, you know, nothing too bad there.
And he's one of the first people, I was actually looking and chatting with him between games. He said that he just puts the blame on himself. He's like, look, it's not like the patch, it's not anything. I had 12 games. I could have proved it. And he just said that he had a couple of bad reads on a couple of comps, which cost him placements, which puts him out of contention for competing. And it's just as simple as that. The small margins of a placement here, a placement there is what puts you in or out of that top 8.
Yep.
Yeah, it's got to take its toll for our players, knowing exactly where they are right now. It's been such a long journey for all of them just to get here at all to play in the Global Championship here at Runeterra Reforged. The last game, the absolute point of everything they've been doing up until this stage. There can be no mistakes.
Yeah. On the other hand, this is kind of a victory lap for Hong Lian. Again, he's known primarily in China as being the most popular streamer. If you're from North America or you follow him, it's kind of like the K3 Soju of China, except he's been to 3 worlds instead of 1, so it's got a little bit of a lead on Soju.
You got the shot in. You got the shot in.
Oh, it's not a shot at all. It's more just a praise to Hong Lian because everyone knows that it's very difficult to juggle both. It's hard to be at the top of that content creation and at the top of competitive, but he's had an amazing 2023.
Yeah, also worth calling out here, again, we know it's an Earth meta. We've seen, you know, hundreds of Earths at this point, but he's taken Twisted Fate, and he's been playing that really well, and you've talked about it a couple times that Twisted Fate has this high skill cap, and so to come in here and already be locked in with that Twisted Fate kind of shows that he's very familiar with that line, knows that play, and is showing that there are other options out there.
You have fewer things you can go for. Multicasters is not really the out you can even lean into. And so, what do you want to play with Twisted Fate? I feel like most people are going to be a little bit lost. I mean, I think Hong Lian defaults a lot to the Bilgewater Nila, which is what he's maybe leaning towards. But even then, that comp is not easy to pull off. If you think it easy, go ahead and try and see how it goes.
I do think this is, you know, as I said, Hong Lian's comfort zone, so if he's going to be able to pull it off, he can. It's, of course, worth noting we've got the 3 players who need to get first places in this lobby. Hong Lian does not need to do that, but he may have it in mind to just take the first place for himself anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, he'll definitely keep playing as best as he can, trying to practice. I like the Even Shroud lock in here. Like you said, that very clearly says, I'm playing the Bilgewater line, I've got the RFC. That Even Shroud is going to lower the armor of all the nearby people, allowing those cannonballs to hit even harder. So pretty very clear signaling what he's playing. And I like this because, again, it's not that S-tier comp. It's the comp that a lot of people have been sleeping on and using that to kind of coast into this, you know, top 8.
In the meantime, Michael has hit the last Whisper. That is the key piece. And that build indicates like it's Ashe to me. We'll see if he ends up committing to Ashe or perhaps going for the Xayah Nila 4 cost instead. Kurimex must be wondering where was this all day. Having a Demacia, easy 5-streak, and cruising. And you know who also 5-streak with Demacia? Man, Demacia is so good at 2 people 5-streaked with it on stage 2.
No, it's even great. It's even great being played from the bench. That's the way to give all of your items to Demacia. I didn't know if you know that.
Yeah, fair enough. Now here comes the question. Is this like a good spot for Demacia? It's 0 Demacia units. It becomes increasingly more difficult as you level to find them.
I am not a fan of this at all. Again, we've seen that for Demacia to really succeed. Do we have a coin flip here?
No, we don't.
Okay, we don't.
Going his moment.
Woo, that was close. But I think Demacia, when we've seen it succeed, it's somebody being, you know, above 80 health as we head into stage 4. So they've got that time to get to possibly that 9 to find the Mordekaiser and stuff like that. Every time we've seen Demacia be low on health, that's when we see them bottom out, right? Kurimex had the 2 emblems and went 7th with it because he couldn't keep that health high enough. So I'm just not a big fan of the lost streak Demacia.
All right, well, we'll see if Toma can prove us wrong, because I agree with Mort. I think that is a weaker way to play Demacia by a big margin, and the likelihood of Toma able to pull himself out is unlikely. Now, that being said, heavily depends on whether or not he's able to natural some of these Demacias get online, and whether or not he's able to hit that Mordekaiser. He seems to be all in on the idea of playing for Mordekaiser, and if he can hit that 2-star, maybe it's enough to anchor him.
Yeah, it's going to have to be pretty big turnaround. Of course, bear in mind, Isotoma on 36 points, which is the lowest amount of points in this lobby. He could significantly push himself up in the prize stakes if he can get a win here against some very heavy hitters.
And how hilarious would it be if Toma goes in with 28 and gets 16 points in the last 2 games, which is like 60% of his point total. It would be quite a story to wrap up his championship.
Yeah, it would definitely be a way to end it, get some extra prize pool, but not only that, but play spoiler to our 352 players, right? Because again, those 52 players need that first place. Anyone else here is just trying to really stop them from making it to day 3.
It's such a fascinating spot to be in here, because again, you know, you've got the players towards the bottom who obviously want to try and get the first places themselves, and they've got very little to lose in this game. So you know they're going to be going all out, and if the odds go in their favor, they can end up overtaking you just because they don't have so much to lose.
Yeah, totally agree here. Kurimex leveling up to keep the streak going, has that 5 Demacia, wasn't able to find the Quinn 2. That would have been really nice to lock in this streak. Does get a relatively easy matchup though here. Should be able to win this fight pretty handily here. And that's going to allow him to keep that gold streak going here. And so again, this is the position that Demacia feels really good on, right? Can we get a gold or a prismatic augment that's going to give us that one more +1 Demacia? And if so, that's going to be trouble for our 352 players.
All right, let's see it. 3-2 with a gold augment on 2-1. What's going to happen for the second one of this game? And it's going to be another gold. Taking a look at our 52 players, Huey in the top middle. Does he want to go for that Ornn? Michael rolls in the top right and gets another Ionia emblem. So 9 Ionias on the table for Michael, which is huge. The other 52 player, Wet Jungler, takes Healing Orbs, which is a solid, but nothing too crazy.
Yeah, nothing too crazy here. Like you said, Mikkel getting the Ionia emblem being really good. Kermex did not get something like Dedication or anything like that. Huey right now still trying to make his last decision here. Could go the Ancient Archives. Decides to go with Healing Orbs as well. So 2 of our 52 players went with Healing Orbs as just a nice safe pick, solid right now. And again, it's a good augment, but it just doesn't feel like that first place augment they need.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. Now that being said, Michael has hit 2 stars across the board. He is rolling down, though, to get it. He's got that 11 goal, so he needs to streak the rest of the stage. If he's able to do so, he's in a good spot. You see why he rolled, because he wanted to go for 6 Ionia on level 6. Was not able to hit it, but can he take down Kermex? This would be a huge win if so.
Yeah, Kermex is bringing in the Edge of Night for a little bit more survivability for the Fiora. Doesn't seem to serve us super well. HP turns a little off.
No.
Michael at least does keep hold of the lost streak, but doesn't manage to upset the apple cart. Kermex remains undefeated.
And Kurum looks like he rolled again, by the way. He's down to 10 gold. He was at 20 at 3-1. Still on Quinn 1, but that is a slight dagger there into the back of Maiko.
Yeah, the fact that everyone's so low on economy, I don't think we're going to see any of these big spikes here as we head into our support item here. Zeke's Herald, a pretty solid choice here. Going to give that backline the extra attack speed. Seems pretty solid. We'll have to see what other support items are out there. But Kermex getting a relatively safe choice here to give that Quinn just some extra attack speed.
Also has that early Fiora. I was kind of thinking about whether or not there's even a merit for Obsidian Cleaver as well, so you get that shred. But given that Glove's already slammed, and I think Glove's a little bit awkward for that comp, go ahead and just get that last Whisper going. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Nem's point of view and see that he has an early Mordekaiser, which is going to provide a huge problem to people that need that unit for other comps.
Yeah, being equipped with the Shreem emblem, as you've mentioned many times, Dan. An excellent hold of all emblems, big and small. On the other side, I see Toma running the Demacia line. Again, Mort, you said you were not a big fan of this approach. At least there is a board here now to speak of, and it actually might be enough of a board to get Icy Toma started back off to the races.
Yeah, if anything, this is trouble for Nem, who leveled to 7 and already rolled down quite a bit. And so to lose on 3-3 after leveling to 7 is a little rough here. And again, we've seen the tempo be really high in these last few games. I imagine 3-5, anyone who's got any gold left, which isn't a ton of players, is probably going to roll down here, level to 7, and we're going to see some big spots here. And I kind of expect Kermex especially, like, he might be out of gas now because he spent all that gold.
Yeah, and he can't continue to spend that gold because he needs to roll on 7, so we shall see. Kind of depends a little bit on his matchmaking pool as well. There are a couple of people who aren't rolling or a little bit on the weak side. There are some players who also are going to potentially be leveling and rolling on 7 as well. And that's going to be Toma, Honglian, Foeman, and Wet Jungler.
Yeah, so there's those level 7s, everyone leveling up here, and we're just watching those gold totals, see if they roll down here. Ace Toma right now with only 10 gold here, so not a ton to work with. Looking around, though, we'll have to see if everyone else can go. Wet Jungler, by the way, also on a 5-round win streak. So if we get the Kermex versus Wet Jungler fight, that's going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I'm curious how Wet Jungler's roll down went. Uh-oh. Okay, Toma almost TP'd. He has too many items. It's Salvage Bin. He is dizzy, but thankfully he's going to make it work. We've got Rage Blade Archangels.
I have to laugh at Hongleon. Has the RFC, he's got the Pandoras, and 3 Reforgers.
Well, you want to double down the whole Chooser and Items. I mean, certainly Items are pretty good for Hongleon right now.
Pandora's at home. Yes. We've got 3 Reforgers.
You know, if you really need a component now, you've got 4 tries, I suppose.
Yeah, just do a little bit of tactical reforging before it's all said and done. We are heading across to Wet Jungler. Remember, Huey, Michael, and Wet Jungler are 3 main players we're keeping an eye on here because they are the ones with the biggest chance of making it through to tomorrow with a first place.
Yeah, the fact that he lost his streak there, he was on that 5-win streak, did end up losing, though, unfortunately. Kermex keeping the win streak here, and again, we keep talking about these 52-point players. one of them needs to come out really strong. And right now, Kerm is starting to run away with it, right? If you're at 100 health at this point, things are usually pretty good. So we really need someone to just find a really cap version. And right now, nothing's screaming at, like, look at this amazing cap board.
That's an early Cassante to complement your Shurima board, and I think most people have come to agree that Cassante won by himself in a vacuum. Not that impressive, but in 6 Shurima, he can actually do some work.
Yeah, I do like it with the healing orbs as well, because you see getting the knock off the board and doing a lot of trouble. Well, of course, the Mordekaiser takes the center stage. It's a nice backup to make sure that Nem will be able to get the win here. There you go. Deletes your problems no matter what they are.
Yeah, I agree with you that stage 3, he can do a lot of work because there's not that much damage he can survive.
Yeah, stage 3.
You know, and so, but as the damage gets ramping up, it can be a lot harder unless you've got things like that Protector's Vow, the blue buff, stuff like that to get him to cast very quickly.
What I do like about him, what he can do in stage 4 and beyond, is sometimes displace really important tanks. I think people get a little lazy with, say, like a Sejuani with a Stoneplate Gargoyle. If they're not paying attention to, even just the fact that he kicks her out of place might be enough, even if he's not able to get the execution.
No, absolutely. And I mean, it's going to add an extra layer onto these players who've got so much on their mind already. You know, what a heartbreaker it would be to lose an all-important streak all round just because you didn't account for that Cassante.
Yeah, totally agree. Right now, really looking for this Neela. We're playing around the Azir right now as an item holder, but if you can't find the Neela, this board doesn't really make a lot of sense. This is very, you know, forcing the Neela, trying to play around the 5 Bilgewater, the Strategist. Out of gold right now, though. And so for now, we're just going to have to pray we can hit that. Kermex hitting a 2-star Kaisa as well to keep that streak going. You know, so there we go. Yeah, 10 win streak. Everyone basically rolled down all their gold except Mikhail right now, who is still level 6. Right.
Oh, and that Zephyr snipe as well. That is nasty. You don't expect the Jarvan to go backline because you always expect him in the front.
Yeah, this is a Valar's Horror, which means that you do have to keep that in mind. Another thing that players don't normally have to account for at all. With the Ashe out of the mix, it means this round's not even a little bit close.
And it's the small things like that that add up over time, which, you know, only is pressuring the rest of the lobby. Speaking of pressuring them, probably going to die pretty soon at this current pace. We're going to see. Let's take a look, and it's a triple gold lobby, just with more Dark Ordered.
I mean, I'll take it over silver, gold for sure. So, you know, getting a look at the augments here. Nothing too crazy jumping out right now. Kuramex has an option for Portable Forge here or Cybernetic Bulk. Cybernetic Bulk can be really good with all that extra armor and MR. Ends up taking that, so if he can get to that 7 Demacia with that, should be in a pretty good spot. We get a look at some of these other augments, and yeah, nothing jumping out at like amazing. I'm curious what Hong Leon got from his augment. That's the one that gives a 5 cost. So if he can get a Gangplank, that might open up something like 7 Bilgewater. But otherwise, nothing too crazy.
The teaming up. Yeah, I will say that one of the underrated things that maybe White Jungler has is social distancing in a vertical Vanquisher, giving that higher base damage, but it's still not that impressive until you get everything online. And even then, it's solid. It's not as crazy as social distancing used to be. Another Zephyr on the corner carry! How does he keep getting away with it?
Yeah, Kuramex no longer on the win streak, and we can see from Hong Lian's side of things, that is a Neela finally equipped with the RFC. We're seeing incredible work being done by the Zephyr thanks to this being Valor's Hollow.
So Zephyr, that's a new item to TFT, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't see it that often.
I like it. You think about adding it to the main game.
People are playing as if it is a new item more at this rate. I feel it was almost like people forgot that Zephyr exists.
Yeah, and so with that in the lobby, in this, people are going to have to really start adjusting their position, make those last-minute swaps, because getting your carry Zephyred for those 6 seconds is just, it can really ruin your day.
It's striking how powerful it is, because my understanding is now that you can't add it on after combat has started, so there's less of a surprise factor coming in, but still, it's getting the job done.
Yeah, and it's also giving your team that extra attack speed as well, so it's just got some nice utility to it now that it is a support item. Getting a look at this board here, 7 Demacia, 3 Slayer. We've got the Quinn 2, still a Mordekaiser 1. Otherwise, nothing too crazy here, but we're starting to get to the point where a few of our players are getting really low. Nem at 18 health. Kuramex has been losing, and so now again, we're looking at our 52-point players. Can any of them turn this into that first place they need?
And White Jungler has a Xayah too. Doesn't have 3 items yet, though. Can the Xayah be able to focus everything else, or is the Quinn going to one-tap everything along the Mord? And that's a loss that White Jungler can't afford. All 3 players of 52 are at 3-4-5, although there is that HP gap between Huey and Michael.
Oh boy. Mort, you mentioned before the economy was going to be an issue in this lobby. We see our players have been spending pretty aggressively at getting up until this point. You know, there's virtually no money left across the board for our players to make their boards significantly stronger.
Yeah, and definitely with the economy this low, unfortunately what ends up happening is you're kind of at this level 7, am I going to hit my 2-star 4 cost because the tempo's so high? And I think some of them really needed to take a little bit more risk with their health, try to get to level 8, try to spike something. Maybe, they weren't aware that they needed that first place. Maybe they're just playing for placements, but to get a first, you've got to do something big and bold here that might get you a 7th or 8th, but it's still the correct play in this tournament setting.
Taking a look, by the way, of the current setting here for Michael. He is still on level 6. He's rolling for Ashe 3. In fact, he found Shen 2. He found 4 copies of Shen. And he might have to send it here in order to hit everything. That's 8 8s.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
That's what I'm talking about, but it costs everything in the war chest.
There are the 2 Ionia emblems, though, so we know that the ceiling here for Michael is very, very high. It's just, he's a long way away from level 9.
I mean, the fact that he got the Shen 2 this early at level 6, I think that is going to be a bit of a saving grace. If he can find the set 3 very quickly, the Ashe 3 now should do some decent damage. This is right around the last point where you want to hit that Ashe 3 and still have a shot.
Yep, agreed. And this is kind of what we're talking about, having that Jarvan even kick to kick to our back line, exactly how we planned it. And out. All according to the Keikaku. And that is potentially Cassante.
I don't think so.
Not
maybe
enough,
not.
Unfortunately.
I mean, he did a lot of work. That blue buff in there, as well as all the tankiness, made him so incredibly hard to deal with, but the rest of the board evaporated just a tiny bit too quickly.
Mort, this Cassante unit is just so troll, man. What is he doing half the time? I just feel like he doesn't even know himself.
Yeah, he definitely, like I said, needs a lot of things to go right here. And I think Nem has to be pretty disappointed with that for the fact that had that Mordekaiser 2 with that 6 Shurima, felt like he was in a pretty good position, but it just wasn't enough. Ending on an 8th place. Still, the fact that you make it here to Worlds has to feel good, but not how you want to go out.
Yeah, that was some NA Cassante in League of Legends Worlds if I've ever seen one. Let's take a look at Huey's position here, trying to see if he can pull himself up with Challengers, but Challengers just caps lower, particularly because you're playing one carry. It's solo carry Kai'Sa. There's no other items on a damaged unit. He has to just make it do with this.
Yeah, this is what we're concerned about. Huey going for the ore, now going for something that caps out lower as well. The first place just may not be achievable. The healing ultra at least enough to keep her up for another cast, but the damage is just not there.
And I think that is the closing minutes here of Huey in his championship run. What a day 2 for him, as he had an incredible start to the day with the first 4 games, but only to peter out in the last 2.
Yeah, unfortunately for Huey, that board, you look at that board and it's just not going to get a lot stronger. Even if you hit the Fiora 2, you hit all the other pieces, the cap is just so low right now. This is not a board that you're excited to have. The Ornn artifact just wasn't what he was looking for. And so yeah, players like Mikhail right now, I think, of the 52 people, Mikhail and Wet Jungler. Wet Jungler, at least we can see, has that 50 gold, so could spike pretty hard. But they're the 2 we're going to really want to keep an eye on right now.
Yeah, Wet Jungler has certainly been able to do that across multiple games, keep that economy nice and afloat, while also keeping the HP up at the same time. But for Huey, this could well be the end of the line. He said, things are not looking good, going to slam those last items in for what could easily be his last round of the competition.
Yeah, and if it is, hats off to OC once again. They made a deep run, and TFT is only getting more competitive and more harder as the global competition levels up.
Yeah, I mean, he's holding this Aatrox here, which, again, if you need to stay alive, you've got to be rolling for this Fiora, for this Jarvan. Yeah. I don't know why we're holding this Aatrox, and so this fight, at least one of the slightly weaker opponents, but it's still an Azir 2, a Silco 2 with very good items. This is going to be his best shot at winning a fight.
I think the morale is pretty low at this point, because I actually argued that Demaci's not even that important of an item compared to just playing that Aatrox. And that'll close it for Huey here. As OC loses one of the heroes, we'll have to see how Tamura does in the others. Honglian in 6th, which, by the way, Honglian going 6th, Foeman in 5th, Toma potentially spinning out. That means the Michael and Wet Jungler still have that chance to play for first place.
Yeah, that's so important.
Yeah, right now they're the ones that are looking really, really good here. But Honglian has started to put together a board. If he can find this Neela 2, he's got that Giant Slayer if he wants to make it. He's got some pretty good setups here. Hasn't hit it yet, though, unfortunately. Is level 8, so he's definitely one of the stronger players in the lobby. This is a pretty solid board, but some of the other players, like we've seen, the Ionia, just are getting capped out.
Still stuck on Neela 1 this late into the game has to feel really bad, but you know what? It's okay. We made it to the final lobby. Get all the bad luck out of the way now while we can for Honglian.
Yeah, there's, Honglian can see very unconcerned by how this lobby turns out. He's already got his place secured no matter how it goes. Wet Jungler, though, has got a lot more on the line. We are getting confirmed by admins. Again, as we said right back at the beginning, for our 52-point players, even getting a first may not be enough. But if they don't get a first, they are definitely not going through to tomorrow.
Yep, 100%. 60 even enters you into that conversation. We shall see. In the meantime, Wet Jungler looks pretty solid. Looks like he has that 2-star Vanquishers online, has 3 items on Shen, which is really important, and 3 solid items on Shen. I think Adaptive Helm and Crown Guard are very underrated. And then we also take a look at Foeman's board, just checking with him, playing Goldmancer, Long Distance Pal, Silco, and Azir. This is a very staple build, but is it good enough to actually contend with the top 4 with a front line like this? I'm not entirely sure.
No, it may be a last round for Foeman. We have got Honglian again on a single-digit HP. Michael, of course, an enormous amount at stake. You've noticed before, of course, we've got the Ashe up to full power. You can see exactly what she's capable of with a little bit of help from her friends, just ripping through everything. It would be relatively comfortable for Michael to move into a solid top 4 adjacent position.
Yeah, and Honglian squeezed out another placement. I mean, small things like that help Honglian get it piece by piece, inch by inch. Oh, there's a Bilgewater emblem for Honglian. Ah, is it even that good? There's a GP instead. I think you take the GP.
I think it's the GP here. And again, like the fact that now he's sitting on, 65 points, I believe. So Honglian just kind of coasting here. And now it's really up to KurimX to play spoiler. Because KurimX, Wet Jungler, and Mikhail. Wet Jungler and Mikhail are 252-point players. Can one of them get spoiled here, or will they be able to finish it off?
And that Jarvan gets Kurim closer. Ah, I see. Kurim's been rolling for not just his Mordekaiser, but also for the Quinn 3. He doesn't have to open sell yet. Open sell meaning taking that Kaiser 2, selling because you know you're going to replace her anyways with the Mordekaiser 2. Not to mention, he doesn't even have that good items for Mord. Archangel Staff, is that even good on Mord?
Not for the Demacia setup, I don't believe so.
Okay, we'll see. Honglian's been a sniper with this Zephyr, but he is leaning back. That body language tells you everything.
Not this time, though. The Zephyr will go right. It will miss the Ashe, and that means the damage is still there. We've got to see this Ashe board starting to build up some late game power as well. The Heimerdinger is in the mix for a little bit more time being bought, but it looks like the Jarvan, even if he can't hit the Zephyr, can at least hit the Cataclysm.
Yeah, and honestly, the fact that he's even compete with this board with a Nila 1 is really impressive. This is a 7 Bilgewater, which is considered to be a weak trait. That's a Nila 1 that's considered to be very weak, and the end of stage 5. Honestly, there's something about Bilgewater that I think China understands better than other regions.
Yeah, I've been saying it for a while that I think Bilgewater is underrated. KurimX, by the way, hitting the Quinn 3, so that's going to be a pretty big spike here. The fact that he was able to get a 5th there without, the Nyla 2, I think shows kind of what the power potential could be of that composition here. That being said, we know this has been a very aggressive lobby. Not everyone is nearly as capped as they could be. And so we've got our top 4 here, and again, 2 of them really eyeing that first place.
Only one of them gets to have the double emblem, but Wet Jungler will keep hold of the big bags of cash to keep him warm at light. Everybody else, we've got 9 gold total across the 3 other players.
Yeah, and is this strong enough for Michael to actually win? This is actually really important because that means that Wet Jungler's a player that's going to be in contention to win.
Oh, wow. Lost.
And this is going to be Kai'Sa blowing everything up.
Dice Strike. And the job is done. Michael is not dead. Icy Timer goes down to 4. Points are everything.
I just realized that Kurim actually has the 1-2 knockout punch because he has Kai'Sa and Quinn, who are fantastic isolated killers. And so that's really difficult to deal with. They ever corner you to just a couple of units, that comp's going to blow you out.
Now, the thing to call out here, though, is I do see 6 Xayahs and 52 gold here. So Wet Jungler does need a first place. What better way to do it than a 3-star Xayah with these items? That could be the way you win this lobby.
And he's probably waiting for Michael to die, and if Michael dies and gets eliminated, that gives Wet Jungler the chance. And what a comeback this would be if Wet Jungler can somehow, with his back against the wall, go 2-1 and potentially book his tickets.
I think the big thing here is he has to resist rolling right now, right? You hold this gold, like you said, till Mikhail loses, give you as much chance as possible. And if KurimX is paying attention, he needs to spend every gold he can. Like, there you go. We've got a Xayah being held right now, but yeah, it's these 2 Xayahs. But if Kurim can grab any of those Xayahs as well, it feels like Xayah 3 is the out here.
Yeah, 100%. And Michael going up against Toma to potentially stake himself in 3rd place.
All right, we'll see. We've got the Mordekaiser there, of course, with the Quicksilver, which means he's incredibly hard to deal with. Going up against the Shen, who's going to absorb a lot of his damage. Of course, the Ashe in the bottom left-hand corner is crucially important, as well as the rest of the board starts to evaporate. Mordekaiser is still up and fighting. This isn't going to be even a little bit close as the Mordekaiser comes in. Michael takes the loss, and he will leave in 4th place.
X lost, despite, having the Quinn 3, so Wet Jungler goes 9, decides not to roll for the Xayah 3, knowing that he's already ahead, is going to put in something else to spike him up here, has the 6 Vanquisher, 6 Ionia now. He just got a lot stronger, and so Wet Jungler might have been able to pull it off here and get the first he needed.
Yeah, people really underestimate this setup with healing orbs and social distancing. It's just a lot of combat strength, and it didn't seem like anyone was able to scale up fast enough. Chrome took too long to hit. Toma just got online and stabilized at 4 HP, so everything worked in his benefit. I mean, Honglian was still stuck on Nila 1.
We'll see if Icy Toma can survive beyond this round. We've still got the Kaiser, of course, on the back line, providing a good amount of punch, and of course the Quinn up to full capacity as well. The Jarvan jumping into the corner will stall things out for a little bit longer. The Kaiser proves impossible to catch, hiding in the corner, stacking up with the Archangels, and getting that final shot in. Icy Toma is gone.
It's a good adaptation from Kurum. A lot of people tunnel on that Mordekaiser variant, but recognizing that Kai'Sa Fiora, still a powerful duo if you just play 2 Challenger. And now comes the final boss. Can Kurum potentially spoil? It's a classic NA versus EMA showdown. Kurum could play the Gatekeeper, which honestly the pride of NA versus the pride of EMA is on the line right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for X right now, you look at these 2 boards, and I feel like the Xayah board has the favorite here. You've got that Shroud, like you said, all that extra combat power, but here we go into the final fight. Let's see if the Ionia board can do it.
This is the very end of the group stage. If Wet Jungler loses, we go another way round. If X loses, it could be by an absolute mountainslide. 6 Ionia, 6 Invoker. Wet Jungler looking to prove himself on the world stage. He's going up here. The board is evaporating. X is getting swept away. The hit is huge, and X is out. Wet Jungler still has a chance of making day 3.
What a clutch, honestly, from Wet Jungler. I'm really impressed, and you can show that when his back against the wall, he can still play to his outs and play really calm. He was contested. It was not actually a really easy early mid-game that he actually was trying to weather the storm. And so I think overall, people should be really impressed. He got a lot of hype as being kind of a solo queue hero, right? A player that had a lot of good ladder results, hadn't made it to a world championship, but after a really good performance and doing very well in regionals, here he is on the big stage.
Yeah, definitely played really well. Got the first. We'll have to see if that 60 is enough. We're getting a preview of one of the other lobbies here in Tidal. Somebody else who's already kind of locked in has been doing well. Look at this board here. We've got a Heimer 2, we've got a Belveth 2, Aatrox 2. Really strong board here with 6 Vanquisher, 50 health, plenty to work with here. So Tidal coming out really strong is kind of that favorite some of us predicted him to be.
And there it is, the Invoker Nico comp that we've been trying to see SCA play multiple times. Finally been able to get into a top 3. Piva was actually a player that went 8 with it earlier this tournament. Almost feels like redemption for him. Piva not able to live up to that hope of being rank 1 global all set and translated to a top 8 finish, but this is still a great result for him if he gets eliminated here.
Yeah, certainly, for all our players whose journey ends here, just leaving with as much pride as possible, knowing they've gone up against the very best in the world. At least they will be remembered, even if they can't see day 3.
Now, one thing that's important is that players like Beta were also trying to rack up the points. So again, we're going 7th place. I wonder what that does for the actual standings. We don't have the live update at the moment. But in the meantime, the thing to focus on is whether or not Tidal can actually end here in the top 3. Toronto Tokyo also playing for redemption, by the way. He started off the day in 3rd place in points. All he had to do was had a below average day, but he had a terrible day, went 5-7, 8-8. And that actually eliminated him from the competition right there from basically going bot 2 every single game.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate here. One thing to know about Tidal position is he does have this champion duplicator. He's got the pair of Aries, the pair of Scions, but he's using the health. He's holding that right now until he finds one or the other, trying to get both, until he needs to lock it in. Now that can work because it can put you at a higher cap, but it can also mean you're not applying pressure and knocking people out earlier. So it's always a hard trade-off if you want to slam it now. And I think especially with these Ahri items, I almost think if you slam it, try to get that extra pressure, it would have been good. But as we head into 7-1, 2 people are left alive. If Toronto Tokyo wins, we might see our 7-2, our late game stage.
That is true. We'll see. It's also what looks like to be Hall to 9. I don't know how else we got these multiple Infinity Forces and whatnot, so let's see if something crazy happens at the beginning of Stage 7, just to wrap it up for us.
I think a lot of Japanese fans, of course, will be having a sigh of relief if they weren't aware already that Title has managed to pull it forward. Has been sitting around the top 8 for a long time across today, managing to keep things up when, you know, we saw him back at Dragonlance take the second place.
All right.
And we'll put in a few more emblems just to finish the Sunday.
I think you almost go Bruiser emblem here just for the extra health for the team.
Yeah, I like it. And he hits a Scion too. This is really high cap.
So this is a big one here. Scion 2 with Vanquisher ends up doing a lot of crits. He'll run into that backline and he'll punch really hard. A lot of people underestimate the damage he can do with this, so this setup in particular can be so scary to backlines.
That's right. I think one time I actually played 6 Gunner on Scion, and Scion goes to the backline and assassinates a carry. Let's see. Toronto Tokyo also found to level 9 because he played level up. And we'll see what Rise ends up being the case here.
Yeah, he's in fact level 10 overall. Even more powerful, perhaps being able to cap out just a little bit higher. Toronto Tokyo playing for pride here.
Oh my god, that's
everything
Scion!
you need. The Scion is an absolute beast, but the Belveth up on the top of your screen is chewing through everything else. It's a big pile of legendaries, and Aatrox just isn't quite enough.
Level 10 is not enough, and the quality of Title's units are better. Belveth 2, Scion 2, Aatrox 2 all have really good construction, and Toronto Tokyo is playing Bandle City Rise, but that's not going to be enough. You're summoning 1-cost units against this army of legendary units.
I actually think the Bandle City Rise here is a bit of a grief. It's just going to provide extra units for that Belveth to get resets on. So up against Belveth, I think you take out the Rise if you really want a shot to win this. But again, this is such a capped board here. 6 Vanquisher, so many legendaries. Ari's got that, Scion's got that. This is going to be a hard fight to win.
I think, if anything, this board from Title is a statement of intent towards tomorrow. To say, you come at me, you're going to have the most hellish nightmare of an endgame board to have to try and find a way to defeat.
All right, well, let's see if he's able to do that. Depends on how Belveth's able to get her resets. Big Ari Essence theft. Oh, the Belveths are dueling. Hold on a second. And the Cassante CC? Maybe an opportunity for Toronto Tokyo to swing the fate around. And it's Belveth versus Belveth with an Aatrox tag teaming. So we live for another fight, 7-3.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you were a pick'em person that went for a late game 7-3, I think this might be our latest game.
That's me!
So if you were rooting for 7-3, cool. It is, I think
end him now.
I think if Title loses by 1 unit, he still dies here. So I think we're at 7-3. But yeah, this pretty close fight here. A lot of this feels like it's coming down to the Aries, right? Where it's like, can the Aries, when they do their big wave, get a kill? Is the Gunblade healing going to the right target? So again, final fight here. Also the Shroud positioning. That's going to be really key to see who wins this fight.
Honestly, there's so much going on. It's entirely difficult to tell exactly what's going to be swinging the fights.
Yeah, for Toronto Tokyo on the line here, better finish, and also the honor of saying he took a game off of Title on his way into the playoffs tomorrow. This board, of course, on my side is ridiculous as the Ari ult comes through, cuts down quite a lot, but not enough, and it will be a win. Toronto Tokyo throws some mud in Title's eye and said, I've done something that very few people will be able to say I have ever done.
That's pretty impressive. From Toronto Tokyo to be able to construct a board that casts higher. He should. He's level 10. But honestly, those legendary boards are kind of rare to see them duel 1v1. It's usually one player that's able to pull it off. And I think it was really cool to see both of those players attempt for it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact Hall of the Nine, we didn't get to see everything going on there, but could have provided a lot of extra gold. We saw the artifacts, we saw the prismatic 4-2, and all of that led to that final position there with that board. And I think it's kind of going to give you a glimpse of what we're going to see tomorrow in day 3. What are these capped boards, right? We saw 3-star Neela, we've seen some of these high verticals, now we've seen a legendary board do well. What are these cap boards people are going to play around?
And congratulations, Title. He is through. This Japanese kid is truly special, and he's going to show you why tomorrow. That does it for us on the caster desk. When we return to the Runeterra Reforged Championship, we're going to close out day 2 and reveal who will be joining us to be crowned champion tomorrow. Found Shen 2. We found 4 copies of Shen. And you might have to send it here in order to hit everything. That's 8 8s.
Come on.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
That I'm talking about, but it costs everything in the war chest.
Wet Jungler still has a chance of making day 3.
What a clutch.
welcome back to the last analyst desk of this day, and I cannot start to begin on what was going on back there in that green room, because of course here at the desk, you know, my fellow amazing co-casters, we all have different biases, naturally, and everyone was watching like one of the 4 lobbies that was happening at the same time, live reporting. Our admin Omni was there with us, trying to do the math real time while we were looking over all of the results that were pouring in. When we realized that it all came back to this game and the finishing of Michael and Wet Jungler. Wet Jungler or Michael needed a first place in this game here to make it to day 3. And Wet Jungler did it, and I couldn't be giddier about it. I've been like bopping up and down back there, nearly crying, but Casanova, talk to me. How did it happen?
Well, I mean, this was a kind of a repeat of the previous game where, you know, one player is going for Demacia, and this time it was Kurum instead of Wet Jungler. So everyone's just hoping that Kurum is not going to find that Demacia emblem, and he does not. So instead, it comes down to Wet Jungler and Michael, both of them contesting the Ionia line. However, Michael going for the Ashe and the set, which left it open for Wet Jungler to pick up the Xayah and the Shen, which led to a higher cap.
I do like what Michael did. He was trying to actually be on one uncontested line, just go towards the Ashe and maybe try to push out the tempo, maybe even out-survive a Wet Jungler. But in the end, he was stuck level 7. Even though he actually played a really good game, I think he actually played towards his win con. I'm just, you go be happy. I'm sad right now.
Nah.
It's okay. I can be happy for myself at least. I mean, Wet Jungler, a player who's been so consistent the last 2 sets, very young player who's come out of nowhere. He was my dark horse to make it to this day 3, to maybe win it all as well. He had such a tough job today at starting at 26 points. He got an 8th in game 8 as well, which put him in a very, very tough spot. To get a second last game, a first in this one, to be contested and have to find a way to do well, to be high tempo in that mid game. It's just a crazy story, and to have 2 EMEA players in the final lobby.
Wow.
I'm not going to hide my biases. I'm sorry. I am very happy. I'm ecstatic.
I would be freaking out. I would be jumping on this couch right now. So
it's been a lot of suffering the past few sets.
So whenever we were asked how many EMEA players were going to make it into the final lobby, right? That's the thing you always get asked, like, how much do you believe in your region? Who's going to make it? And Pana and I were saying like 2. And it is 2! It's 2! 2 of them making it through. Let's have a look at our standings. And of course, with that, there's so many players here that showed up fantastically throughout all of the 12 games. We were watching many of them and cheering them on and hoping that they would make it through, but in the end, it is a brutal cutoff here to the top 8, and only those top 8 will make it through. In the end, the scores ending out on 60. There was not even a tiebreaker coming in for that front page that we're now going to check out. And of course, with all of our regional biases aside, China putting 3 players through in that top 8, saying, you guys thought we were at our weakest? Let's just show you how many players we can actually punch through to that final lobby there.
Yeah, it was outstanding for China to be able to push those results. And, you know, North America was looking very strong coming into today. And although the results didn't get what we wanted, you know, Kurum and Toronto still put up such impressive performances, ending in 10th and 12th respectively. And we'll put all of our hope into Weijin Iverson. Push forward. We know he can do it. I would have said at the start, Weijin is the person that is the biggest threat in checkmate if he can make it to the final day, and he is there, so everybody else better watch out.
And you better watch out for Halte now as well. My Latin bias, I don't mind. I think he's the only player besides Seidel, the only 2 players that actually have been to the World's Final, so they know what's the experience, and they probably, I have a lot of faith. I think we can make it home.
Speaking of players that made it pretty far at the finals, Pana's rubbing his hands together. We tried to get him on the line this morning. Ever since French players have been adding me like, Makes, why didn't you unmute the Discord? Guys, you see me having controls here. I would love to, but it wasn't possible. But hopefully this time around we have the technology. Volta, can you hear me?
It's good.
Hey, Volta, congrats.
Congratulations for making it to day 3. We're all super excited to see you and Wet Jungler make it through. Of course, you are playing from Berlin, from Level, and we want to know, how is it? How's the audience? Are people cheering you on correctly?
We are treated really good there.
Oh,
we can
awesome.
have whatever we want. But it's best to not eat or drink a lot before playing. It's really
Okay.
good tip.
You can write that down at home, making sure you got that covered. But Volta, of course, we in EMEA, we know you now for a very long time. You've been at Set 3 Worlds, Set 6 Worlds, now at Set 9 Worlds. And of course, we know that you go with a boar as kind of the animal that symbolizes you. Do you want to tell people why that is?
They don't need to know. They just need to trust the ball and charge with it.
Okay, you heard it here first. Trust the board and charge with it. Throughout the day, yesterday and today, we saw you run a lot of gunners, of course, cooking up some boards in the meantime. Yesterday, that amazing 3-star 4-cost board as well. What was your favorite board out of all the ones that you ran throughout those 12 games?
I think that was the zone game, my very first game, where I went top 2. It was some really good cooking, and I think nobody expected me to top 2 this game.
Well, amazingly, you did. So making it through there one at a time, of course, but we do have more questions. I know Panna is burning to ask you about a very specific augment.
So, Volta, you're known in EMEA, for better or for worse, about your APM. You're kind of the grandpa of the French scene. That being said, yesterday, you win the game with 3-star 4-cost. That involves a lot of rolling. Still, you managed to do it. In this last game you had, I was watching your perspective. 7th place, not guaranteed to make it. You hit Infernal Contract. You roll down like 70 gold in one turn, find some massive upgrade like that Nautilus 3. How do you feel in that moment?
I think I was saved. I mean, my biggest fear was to go behind Beta, who was playing for the top 8 as well. So I knew this moment. I was doing better than him, and I was qualified.
Awesome. Now, I already mentioned it at the start of the interview. Not only you from EMEA made it through, but also Wet Jungler. You're all there in Berlin. Are you guys talking together? Did you prep after day 1? Talk to me a little bit about that experience.
So when we couldn't scrim together, because there was time there were not enough people, we were just trying to snipe together on leader, as far with Zico and Dark Hydra, just to make a better preparation.
Awesome. I'm really glad to hear that.
And the moment when you knew, Volta, that you qualified, when Wet Jungler won his game, and I assume he's done the math, he knows he qualified. Did you guys celebrate together? Was there kind of this hype EMEA moment, knowing that 2 players finally have made it to final lobby after so long?
I mean, I couldn't come to cheer with spectators. I had to contact you to see you.
Okay, you'll get there.
Okay,
we
Volta.
promise. We won't hold you too long. But Volta, before we go into that final shout-out question, is there one thing the rest of the competition should hear from you?
Let's go EMEA.
Perfect answer. I'm down with it. Let's go EMEA. I can stand behind that.
Very, very nice and friendly. I like that. Volta. Yeah, PG-13. Volta, shout-outs. Who do you want to greet? Who do you want to thank?
So I want to thank first also as fan who supports me since the beginning, and good luck with Jungler for the final.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Now go off to celebrate and enjoy. We loved having you and hope that you have an amazing evening. Don't party too hard. You have a lot of games to play tomorrow. But we know we can trust in you. And we'll see you out there on the Convergence. Thank you so much, Volta.
Yep.
And what is this? I think
Can I read
there's
this
a
out
little
for
bit
our
of an
chat that might not see it?
coming.
I don't think they can see
I'll
it.
read it out. I woke up this morning and my mom asked me if I did the dishes. I replied, EMEA TFT. She smiled as she knew they were washed. Rodan, a great analyst, usually almost always correct.
Almost.
This time, maybe not so much.
Maybe. Maybe not.
No, he didn't get there on this one. We thought EMEA was going to underperform, but it turns out I think NA underperformed in this spot. I think expectation was we would send 2, maybe 3 to that final lobby, and we're down to 1, even though we got kind of close, and EMEA's got us this time around. All right, I will concede that, but you know that's not what matters. The top 8, that's what matters the very most. It's tomorrow that is the big deal.
It is true, and Weijin definitely is a player that we need to be a little bit threatened by, but so is Altenahue.
I think he knows how to pilot the games. I think he's been playing for a lot of his own way of his own playstyle and finding his own way to actually to win it all. And maybe he'll even pull out the horn. Maybe I don't think so. I still have faith. Maybe for my pick'ems, maybe for the win. I don't know, but
We'll see about the Orn picks. I'm not confident in that, but with mentioning the pick'ems, I am happy to report that you can now go back to riot.com/TFT World, lock in your pick'ems for tomorrow. The final stage is open. The 8 players that have made it are locked in.
Pick'ems, of course, powered by AWS, a very important thing to note. If you want to have good luck, you have to say this mentally in your head out loud as well, and maybe you'll be blessed for tomorrow for the top 8.
Yeah, maybe you will be. We'll see you out there, whether or not you can make it. But of course, with that, guys, we're going to take a look at the predictions and see who is actually coming out on top. You had Wet Jungler as your dark horse, so that's pretty good. I had Tidal as my winner, so I'm also pretty safe.
I was close. I had Kurum and Toronto Tokyo, so 10th and
So
12th.
close.
10th and 12th. I didn't pick Weijin for it. I should have believed in Weijin, but now I do. I know he's gonna take it.
well, I lost the 50-50. I voted for Michael, and well,
He was so close as well, so you guys are like, just it hit the rim.
Just right on the edge, yeah.
You had the great idea, but not the perfect execution.
No.
Trust me, happens to me in TFT all the
Oh,
time, so I can
believe
relate.
The amount of times I've cursed players, this is finally the
Yeah.
retribution where I haven't cursed my
take it too
jungler.
far.
You'll thank me for it.
Don't take it too far from that for you.
Well, let's not say that yet, Panda. You know, let's not say yet.
All right, tomorrow, tune in at 2 p.m. CET or 6 a.m. Pacific if you're on that side of the globe. Our social media, Teamfight Tactics on Instagram, TFT on Twitter, and Play TFT on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. If you want to check out the casters, and I would recommend that you do so, ! Casters in the chat. Somebody asked me earlier who the woman is that casting, like just at me.
They added you too, yeah.
It's very funny.
He is her.
Appreciate it. But with that, any last words before we say bye-bye?
I'm just excited to see some amount of parity in the top 8. I think it's important, especially for viewers that want to tune in tomorrow and have someone from their own region to cheer for. Japan in this case with Tidal, Altenahue, as you mentioned, Weijin doing a really great job both days. So China is once again on top, it looks like, of TFT. We saw it a little bit of a break maybe in set 8, but they're back in set 9. But the parity is to some extent there, and the regions that didn't make it, OS, Brazil, so close as well. I think they can be very proud of their performances.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep it short and sweet and simple. Weijin has one of the highest first place rates out of any player globally in competitive TFT. Everyone watch out.
well, after he loses to Altenahue, I'm gonna watch out for him. I just hope we go to the distance. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, and I hope that all of the German viewers are not watching right now because go Wet Jungler! I'm so excited! I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to our amazing production. And thank you guys for making this event as fun as it was. But of course, the final day is yet to come, so there's more action that we have stored for you. Tune in tomorrow. We'll see you then. Bye-bye!